15.
Ooh, so there are a lot of things that are flavor, I won't say flavor of the month, I'll say flavor of the meta right now. The Varus is very heavily contested. We do still see a lot of Lucians. The Mundo has risen up in popularity in the EROs, but in this scene as well. We still have the Viego that's now permanently moved in the jungle because his Q was nerfed in the solo lane. And as you can see, most of these picks are now gone, done and dusted. The Mundo still up and available though.
Oh, very good call on the Mundo. Nearly instant lock-in for Schalke. Thresh, of course, being banned away, is now the most popular champion this summer. 97% pick and ban presence. And obviously going to be removed from the pool.
Bra champion.
Locking there on the Renekton and the Varus as well. So reading the comp so far, but Crownshot not going to be taking that AP bot. We'll see if it rises up later in the day.
So from what I'm seeing right now, I don't know if this Renekton is going to end up in the hands of Lida, but I'm pretty sure that Sigenda has played it before. I'm not a big fan of it if it goes versus the Mundo, but I have an inkling in my ears.
Speciellt när du pickar en
Mundo
inte
is
Mundo.
going to be taking the routes of the forest and ending up in the hands of Kirei.
Okay, maybe see if that happens. It'll be the first time for Kirei. Shigenda has played that Renekton once in the top lane. And then it'll be Tristana and Rel in the bottom lane. So there's one of your engage tools as well.
Yeah, the W was actually buffed. The cooldown went down by 2 seconds. So this is why we're seeing Rel slowly creeping back in. And of course, having an immobile ADC such as the Varus, you want something to hard engage with.
Okay, and of course, one of the counters, one of the tools for some disengage.
Ah, you say counters. I think they counter each other.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then it comes down to execution.
Faster
right?
player wins.
There we go. Faster player timing vision as well. And now we get to see a little bit more into
Är det sån League fungerar?
if this Renekton does end up in Leader's hands.
Better player wins.
And also, what will Selfmade
better shot.
run in the jungle? Now, these two teams,
No.
by the way, was their very first game of summer against one another, and Vitality dominated Schalke. It was a 25-minute win 8 weeks ago. And of course, the journey to where we are now could not be more different. It's been a downhill spiral for Schalke. Vitality, they still have a hope, they still have a chance, but they cannot falter, they cannot execute badly.
They have to take out from the side of Schalke champions that could potentially provide a big wombo. Yes, you have the Renekton, you have the Alistar for the heavy engage. It goes really well with the Yone, it goes really well with the Yasuo. This is why Schalke is gonna ban the two out. The Lucian is still up and available, something that Lida does resort to a lot of times in the mid lane. Also AD, something that he really likes to play. On the other side, they're not really biting that this Mundo is gonna go in the top lane. That's why they're getting Gangplank out of the way as well. And Nuclear Int, one of the games that Schalke managed to pick up. Nuclear Int actually dominated with the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, he's
and again,
hej, jag heter dålig.
Is really hard to play against.
Men det är också dåligt, så ingen men.
One of them was the win. And of course, for a leader,
Yasuo
removed from his
pro
pool. Aurelia as well. Yone, something he's gone back to several times. What do Schalke remove? And also, what do you think Selfmade's going to run in the jungle now?
Ingenting.
So obviously, Diego's been removed from the pool. If you're expecting the Mundo...
Yeah, this is the
Selfmade ska inte.
assassin, as I call it, Rumble. If Selfmade just lock it in because he plays it with Protobelt and Electrocute, which is something that you want to just go
Okej, så
really
Schalke får
hard
köra.
onto the engage.
Fordi Schalke har jo ikke noe tap.
Ja, men
det har jo Vitality.
Ja, Vitality har lyssetap, så det...
Ja, hva er det mot Selfmade? Driver og picker Rumble. Har han liksom ikke fulgt med hva som har skjedd de siste ukene?
From Schalke was missed. So it's a little bit too long there. Unfortunately, did not manage to lock anything in.
Klart han må misse band. Hva er det her for noe clown fiesta?
Oh, well, that's an interesting bold take here, Georgia.
Jo, som jeg har sagt, jeg titter opp inn i hvert. Jeg driver og skjær.
The scaling here. I think you've got a very beefy front line. You've got some good engage. You've got team fight. Mundo and Tristana are going to do very well later into the game as well. And if Jace is locked in, that will be for Broken Blade in the top lane and confirming your suspicions. Kirei running the Mundo in the jungle.
I think it's the safest to say that the Mundo is a really great pick, a really safe pick to pick in the jungle, doesn't lose too many things, he farms really fast. Kirei in the past has had a little bit of struggle finding himself in the meta, so picking something that is extremely easy to execute will help him out in the game as well. Now, Let's see what leader will choose to go with, because that's not an AD champion, but it's an assassin champion.
my
Any
God,
assassin champion is a leader champion.
Exactly. One Akali this summer. This will be his second. And of course, it just fits the bill for the rest of this Vitality roster. Protobell Rumble, as we're expecting.
It's the
Alistair
bill.
wants to jump forward. Alistair that
Holdt
can
han
do
dem
the
nettopp
same.
dårlig?
And obviously, if you are Neon or Broken Blade, you're probably going to be the targets this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. But also, if you look on the other side, I feel like Schalke have built the perfect front-to-back composition. They've got the ball to poke from the Orianna. They've got the Jace to poke AD damage on the top side as well. Can bully the Renekton.
Selv om de ikke er med videre, så har ikke de lyst til å tape. Vitality har egentlig ikke lyst til å være med I playoffs. Tror jeg med lei eller noe sånt.
Schalke is not playing games. They're not like, okay, yeah, we're out. They're like, we ruined Excel's run to playoffs last split.
Lide be, jeg må jo hjem til mora mi og ta eksamen.
They need this win to stay in the race. And of course, I feel like if their composition doesn't get ahead, the tools in Schalke's kit can shut down anything. They've got so much versatility with range, with the poke. As you mentioned as well, they can do front to back. So once we get into the game, close eyes on what Selfmade can do in the jungle. Can he lead Vitality once again? And will the bromance with leader
Ikke med Rumble.
off? Schalke already eliminated. As we said, they're going to play spoiler. Going to play to stop everybody else's chances.
Yeah, and they've got a pretty good composition to do so. And Broken Blade on a carry. I'm counting on that.
Wow.
Ja, jeg skjønte ikke hva planen til husen om. Broken Blade og Akali. Ok.
Som carry.
Ja, som carry, ja. Lær deg engelsk! Katte.
Du må lære deg norsk.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift for Super Week here in the LEC. Don't forget that we have games on Sunday as well. And obviously the two important races. First, to qualify for playoffs, and then secondly, seeding in the regular season will give you championship points. That will then lead to where you are seeded in the playoff bracket. So let's take a look how Vitality start this game off.
Honestly, I think we talked a lot about how, yes, Schalke has the textbook composition, they have the front to back, they've got everyone on something that they're very comfortable in. But that is such a Vitality comp, A to Z as well. You've got leader on an assassin,
Du kjenner jo meg. Jeg gjør jo ikke feil.
and you've got Sigenda on something that he was known for in the ERLs. And when he made his way into the LEC, the Renekton Crown Shot is one of probably the best viruses that we do have in Europe. And of course, Labrov on a heavy engaged champion. She's the one making the plays for his team.
I mean, that Rumble and Varus is the most played champions for Selfmade and Crown Shot. 5 games each prior to this one. And while it'll fit the mentality and the
Selv om du kjenner meg som en retard, Oliver, så kjenner jeg for så vidt meg på jobb som en retard, men I hvert fall en retard som ikke gjør feil I jobbsammenheng.
To be fair, something that not a lot of people talk about is the fact that Rumble's E shreds magic resist.
Ooh, Limit's gone all the way in. Already used that flash, stealing some of the stats away as now Crown Shot and Labrov instantly turn it around. I mean, that is a positive health trade and showing you what Limit wants to do.
That's something that we see a lot Limit and Neon do in the bot lane. They're trying to take the 2v2s, but it's not the right timing. And Crown Shot and Labrov didn't even sweat on that. The second that Tristana tried to go in, Labrov was like, you're not allowed in here, and Crown Shot just walks out. That Summoner down, though, could cost Limit his life. Luckily for him,
Har de gått tom på casterbudsjettet, eller jeg vil ha de gamle gutta tilbake? Quickshot ja. Men de har brukt så mye penger på å leie inn han at
We've been talking a lot about the bromance between Leader and Selfmade, how they both complement each other with the picks that they will choose.
Jeg synes vi heller skal snakke om Inspired og Larsen, hvis det bromance, liksom. Det ikke akkurat noen sånn syke synergies mellom leader og
ser ikke helt Akali Rumble
They're gonna make that assassination that much quick. So I'm thinking that Selfmade can still pay a lot of attention around Leader's lane trying to punish Nuclear.
It's something that we've seen so much of.
Du sier det, ja.
And I think for Leader, some statement games this weekend are going to be required. He's had a few mishaps, shall we say, in the last few weeks, and I think a lot of fans have been very critical. And something that I have always felt is that if you commit to a playstyle, to how sort of Leader and Selfmade have, you really have to execute on it exceptionally to be competitive at this level. Talking about that, wave pushing forward as we expect. Kire, he's going in for this.
All teleports are up as well. There is no wave build up. I don't think that can work.
Sier du det at man må spille bra for å spille bra på det nivået de gjør?
The threat of an engage, but it goes back to what we saw a moment ago. Limit committing the flash at level 1. Kire setting up for a potential dive. Schalke, they're trying to disrupt Vitality early.
Now Neon is stuck there all on his own, and if you see the way that Vitality played with that wave, it's going to be stuck towards the side of Vitality. That means Neon cannot even walk up to get experience. He has to bounce out.
It really does. So that W will be on cooldown. Nabrov shoving out. The ward that was placed earlier, Kire will spot out. Selfmade picking up his own Gromp.
En ting at når vi bare regner med at Vitality kommer til å tape, tok vi med det I regnestykket hvor dårlig Schalke
Yeah, absolutely. And then if you are Selfmade, you really need to keep track of that flash onto limit. You could make a play with Labrov. Rel is still the target here since it doesn't have a way of getting out if you do gank. And Selfmade is almost level 6. He could potentially make it, having his ultimate. By that time, hopefully Limit for them will not have his flash up and available. Try to make the play, go for the dragon, start stacking them up.
Okay, so a lot of play potential in the next few minutes. Let's keep tracking those waves. Selfmade makes his way up.
It's not been spotted.
A couple of wards have been placed, one in the tri-bush and one just behind the blue buff. Level 5 on Broken Blade. Shigenda's got his flash available, and there's going to be action on both sides as stun comes out onto Labrov. Kire will spot a ward, and nothing major happens in the bottom lane.
Hva synes du egentlig om Labrov? Jeg synes han virker som en relativt meh support.
Because if you see where Sigenda is freezing the wave, that's going to be really hard for Broken Blade to walk back into his lane and crush that wave in, which means it's going to require jungle attention. And at that particular moment, Kire is down the bot lane, and very cleverly, Selfmade again is making his way.
No flash on Broken
Inspired
Blade,
Drake,
but because he was the recipient of the gank, that allowed Schalke to have the uncontested first dragon of the game. This time around, going to be trading blows. If you look at the mini-map, Shigenda may be able to move, and both teams, they're fishing for opportunities here, but they haven't been able to make anything stick just yet.
This gives me deja vu of the first time these teams met, which was week 1. For both of these teams, it was the first game in this season of the LEC in summer. And even though we expected Vitality to come into bloodthirsty, to brawl everywhere, they had the champions to do that, they played a more slow and calculated sort of game. And this is very important because I think they have like a 6% chance of making playoffs, but it's still a chance. And they need to make sure that they win all 3 of their games, starting with Schalke that is below them in the standings. It's so important.
It really
De har tapt mot lag under dem før, så...
As the river is now being cleared out.
Ja, så hvis de taper det gamet her, så de ute.
Very quickly to the top lane because two of the danger players in this matchup is Broken Blade and Shigenda. I think Shigenda, since he's come back onto the Vitality roster replacing SLD, has played relatively well. I mean, kills plus assists at 50.
Ja, for det har med matchups å gjøre.
CSD, positive gold defense. And I feel like he's had something to prove. I feel like Shigenda's played very aggressive in the games. And really try to, push his
Men det drastisk mye høyere sjanse for at de ute hvis de taper nå.
You know what's going on between mid and jungle. We talk about the bromance right there. If you're not going to hold on your own in the top lane, you're most likely going to get out, like it happened with SLT. And they bring back Sigenda, and Sigenda is proving a point. He had 2 seconds right there. I think it was gold at 15, CS difference at 15. He's been doing great in a roster where he doesn't necessarily get too much attention in.
Yeah, I mean, this game is obviously a little different. Selfmade did visit the top lane. But for Shigenda, he's going to be the recipient of a lot of pressure.
De krangler med Australia som plassen.
Australia eneste team som alle andre teamsene har kommet seg liksom videre. Så det bare Australia som har mulighet til å ikke komme seg videre.
But look at bot lane.
What's happening there? There's a kill picked up.
That's 2 kills for Vitality.
Nicely done indeed.
Ja, så for at det er 5 lag igjen, liksom, som ikke har kommet seg videre.
Yeah.
Ja, så da klarer de sisteplassen, ja.
To the break of time.
Excel og Astralis ligger likt, men Excel har vanskelige matchups. De har G2 og Rogue igjen. Mens Astralis har bare Excel, SK og ja, Vitality.
Det skal
De møter jo Astralis, så det er veldig viktig at Vitality har nødt til å vinne mot det hjemme. For faktisk kanskje
big gold advantage, the bottom lane. Crown Shot and Labrov had been jumping multiple times. Importantly, Flash is still available. Only used that. I just noticed the gold difference there. Well spotted, Trouble.
Self-made
hold up over Kire.
So important. Every time we look at Vitality, we're like, it's Self-made
that
makes
that
the
ain't
movements
gonna
around the
happen,
map.
bro.
Self-made has to make the game work. He has to make the movements on the map, and he absolutely is. Very crucial right here. They're managing to punish Broken Blade. I think he was deprived of some experience right there, which will give a lot of breathing room to Sigenda, who also doesn't have his flash up and available. So really good stuff right there from Self-made. He protect, but he also attack.
And you can also see how the comp will complement each other, right? That equalizer plus all the.
Hva er det de føler på presset, liksom? Da skjønner jeg ikke helt hva de drev med I draften, men... Skal vi se, har du noen tips på hvordan man kutter opp en mango? Jeg kan ikke det her. Ja, er det litt som en avokado, liksom? Så at det faktisk ikke...
Skjær som I mango, så den
And the Mundo and the Realm, they're all walking in a straight line. You can't walk in a straight line when the floor is lava. Quick shot from Self-made, and then arrows start coming in, and then you can't walk to choke point because Crown Shot has Chain of Corruption, and then suddenly a Wild Lida and a Wild Sigenda are gonna be running in with the Renekton and the Akali. So this is why I was scratching my head because I'm like, Vitality have gotten every single pick they wanted to play the game how they want to and how we expected them to play the game at the start.
Yeah, but unfortunately they've just been outplayed. There's the flash from Neon to get to safety. Crown Shot throughout the Chain of Corruption. Self-made has got himself the equalizer as well. Will fire that one out, starts to burn. The floor is lava and melted down. Second kill for Self-made, limits the next target. The headbutt knocks him into the air. A double for Self-made.
The bromance has been broken. Self-made has been mid, Self-made has been top, Self-made has been bot, and every single gang has been a success for the man. He's been in every single kill except one.
Self-made QQ, driver og styrer med tidligere.
Right now are 3,000 gold in the lead, and they're also going to break the streak of the dragon stacking for the side of Schalke.
Yeah, they will. I mean, that's just a gigantic advantage, and it just looks like they are outplaying.
Okay, jeg får faktisk ikke det her til.
Counter-engage in the top lane. Managed to go Vitality's way. Crown Shot and Labrov, they set up the 2v2. And at 11 minutes in, we've already got the Duskblade completed for Crown Shot. He's got a 20 CS advantage. And Shigenda, with those armor boots, is already jumping again onto Broken Blade.
Armor boots.
Trying to maximize his kit.
That's going to hurt so much. Look at what Nuclear Int has. He's got Magic Pen boots and a Lost Chapter. If one of these arrows hits him, he's going to fall significantly low, which will give Lida and then Sigenda and even Self-made the right to move into the map. Once the Proto Belt is also secured for the side of Self-made, you will see Vitality starting to move much more aggressive in these choke points.
Well, they've already been super aggressive. And I also just thought about that as well. You know, you talked about the Electro Harpoons and how they can help out, you know, Lida. And then when you think about an equalizer plus the piercing arrows with the Duskblade damage, there is so much long-range, non-committal damage that can land, and that will be the go signal. Vitality can wait for some of those skill shots to connect, and then decide. And look, there's the Proto Belt, exactly as you were expecting, for Self-made. He's got the equalizer available, and for the time being, it is Schalke on the aggressive. They're pushing a wave into the mid lane, but they've got to be a little careful because they might just be surrounded.
They're doing it completely for the Rift Herald right here. They're trying to get some gold injection into the carries, but you see Labrov is in the mid lane, Self-made is sticking around, which means Neon cannot walk anywhere near this tower, which means he's not going to be cashing in on any of that plating money.
There is a Chain of Corruption available for Crown Shot. He's already going to flash to safety. Labrov interrupts the engage from Limit. The equalizer's been held for now. 4 members of Schalke about about to get backed up by Broken Blade. Long range snipe. Leader jumps in, dashes out. Is now hiding inside the smoke, being burned down. Survives just a few seconds longer for dashing his safety. Now all of a sudden it's LeBron.
Den hadde ikke jeg som sitter og bare... Oi, spiller vi?
That was a 1-for-1, but look at the top lane. Sigenda is
Well, then
pushing. He's
1-for-1.
taking
Oh, yeah.
solo XP, he's taking solo gold. He's already around 6 CS above Broken Blade in the top lane. He's taking all the tower plate. As he continues like this, he can take the entire tower. And at the end of the day, it's a 1-for-1. You get another kill on your carry with this crown shot, and you just have to give up your cow. I think it's worth for Vitality.
Definitely. The plate gank secured
Give
some
up
gold
your cow.
for Schalke, but they're still in a 4,000 gold deficit. This is how the play started as Schalke were fishing.
Yeah, and they're trying to fish for a kill, but that's Labrov, that's an Alistar. He has his ultimate up and available, which means it takes so long. And look at the patience on Selfmade to lay down the perfect equalizer. The second Schalke wanted to move out, he completely stops the choke point with the equalizer, and then of course ground shot with a very nice snipe, right there, finishes the job.
I mean, that shockwave from Nuclear Int really did not find the necessary targets. And with the gold lead that Vitality had...
Even if he did, with the Bootyard Cell in his inventory, it's really hard to kill someone.
I mean, you're playing against two Proto Belts as well as a Duskblade already. And that means Vitality have just got so much more fighting power. Selfmade has also, I think, read the game pretty well.
Selfmade is everywhere. Yeah. He creates the action, and he's also there to protect from potential action coming from Schalke. I feel like Selfmade took the 0-2 very personally. Selfmade took the 0-2 very personally last week, and he's like, fine, I'll make it work. 6% is enough for me, and you're seeing it in this game.
Right, because of the fact Vitality will be playing against a strong team just above them in the standings and who they're competing with. There's still a lot at stake. Shigenda gets the backup of Selfmade. There's the Proto Belt forward. The Flame Spitter is burning. Well, that's going on in the bottom lane. Crown Shot and Labrov pushing every time there's a plate top. There's a counter bottom. Shigenda survives long enough to at least get one back. Now Nuclear steps forward. No shockwave. Selfmade flashes out. He's to support it. It ends up being a 2-for-3 in favor of Vitality.
Hva det Schalke driver med? Jeg bare driver og kutter den jævla mangoen, så ser jeg opp og så bare triple kill.
Oh man, that's another kill for the 2v2.
It's not. We got confused. Rel died top lane. It was the triple kill, Trevor. You baited me. You baited me.
I got too excited by all of the action. But I think crucially what I want to highlight is that every time there is a play top, Vitality are cross-mapping and doing it well.
I think I would very much compare Selfmade to a Bloodhound. He smells the ganks from so far away.
Det var veldig så kåt hun var på Selfmade, da.
Any try on the map for Schalke, for any redemption or any kill, he reads that. He stays around because he knows this is coming. He lays another perfect equalizer onto specifically Nuclear Int, which we mentioned how squishy he is. Then he moves in. Once he's overheated, he moves back out, and Sigenda has a full bar of fury. He's baiting the Schalke lineup to get on him. He then heals, and Selfmade, we talked about that. He's playing Dark Harvest here. He absolutely melts his targets. If your tank is gonna die that easy, yeah, you saw what happened to the rest.
Yes, I mean, the overheated Flame Spitter does so much damage.
Oh, is this gonna be a death cap second item?
I mean, I don't know. 6, 1, and 1. 300 gold bounty, 2 towers to 0. 8 kills to 3. Neon's got the flash available, as well as the W. That's a 2-man knockup from Labrov. The tower's being focused by Crown Shot. The piercing arrow comes out as well. The lay of the carpet is laid down, and that's already a
Det er ikke et problem at Selfmade tar alt det her for seg selv, da.
Is pushing top. He's got no teleport available. At the same time, leaders down bottom. Vitality are just dominating the match.
Vært bedre å ha det på noen andre, men i situasjonen her, motsatt til før, så har han fått kill som ikke han kunne gidde bort like glatt.
Ja, ok.
Taking that mid lane tier 1 means that they can move very freely into Schalke's jungle, because the only one that can actually face check is Kire. If Kire is not there,
Men det er litt key for han å prøve å
the jungle that
gi kill til han. Ellers så for at det kommer ikke så mye sterkere etter han får Rabidon skreftheten når han får han.
I mean, he's 1-1 and 2 at the moment, but the amount of damage
Han kan bli
on the
sterkere
other side
selv,
of
men
the
han
rift.
kan ikke bare
Plus the fact
solo
that so
carry som
many of the
en
champions
champion.
can frankly just ignore him, just jump through. If none of the CC lands,
bare har
limits, or that shockwave has a big impact, it's such a difficult way to come back into this game for Schalke.
The thing is, you don't care about the shockwave
Det blir
hitting
fler
you
men
because you're not the one walking through
Ja, jeg
choke
skulle si
points.
sånn
It is
de begynner å bli nå.
Schalke that has to
Hvis
come through
Jason
choke
for eksempel
points to
kommer
you,
seg online,
to
så kan
contest the
det
dragons,
bli vanskelig.
to contest the heralds, to get some vision for themselves. And Lida, you can see how easily he can move around the map, he can move around the river. Again, that mid lane tier 2 is so important, especially when you're playing as aggressively as Vitality.
Hvor driver dere og snakker om Lider som han har gjort noe?
Tier 2 down bot lane, they're slowly but surely opening the map and choking
Han var
Schalke.
1-1-2.
Yeah, that tier 2's down to 50% in the top lane. Teleport's available for Shigenda, for Broken Blade, and
Leader.
Variant. Leaders will be up in just a moment or two. They got the second dragon as well towards
Så på feil
Ocean
side.
Soul. And that total gold graph on the side of
Uansett,
your
my
screen
point
tells the
exactly.
entire story. But the
0-0-1.
team's up nearly 7,000 gold here. So obviously, all of your carries, your damage dealers will be ahead in the standings. And for Vitality, another quick reminder of where we are on the standings, right? They are currently 5 and 10, right behind SK, right behind XL.
They need
6
this.
and 9. This is so important. Technically speaking, mathematically, if
Å faen,
lose, they're
Vitality
not
har inntatt seg
officially
ned på
eliminated.
byen. Altså. Det er
But
faktisk
you need to
veldig
increase their
trist.
chances with as many wins as
De
possible.
liksom med Esken.
I would
Eske er
double
også
check
mulig
on
for å
that
komme
because
seg
I'm
videre,
not
men de
sure
har
where
også
the
vanskelig.
6% goes down to
Yeah.
if they lose.
Jeg
But
husker ikke
come on,
hvilken-
they're
hvem
7,000 gold in the lead. They've got
En
their
eller to.
champions. They've got the game how they want it.
De
They're
skal
starting
jo
to set up vision deeper and deeper and deeper.
Skal ikke de
And
spille
now
mot
is when they
Rogue
can
snart?
start threatening
Jo,
for
de
Baron
skal
as
spille
well.
Rogue
It
og
hasn't
Misfits.
even spawned. It feels like this
Ja.
game has been going on for so long. It
Rogue og
hasn't.
Misfits, liksom,
Again,
det-
déjà vu to the
det
first
lover
time
jo
these
bra
two
for,
teams played.
SK.
Vitality are keeping their cool. They're only going for kills that they know they can win.
Og det er ikke noe sånn at de
100%
får noe sånn
get, and everything is
Fnatic-vinn
initiated by
mot
someone.
Rogue, nei.
I
Det
think
er
that's
ikke sånn det
important
fungerer.
to recognize. Individual mistakes that we've seen over the last couple of weeks on Vitality are not there yet. And as we look forward, Baron will be up in a moment or two.
But
There's
in-
vision
but
being
that's-
set up if Vitality want to make a play for it. How would you like to
Fnatic
see
and Bro.
Hvis Rogue på
address
første
this
siden,
advantage? Is Baron the
eller
best
uansett
call?
hvem som på første siden,
I
for
mean,
at
you're
du
starting
velger
with all
en
the objectives
spillmål
as
som
you
tror
can
jeg.
get, right? This is why they've
Eller jeg
started
tror ikke.
emptying the
Kanskje
map.
det første siden
There
på
is
spillmål.
still the second Rift Herald in the pockets of Selfmade. If they want to take it down mid and completely break open the mid lane, so important. And again, they have so much damage in general
Men det har
for
også i
Baron that they can
playoffsen.
just burn it literally down.
Well, that's what Vitality
Playoffsen
are doing.
får lov til å bestemme.
Two
Eller
needlessly
så
large
spiller han.
rods in Selfmade's inventory.
That's going to be a red hat.
Jeg tror de
It
skal,
will
jeg
be,
tror han
he
får
will
lov
be
til å
able to
velge.
qualify as an official
Første
wizard
og andreplass får lov
relatively
til å velge,
soon.
men førsteplassen får lov til å velge
5,000
mellom
HP
tredje og
on
fjerdeplass.
Baron being channeled. May not be enough
Må det
time.
andreplassen være
3,000
fått.
on Baron, 2,000.
It's gone.
Baron's gone. Vitality have burned it down, and now Vitality are inside
Ja.
a choke point. The
Oi,
shockwave,
faen.
the knockdown is
Oi.
huge. There's a lot of damage, but there's
Bra
not enough
fight.
follow-up. Schalke and Nulfira too far
Ja.
behind, and they've been smacked with the wallets of Vitality. 2 kills and the Baron. Now Leader gets Buster shotted away and Limit with a third and final kill here for the Bees.
That was too little, too late, Schalke. I know that they have a lot of champions at scale, but you are not there yet. And Vitality have superior items in their inventory. That was the perfect engage.
Mye
from
du
Limit,
satsa
and
på
it still
Selfmade i gamet,
because
så fikk
Selfmade
du
deals that
ingenting
much damage.
for
Well,
noen av de andre spillene.
I guess Broken Blaze having roast beef for dinner, but I don't think that's going to be enough.
Small donation, their single kill, obviously, but this is the initiation. And just look at how many
But you
abilities from
all
Schalke
play them.
land, but it simply wasn't
Check out
enough.
Limit, check out
From-
Limit. He gets
couldn't-
that double knockup right there on
Ah,
the 2 carries.
okay.
But that equalizer was beautiful. No one could walk into the fight. No one could walk out of the fight. All they could do was just burn. And we mentioned, you get people low, and then you have players like Sigenda on the Renekton and Lida onto the Akali to finish them off.
I also just noticed there on the rewatch, Leader obviously flanking and untouched, and Selfmade was inside the pit. Again, untouched. Death cap completed. He's
bomma.
9, 1, and 2. Shigenda's being chased down by 3 members. He's sliced and
He has no
diced
ultimate.
and flashed to safety. Chucks out the emote, and Dominus will be available in a few moments.
He sliced and
Pokemon
diced.
steps forward. There's the stun. There's the slice and the dice as
Slice
well.
and dice.
Schalke, your
The
mid
rest
lane.
of Vitality are pushing the
I
map.
sliced, I
Schalke, your mid
diced.
lane.
They're going to lose this map entirely. There's Rift Herald as well as Baron-empowered minions. The bottom lane's being pressured as well. Schalke are being strangled out of this game.
They're just trying. I think at this point, they're so desperate. They're trying to find something onto the map. But again, we said for Vitality, this composition is so important to deprive Schalke of a vision. What a better way to do that with than taking towers. They've taken the 2 towers that were remaining in the middle until they reached the inhibitor, and they also had a bunch of pressure down the bot lane, and now the entire jungle of Schalke completely and utterly belongs to Vitality. Vitality could be in the next bush and Schalke wouldn't know, but it's just so important to try and stack up these dragons because if they solidify a win with an Ocean Soul as well, there's no way they're losing a team fight.
Yeah, I really don't think so either.
Som
Of course,
har
for Vitality, now looking for
Sex
yet another
utover.
siege. Engage from Lebrov. Limit will be the next target. He is not going to be able to find
Trodde
it just
han
yet.
fikk
Finally
være
gets his
med,
first
han
kill.
sa
The
nei.
nuclear Inter is being burned down from the equalizer. Piercing arrow from over the wall.
Det
Not
kan
going to
han
find a target
bare
yet, but the
vinne,
slow from the
men
U will
så-
flash away.
Bare stå
Nuclear
dem
Int,
hjemme.
that's already one kill for Vitality.
Leaders back in.
Into the base from
De
leader.
koset
Shot
seg.
goes
Husk
on
at de ikke har
cooldown. He's got no
vært
support from
foran,
the rest of the team. Will be able to dash out to
eller vært
safety.
i en
As it
vinnerposisjon på
stands,
sånn
Vitality
7
get the
games.
kill, have the advantage, have the Baron buff. They're looking for it.
And that's your engage gone. The second limit is down. You don't have
Det var
nothing to
Schalke,
worry
ja,
about
ok.
because
Ja,
Mundo
det.
will just naturally just walk towards you and you can stop.
Var
You have
var
so
ikke
many
siste
people to stand in
winnet
front
til
of
Schalke
Crown
mot
Shot, and Liga
Fnatic,
itself
og så
make
bare
Lebrov is
etter det bare
available.
slutta
They'll
det.
take the inhibitor.
Not just yet, it's one
Bare varmt.
shot away.
Det dårligste
And of
team.
course, Selfmade is currently putting on one of the best 1v9 performances. He decides where and when the action will happen. 12 out of his team's 13 kills. The only one he missed was the 2v2 between Crowdshot and Lebrov. You can't even
Yeah.
hold
Jeg har
it.
bare holdt meg
No, you
langt
can't,
den
because he was
der
protecting his top side. The man
stygge
cannot be
gamet,
everywhere.
så er jeg
And
glad
they're
for det
still
også.
trying. You see how
Det
they're
er noe
lurking in
points
the
her,
jungle,
liksom.
they're lurking into the shadows.
For det var
And
hvis du bare,
Schalke,
ja, Selfmade,
all they
han har
can
gjort
do
det
is
jævlig
to sit
dårlig, jeg vil
inside
ikke
their
han.
base and keep hoovering any sort of gold income that will come to them through the minions. But it's not going to be enough because in 3 minutes, Ocean Soul is going to ring for the side of Vitality. In 2 minutes, Baron is going to ring for the side of Vitality. And somehow Schalke need to find no longer the miracle run,
Oi,
but the
oi.
miracle fight. To
Og
ruin
hvis den dreper
Vitality.
den som får drepe dem nå, får ekstrem penger, altså. Hvis Broken blir får det her. Ok, hvis Oriana får det, så er det ikke mye mer hus. Det er faktisk jævlig sykt. Okay, the int begins. Oh, then bra try.
With the hourglass to survive. I don't know if that shot blast would have hit him, but a 1-for-1 in
Det høres
that
ut som du
scenario.
har lyst til at
Vitality will be happy with it.
Schalke skal
There's no
vinne.
real objectives for Schalke to take.
I was about to say, I don't think it matters at all because you take the teleport
Go
from
ahead,
Nuclear
YouTuber.
Int,
Mad
you
Life.
take the Ignite out of Limit as
Og
well.
dem er
You
neste?
take in everything they
Nei,
have and the
ikke det hele
commitment as well. And
Ja.
what you can do is you see the top lane is pushing for Vitality, they'll be fine. The mid lane is pushing, they'll be fine. Baron has not
Two
spawned
rovers
yet, and Vitality, they were attacking
them
the wrong
together.
side of the map. The Baron spawns on the top
Tror
side.
de er
That's where you
tredje.
need your vision. So even if you said, yeah, cool, they made a pick, they did
Ja,
it for
Astral.
vision, you need to be on the other side of the map.
Yeah, alongside the map, just trying to take
Ja,
anything
det er
that
jo
they can, because it is still a gigantic
virkelig
disadvantage.
vært Astralis versus SK klasser som er et mer spennende game enn dette. Det er trist for de lagene her.
Can't be denied. 244 games. I mean, playoffs 4 times last summer, the most exciting slash interesting.
Ja, det er jo bondslammet faktisk, da. Det er jo faktisk de to som er...
Men Oriana kommer til å være jævlig hurt nå.
I would like to mention some as well that have made it really big in the scene, starting from Schalke or going through Schalke, such as Upset, now playing
Tviler ikke.
Abadage
Ha det på
over
Oriana,
in
for
LA.
Oriana kan noen
Gilius with the
melte.
Miracle Run,
Ok, jeg mangler
Otto Amne
litt med
playing
gold
right now
på
in one of the
Rapid.
top
Hørte du det?
teams that we have
Ja.
in the LEC.
Det går
top three,
ikke
some would
et
argue.
Schalke-game
We have,
uten at
Broken
de
Blade coming
nevner
back, so
Abadage.
many
Ja,
other
Abadage
amazing
var litt
players,
galt.
and they've all started or played through this org.
Yeah,
Han
I
var
mean, they've
kanskje
had
ikke det beste, men det er
a
med
huge
han var en av
influence and a
grunnene
huge
til
impact, and it's
Det var så sykt
Schalke,
at jeg tror ikke
the state,
ennå har
seven-game
gått
loss.
et jævla game uten at de nevner Abadage.
Ja, men det vil si
You know, set
bra.
up on the top of the map this
Oi.
time. My brother
Oi.
aware of it. Uses the
kanskje
ultimate
ikke
to
riktig
survive.
person.
Flashes forward. Neon is already caught out.
Det er
He's
bra.
flashed to safety now. Limit is
Oh
arriving.
my god!
Snipe from downtown. Nobody's even jumped into Schalke yet. Teleport being channeled by Broken Blade from the mid lane. Leaders coming up to support. This is a 5v4. And
They're on
Schalke
the wrong side of the map.
Side of the map. The wrong side of the rift. The wrong side of Vitality. Groundshot is just trying to shoot fish in a barrel with those cues. The slow from the E. Accelerated shock blast comes out. Leader jumps into
Oh,
the
den bra
pit.
ut.
And despite the shockwave hitting many, there's just not enough damage to follow it up. Schalke are aced and deleted by Vitality.
Yep, Schalke are on the wrong side of the point system in this championship because you can't
That's a
reverse the
great
ladder. They're
build.
actually
That's all
last,
for
and
a hit,
Vitality have pulled themselves together after a 0-2 week.
Ja, når jeg drev og så noen videoer om Sylas, så var det en som snakket om det at hvis du
Yes, of course, but
Hvis
crucially,
du
this is against the 10th place
spiller
team.
Alistar,
This is a win that Vitality
og
needed.
motstanderen pikker Sylas, da det er reason to dodge, liksom.
his ultimate. Yes, the equalizer
Alistair sin ult så bra, liksom?
Tar vekk
50% HP with 1Q. That's actually disgusting. And then yes, they put Broken Blade in, but you can't play the front to back anymore. Nuclear Int has his shockwave, but he's gonna get poked down. And they're bringing 5 people to the party. And even though Limit again with another beautiful ultimate into the shockwave as well, there's just no damage left because there's just no members left to do the damage.
There's not. Baron was picked up. The Soul will be picked up in a moment as well. And the other thought that I've also just had is that the angles of approach have been very good. They're able to find the flank every single time. Neon dashes away to safety, but gets caught out by the Shurikens. Now limits the next target. And is looking for a second. The support from Schalke arrives, dashes to safety. Lebrov and Crownshot jump in. Flash for flash.
Veldig, de så langt foran, og de acet dem, og de klarte fortsatt ikke å finish gamet.
Neon's already dead. Shigenda's picking a fight with Broken Blade. Broken Blade wins the 1v1. But the inhibitor will be the target, and then Vitality set their sights onto the Nexus. There's not enough HP here for Broken Blade to work with, and Lebrov's just trying to
He's stopping him from backing. This is so crucial because Broken Blade is a lot of the wave clear together with the Orianna. Vitality don't have to necessarily pressure that. They don't have to give another life. All they have to do is take the inhibitors, flood the base of Schalke with minions, and then repeat, rinse and repeat. They have the soul right now, which means they're gonna come back and regenerate. They can push through waves. They have a top wave pushing in as well. They can try to take that down too.
Yeah, they can. And of course, for Vitality, and a reminder of the rest of the games this weekend. Tomorrow, they're going to play Rogue and then day 3 play Astralis, and of course, Astralis and Excel above them in the standings. Very, very important games. A very confident start to Super Week. We heard from Crownshot when he was interviewed by Law, saying that scrims are going very well, and the team is feeling confident. You can see it in their play. You can see in how they're executing here.
Astralis må ta et game I tillegg til å ta mot Vitality.
All ultimates except
Ja, ok.
are up for Vitality.
Schalke, you're gonna have to do
Hvordan
something right now. You're
bestemmer
gonna
de det
have
da?
to find that miracle engage because you're literally pushed back to your Nexus. If you're gonna come back, if you're gonna make it happen, it has to be now before double supers start running in from every lane.
I appreciate the optimism, Georgia, but that
Someone has
is
to be optimistic.
not going to happen. 13,000 gold lead at 30 minutes with Ocean Soul, with Baron buff. They do have a bunch of wave clear for the time.
We've seen it happen before. G2 lost and they had a 10k lead. Come on.
Oh, I don't know if this is the same situation.
Elders coming
That's
out,
G2
3
da.
minutes and 50.
There's Lebrov going. A little bit of a reach around, looking for a target. Neither as well.
Hun dama sånn Folkes største fan eller noe sånt.
Not yet. Useful and not yet used. Leader manages to go all the way forward. Lebrov again on the steps of the fountain. 4 members of Schalke are down.
Do it.
It will be Schalke with the 8th loss in a row. Vitality keep the playoff hopes alive.
Best
Domination.
That was done in true Vitality fashion. When we saw the roster coming in, week 1,
Det var en bra faktisk.
that's what we
Vi var
expect to see.
snakket om
And that's
liksom
what they're
Vitality har vært sånn
really
legendarisk og god, og vi kjenner dem som det der. Nei,
because these guys came fired up.
I want to give you the exact
vi kjenner dem
numbers
som
now of that win.
uryddig.
Of the remaining scenarios, how many of them see Vitality advance? This assumes 50-50 win-loss across the games, of course. 8.59% of remaining scenarios for Vitality, and a few other things to go their way. But it was a very strong performance. I think you could put a lot of recognition on Selfmade's Rumble. But then once he set the team up, the rest of Vitality landed everything they needed to. Quickly on Twitter, Key Player of the Game nominees, Selfmade, Crowny, and Lebrov.
That's actually wrong. It's self-made, self-made, and self-made. Vote yourselves away, people.
Well, we know exactly where Trouble's going to be voting. And this will just keep a lot of things very interesting as we look ahead, because
Jeg synes det er bare Lola lider allerede.
in the next game, and of course, SK, Astralis, Excel, Vitality are all vying for a shot at getting that 6th and final playoffs berth.
They're still fighting. It's
Okay, so
literally going to be an
Hop's
nail biter to the
Fnippel
end,
look like?
especially with the next game coming up. It's going to be really important. I think
Hun
all
er
teams are sort of watching each other because
awkward
I
og
don't think there's
weird.
a single team that their own fate completely
Det ser ut som hun har
decided
sørt
by their
maling
own
på
games
kanskje.
other than Astralis in this race. So
I mean, for Astralis, of course, they definitely favored amongst them, but we need to see how that
Da burde du ha
performs. Before
vaska
that,
dem
though,
før du
I'm
kom.
going to step in with Law, speaking to Shigenda.
Thank you, Quickshot. And Shigenda, thank you so
Det
much
er ikke
for
sånn som
joining
hun
me.
liker å
One
gjøre.
out of
Oi, det
three
her er en
here in
bra
Spilledag.
intervjuobjekt.
Congrats on winning against Schalke. How important was it to start the week on a good foot here, even though the team was out and, I mean, you had the upper hand against Schalke today?
First of all, thank you. It's obviously really great that we start off with the win.
But Mike.
We need to win all the games, otherwise there's no chance we make it. So it's one step at a time. It's like this was.
Good job stating the obvious.
It's good, not more than that. Like.
Yeah, easier game, and it's a good way that you dominated against Schalke. I
tror det går
imagine,
til
especially
det
when you think
head-to-head.
of the perspective of the remaining games, which is
Ja, det blir en 1-1,
Rogue
liksom.
tomorrow and
Nei,
Astralis on
head-to-head.
Sunday. How do you feel about the schedule, especially the match tomorrow?
Sånn sett, ja.
I think it's very hard. It's like it's definitely in their favor by far. Like they are a strong team. I think they're first place right now. Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
So it will be a tough one. If
I
we can
think they are.
win
Oh
tomorrow,
yes, they are.
I think we'll win all three, and hopefully the other games happens like they need to go. And
Det er for dårlig å snakke om Rogue.
would be lit.
Crownshot before the game was telling me that scrims have been going well the entirety of summer. Although when we see the stage, oh, you don't agree here.
I was not there all the time, and I don't agree with
Okay,
that. but
let's dive a bit deeper in that. Why don't you agree?
The first week when I joined, we were
Yeah.
losing every game. It was painful. It was not great.
This guy.
The last 2 weeks was going really nice, and I was really surprised when we didn't win a single game last week because I think we didn't
Var
lose
du
a game
det?
last week in scrims. So kind of mind blown by this.
I agree, yeah. And even throughout the
Jeg synes
losses,
dere
it
spilte
felt
dårlig
like Vitality was looking
forrige uke.
better in a way. And I mean, I'm confused in the sense that there's so many different strong players in Vitality, and I mean, we know that Crownshot is the primary damage dealer, but also we noticed that when Selfmade and the rest of the team play more for topside, that's also a key for success for Vitality. So what can you make of the dynamic right now?
I'm not really
Jeg føler
sure.
denne er ganske
It's
ræva.
mostly with individual good laners on every role, so it should be.
Hvor
split
faen er
game
han
with just,
derfra?
some fuck-ups in the official games where it became really hard, and then even when we got the leads, we were kind of clueless. We had some rough discussions after the
Hey,
games.
Danish.
This needs to get fixed. And
Ah,
it's
dansk.
been going better and better. Now we
Clueless.
don't. In
Sånn,
as much
nå
we
kan jeg
still did
sette
it
meg ned og
at
spise
this
middagen
game, for
min.
example, for fun on top lane.
Fikk jeg
Just
gjort noe med
do
livet
it
mitt
sometimes.
mens det dårlige
Doesn't help a
gamet
lot.
var.
And these small things, we had a lot of them on every person.
Okay.
So we
Ja,
went
han
over
er
this.
dansk, ja.
And it's kind of big.
Han var veldig dårlig i
game
engelsk til å være
changer.
dansk.
Yeah, we will call it limit testing for today, let's say. But more about you, Shigenda, before I let you go. You played in the LEC in spring. You went back to the LFL, went back to the LEC a couple of weeks back. Tell me about your development as a player and how you feel right now in the LEC compared to the time you had in spring, for instance.
In spring, I was way too nervous, I think. I was the first half of spring split. I
Hvem er det der,
playing the
egentlig?
game. I was so scared of playing. I was respecting everyone way too much.
Hvem er dem?
I realized
Er det
there's
Sygenda?
no point being scared. They're
Ja.
not that good. They're like
Ah,
everyone is good, but not that good.
jeg synes de
So,
ligner, bortsett fra Lider.
This helped, and then I improved a lot as well over this. Like,
Jeg er
I was
Vitality-spiller,
not
ja.
that good myself, and
Ja,
now
virkelig.
for all the coaching, talking with good players like self-made Crownshot, it's like you learn a lot, and yeah, now I think I'm ready and good for this.
Yeah, and I hope you're happy about your development, Shigenda, and I hope it will
Yeah,
translate
for
to
this.
maybe playoffs for Vitality by the end of the week. But for now, thank you so much for the interview, and good luck tomorrow against Rogue, especially. And now we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in a
Åh,
couple of minutes.
yikes,
The
de
playoff
skal
race
ta tape mot
continues as
Rogue.
SK Gaming will face off against Astralis. Stay tuned.
Mm.
Movement is the heart of the most creative plays. I'm back again with Kia to give you the chance to show millions of viewers around the world your ability to move like no one else. We're inviting you to show your biggest and most inspirational plays. And if you've truly got what it takes, then your play will be cast by me during the LEC Finals, just like a pro.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
A lion!
Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion!
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Det jeg ikke liker med at folk har begynt å spille live, er at jeg intervjuer hele tida. Vel, jeg synes det er interessant å høre på de som faktisk ikke er dårlige, da.
Ikke dårlig. Streams, but not really.
I can't really understand why you lost. I only got 0-5. Han igjen, ja. Veldig bra at jeg fikk den recapen her, for det her var basically alt jeg trengte å vite om gamet. Huh?
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC studio. The race for playoffs continues with SK Game versus Astralis. And for the SK Miracle Run, everything is on the line in this game. If they lose, they are out of playoff contention. The stakes could not be clearer for SK. Ender, who have looked... Oh, you've disappeared, but I hope you're still there.
Come back. Turn on the lights.
SK, who really have been picking up pace in the last couple of weeks. Of course, it's not as impressive as someone who's at the top of the standings, but after their start, they have to be commended with how they played in the last couple of weeks.
Oh, absolutely, because you can't forget for the first 3 weeks of the season, they were like mixing around players all over. They couldn't get blue right away. They had Jezz down in the bot lane too. Then Lilip comes in.
En god stund siden nå, men jeg unfollower hun fordi holy shit, du spamma story.
But since then, we have seen Lilip and Treats come to
Og så var det sånn, ene dagen var det sånn, jeg er hjemme og chiller selfie. Og så neste dag var det sånn, jeg er på lekk, og jeg ser deilig ut selfie.
Nå må jeg mute.
I also think it's the fact how quickly Treats has gotten integrated into this jungle role where so many of the map plays are wherever Treats is on the map as well, and then the rest of the team to facilitate that. A lot of these bot dives that we see are often facilitated with some TPs coming through from this from the mid lane or top lane as well, just to make sure that they can get the team ahead. They snowball so well, this team.
Absolutely, when they do get rolling, it's
Og det
great.
litt sånn når du
Unfortunately, sometimes
poster
they don't
content
get
som
rolling.
faktisk
They get
ikke
into major deficits
liksom.
in the early game. So specifically versus Astralis here, can they stay alive, do you think, Goldborg?
I mean, it's definitely about being ahead of the curve here, though. We have seen Astralis be a team that is weaker in the early game. I think you need to be careful around the mid lane specifically. We have seen Blue lately be a point of attack quite often, and it is often in a time where SK, we saw it against the game against Fnatic, where they had to spend majority of that game trying to come back from a deficit. And I think that they are in decently safe hands, but the problem is, once again, the decisiveness of Astralis is
We are gaming.
They haven't beaten them yet.
You mentioned it already in Ready Check, indeed, that Astralis is lethal versus teams that are under them in the standings. 5-0, only 1-9 against the teams that are above them. But right now, that's all you need to do. You need to beat these teams that are around you. You have to beat SK.
Hvis Fnatic ikke har tapt mot SK, så har de ikke vært med lenger.
I mean, Trouble might be here to give
SK
a little miracle. I'm here for Astralis, though. I am here that's going to be the curse factor instead.
Men de bare, vi må inte for at de skal videre, for vi er videre.
Ja, det litt sånn
in any case, Ender, I think
når team som har kommet seg videre, skal spille mot team som har veldig mye å si, de bare sier intet.
This lineup to me and the way they've been playing has been something
You have members for 5 years ago. I will se på det.
And it's very hard for me to say how they exactly excel over other teams, no pun intended. But the fact that they play like a cohesive unit for me has been their biggest strong point in the last couple of weeks.
Well, I think a lot of it comes down to how they find their fights in the mid to late game, because like I don't want to beat around the bush. Like they make a lot of big mistakes in the early laning phase. Like down bot lane, I feel like there's like 2v2 deaths happening a lot on that side of the map. Early pathing, you know, like early game isn't their strong suit by any means. So it does come down to, I believe, how Promiscu and Zanzara are finding a lot of fights. I think White Knight has looked absolutely phenomenal, especially on the Lee Sin when he's able to rock that pick in the top lane. And also the drafts help them out when they're able to stall games out and look a more scaling route. You know, Magic Felix plays so many of these scaling champions. Zanzara, when he's on the Trundle, can steal all the stats of whatever tank you're going to be running too. That's going to be very successful for you as well. So you can't underestimate the power of just taking a scaling draft against weaker teams in the LEC that can't close out against you.
Hvis SK har gjort matten sin, så skal han banne Trundle, og da har han ikke så veldig mye å holde back til som han har bra støtt med.
Facilitating support like the Alistar, where they've roamed a lot with the resources up towards the top side of the map.
Han der sånn
you mentioned Lee Sin as well.
Han der sånn lærer teachers pet-gutten. Han bare elsker å stå opp og bare sånn hvis du tar sånn, og så tenker du på det at de tar fra venstresiden, og så tar de den med seg. Så sånn.
Jeg er ikke enig.
Magic Felix, White Knight, while Astralis as a brand and organization probably has been undervalued a lot due to how they started out the split. Once again, they have beaten all these players. Their solo laners are phenomenal, and you cannot underestimate that.
No, they are in pole position to take that last playoff spot, starting with this game versus SK, but as laid out by U2 SK, they can ban out a couple of champions that have been so influential for Astralis. We'll see what happens. Be sure to stay tuned for this massive clash in the race for playoffs as SK are fighting to stay alive.
Den litt nervøs. Jeg er litt nervøs for om faktisk SK sin botlane er bedre.
SK sin botlane? Jeg husker med SK sin botlane. Det er Lillip.
Lillip er grei. Og Jesu. De er ikke noe gode dem heller, men fy faen Jeskla og hvem faen han andre er.
Promiscu.
Ja, men...
Nei, det kommer litt an på midten toppen, tror jeg. Det er sikkert en god del fra junglen.
Jeskla kommer som Sig sånn og bare, å faen, jeg var dårlig, ja, ok. Jeg skal bare bomme alt, never mind.
Hvis jeg starter på å pikke Sindre eller noe sånt? Nei, det kan jeg ikke gjøre. De har... Jeg tror Magic Felix bare ga appen min. La meg gå og sjekke.
Ja, jeg mener det. Jeg tror han bare gjort det.
Så inspired. Holy fuck.
Inspired.
Markun har 4 MPs nå. What the fuck?
Det ganske sjukt. Selfmade har klart å få 5, da.
Ja, det ikke så mange andre på teamet som kan få.
Nei, det jo sant, det.
Det at Viti har fått 5, det er en disgrace mot Razork som faktisk carry hele tiden.
Jeg
kan ikke skjønne hvordan det er en ting.
Han har bare gjort det konsistent, that's it, liksom.
Han har spilt 2 Lucent Games, og 1 Jace Game, og et Quake Game, som sagt, og Magic Hit damage.
Marte Brasberg begynner å bli jævlig gravid nå, ass.
Ja?
Marte Brasberg.
Ja. Jeg vet ikke at du er gravid.
Det begynner å bli en stund siden.
Nei, jeg vet at hun er en kjæreste. Nå har jeg lenge sett på siden hun ikke sluttet på Avenger.
Jeg følger på Instagram. Poster litt sånn.
Hvorfor følger du på Instagram?
Fordi jeg har tydeligvis ikke noe liv, innser jeg. For hun postet litt sånn lættis stuff før, men nå for tida så er det egentlig bare reklame og sånn. Hun postet litt lættis ting før, ja.
Welcome back to Berlin, Germany, home of the LEC Troubleshot, bringing you the next game in Super Week, SK taking on Astralis. And let me make this real simple. If SK lose right now, they are eliminated from playoffs and will be the second team to be eliminated. Astralis are obviously the most favored of all the teams in the race because they play XL tomorrow, Vitality on Sunday, and right now,
Nei, skal du fortsette caste?
Astralis' fate is in their own hands.
Yeah, they're literally playing against every single team that's also in running. Which is why, in my opinion, they have to try extra hard because these teams are going to be hungry, Trevor.
I mean, every team that still has a hope will have so much more at stake, so much more to play for, so much more potential drive, but also so much extra pressure.
Absolutely.
There's no room for errors. As a reminder, we are playing on 11.15. Action is disabled.
Aksjon! Aksjon! Fucking random diction.
I'd like to see actually what they're going to choose to leave open, because if I'm not wrong, SK's blue side, so they can choose to leave some stuff open, force Astralis to ban a few of the OP picks like the Zinzao and stuff like this, and then pick an OP pick for the side of SK. We've seen Treats run the Mundo a lot, and he also has gone to the hands of Genax, so they do usually prioritize that.
Jeg liker han, de bare banna Sigs, bare gjeskla, du får ikke lov lenger.
Den superskillen superbra.
Det er bare stygge bilder av Blue.
Alltid den samme stygge bilder.
Zanzara's Trundle, which he has played 5 times in summer.
Hekker det med noe som banner noe som faktisk... Eller kan prøve å banne et matchpill som har det største pulet i effekten sin... Shao. Men de bør egentlig bli banna.
But a lot of those powerful picks are open. I mean,
Thresh is still
open and available. Mundo
open as well.
Viego went for... I'm surprised SK Gaming didn't pick Viego right here, because I personally find one of the most broken picks on this map.
Viego er bare jungle nå. Og synes jeg kommer ikke til å pikke den. Thresh Robin. Ja. Zanzara er ikke en Viego-spiller, men jeg kan godt være han gjør det. Men jeg vet ikke redd for selv. Jeg er ikke redd for Zanzara som Viego.
now the 44. And exactly as you predicted, Viego is locked in.
I'm redd for Trish now. Trish super mega open.
His Q was nerfed, but it was buffed. The damage was buffed against monsters in the jungle, so it's much easier for him right now to do that. Ooh, but I really like this from SK. They're putting Jesu onto the Kalista, something aggressive. We've seen Jesu the past week really take over the Rift for SK game, and he's been majorly stepping up. And Lily on his Tankens last week was absolutely clutch with his ultimate power.
And as I can see, Jesu has got 12 games Kalista under his belt, 8 of them victories. I'm going to assume that Tahm Kench goes with him in the bottom lane. We saw it top from Modo1 last week. Didn't make me particularly happy. But let's see how the rest of the draft plays out.
Don't blame the champion, blame the game.
Okay, I'll accept that. I still have to decide if I like watching Tahm Kench. I'm not sure. But I mean, Mundo still open and available. Let's see how that goes through in terms of phase 2. And what Jeskla wants to run in the bottom lane.
So what SK needs right now is some heavy
ikke får lov til å være med
They've got the two primary damage dealers. They need some AP and they need some engage. So it's so clever because Gragas played the Gragas in the top lane, and it could fill both slots. It could fill both the AP damage and the engage. So they're getting it out of the way. They get Diana, which is the highest.
Gragas jungle,
so they're leaving treats with the possibility of maybe picking out Lilia, maybe a Rumble. We saw self-made running as well. Or you can resort to who also has some AP scaling in his kit.
And of course, we're talking about AP so much because of the fact that Lucian and Kalista are already sitting here for
AD profiles.
SK Gaming.
Der Genax ikke med.
Jinx banned away, so Jeskla has played that once. Didn't win with it.
This looks like an Aphelios game. You've got the Thresh, you've got the Orianna, you've got so much protection. Put Jeskla on something that he can hardcore carry with, something like the Aphelios. They the next hyper carry in my head is this emo dude.
Okay, so another great prediction there.
Okay, Aphelios faktisk helt sykt. Okay, ja. Det må bare, hva sa du nå?
Når han viser SK igjen, det sitter bare 4 her.
De mangler bare White Knight nå, og de har spart sånn at White Knight kan ha en counterpicker nå. Morde topplen. Er det? Så ikke. Morde. Ok, da pikker jeg en GP, og det er faktisk jævlig bra pick. Hvis man pikker GP into Murde, så er det faktisk jævlig gøy.
A big brain pick right here. I went through the entire patch notes quickly.
Yeah, open.
I don't necessarily see Mordekaiser coming back, so I didn't put it in my highlights. But we'll talk about it
in
jungle. It's gonna be ballsy enough to pull out a nerfed win.
Det en greie plutselig.
Nerfed win. GP, bare bare pikke GP. Nå. Vær så bare pikke GP. Vær så snill. Vær så snill, GP. Vær så snill. Det er så bra på så mange nivåer. Vær så snill, GP. Det kan men nei, det er for å like GP.
Kanskje han ikke kan spille GP?
Hæ?
Kanskje han ikke kan spille GP, eller er vant med GP?
Kanskje. Ja, vi kan bare doble det hvert fullt nå.
Det er så busted, og det er lov.
Ken er ganske bra, men generelt sett, men jeg tror ikke det er veldig bra mot Mordekaiser.
Det er så sjukt at GP har en klens på sånn 15 sekunder.
Ikke kult. Og den healer. Og gir en speedboost, ja.
Det er sånn klens med litt sånn heal og ghost.
Og har en ultimate som er dritt-OP. Hvis de bare legger ultimaten opp av Aphelios, så kan ikke de komme til Aphelios.
Og så bare adde barrel og parlay til den mixen her, så blir det bare uppe av oper, ja.
Jeg har den der mest magic damage på Magic Felix, og så
og du har en stort håp inn, vet du.
Jeg bryr meg ikke så mye om det. Det er begge så grønne bra.
Jeg har White Knight.
Jeg har White Knight og bare spiller.
Jeg kjører double rogue, double G2, ja.
Jeg har single G2, men det er tilbake. For jeg tror ikke G2 har en... ja, den andre supporten.
Det jo litt gøy da, for du velger Mikke som nesten hver gang, og hver gang du velger Mikke så gjør det ikke så bra.
Ja, men jeg bryr meg ikke om han gjør bra, for det supporten.
And I'm going to ask you to review this for me because
Breaking news, og så det sånn kicket.
Jeg bare at noen gjør det items til siden, som oftest.
Jeg tror at White Knight spiller like bra som han vanligvis gjør.
Ja, nei, han spiller noe med agency nå. Hvis han pikker Mundo, så finner jeg relevant. Ken kan gå inn og inte hardt, og gjøre jævlig med damage. Sånn.
Dorange-blade på
Genex has to make the pick
Ja, det som man skal.
because he blind picked
Ingen
that, which
ting som
means
blir med.
he has faith. And I can
Men
see
bare
what they're
base.
trying to do, right? Treats is not going to care too much about the Maelstrom later on because he's going to go into his shroud and he's not going to take as much damage. Jez is not going to take too much damage on Blue because Lilip is there to eat them if
Jeg
this
sitter på
happens.
11
But,
her,
like,
sånn.
how both of these teams have such situational engages where I feel we're gonna be seeing a game of ping pong. It's literally gonna be these two teams trying to fight the miracle engage, and so far,
Measurefield-varianten kan være hyggelig.
Jo, fordi begge ganske fucked hvis de taper, men SK mer fucked, men Australia sliter mer.
Hva sier du?
Ja, jeg tenker på med å komme videre. Hvem som trenger det her?
Nei, SK må vinne, så.
SK må vinne, men Australia ganske fucked hvis de taper her?
Ja, oddsen deres ser ikke bra ut. Men det var det lettere match enn
I don't think saying ping pong is the best analogy because I'm currently watching a little bit of the Olympics and the pace and the speed of professional ping pong is very intense. This time around, this game, I think we're going to be a little bit patient in the early stages.
okay, I'm going to widen the field. I'm going to make it a tennis court. So the falls of the ball are a little bit slower.
Kan du slutte med de dumme metaforene dine?
Men Australia har en syk botlane, så...
It's gonna be Genex trying to get maybe flank and put someone in the prison basically, and on the other side you're looking for a hook, maybe you're looking for a Gravitum ultimate from Jeskla, then you have White Knight and a potential flag with a Maelstrom. None of these things are easy.
Når de kommer tilbake nå, så har Lysen til å backe.
Astralis thrive in chaos. Just to give a little bit of context, again, last time these two teams met, week 1, the first game in summer, SK, the entire game ahead, 4,000 gold lead the whole time. One kick from White Knight's Leasing ended the game in 2 minutes.
Det verdt det for farmen du mister?
Jeg mister så mye. Oi, dæven.
Oh my god. Kastet ikke hun han?
Really nice try right there from the SK bot lane because now they're gonna also deprive him of farm. Promiscue is level 3. He can protect himself. There is a teleport from White Knight.
Eller snakket om faktisk... Jeg snakket om double rounds.
Sant det, jeg glemmer at det en ting her. Fordi det var bare det så ut som...
Han kan gå gjennom bakken, og så hopper han opp igjen.
Sant det, ikke den gamle uten, men det bare så litt ut som han ble kastet her, men dem ikke 6.
And you give also Jeju a very free back, and now you also put Lilip onto the map because of that trade.
Really well played. Of course, 5 summoner spells used in the dive, the 6th from Promiscue to keep himself alive.
Oriana vinner aldri den her matchupen,
trying to correct me on that one. And of course, Jezu's the danger man for SK. When we take a look at his performance in recent weeks.
Vel litt folk som kan vinne ødelegge mot liksom det hele poenget med at folk er på perfekt lysen. Det sterkeste er vel 1.
6 and 7 as SK start to find their groove as Lilip joined the roster. And Treats was investing some time. The proximity goes up, gold goes up, the damage per minute goes up, and now he's got an advantage already at 5 minutes.
And also, always when we see a Tam Cans, we always gravitate towards the thought of, oh, they want to play a little bit defensive. They want to have the Tam Kent to play further back. They don't want to use it aggressively. This is an LPL type of Tam Kent. The one that's going to dive you, the one that's going to engage you, the one that's going to run you down. And this is how Lilip is using it in this particular moment. Now, Jesla has to be extra cautious. Doesn't have any summoners available. Promiscu has actually backed for an early refresh right there on his wards and get some boots as well. And yeah, Jeskla's going to be deprived of more experience.
He will be. He's already down 7 CS. That wave is pushing slowly back towards him. Got himself the cull picked up, and I heard from our observers that he survived that previous engage with 6 HP. Now let's take a look at the rest of the map very quickly. Blue is ahead on CS against Magi Felix as expected. White Knight with the slicing
det här är faktiskt jävligt hyrt.
Pulled back by the hand. Genex still staying alive a few seconds longer. Has got the minions in the tower to survive, and Genex literally just walks away.
And that is the reason why the Mordekaiser was picked. That W that you saw that was so large is what was buffed on Mordekaiser in 11-15. He has a bigger shield, and the damage that he pops when it explodes is much larger as well, which gives a lot of freedom on SK's bot lane. Now, this is the type of play that you usually see from Rogue and Hansama when he plays the Kalista. Taking your turret platings and using that pressure around the
Ja, du har White Knight
so
hela teamet till White Knight.
all eyes on Jezu, seeing how he will use that advantage that they
Det är hela
down the
teamet
bot lane to bleed it onto the map.
It's going to be
du spurte alle liksom? White Knight, Jankos, Larsen, Reckles og Trimby.
Pressure in the bottom lane to get the first dragon. Got some significant advantage for Jezu, but it is at the cost of Genex. I think Plate was
vurdert å ta noen andre midler, men jeg tenkte liksom, vet du hva, kjør Larsen. Rogue.
Det er bra items på han, så kan du godt.
Nei, han er grå.
Han er grå, ja.
Ja, jeg hadde ikke råd. Jeg kjører jo Golden Jankos, Golden Grabs, Golden Reckles og Golden Trimby. Jeg hadde ikke råd til det, nei. Jeg vet at han ikke får så mye poeng, men liksom det er jo bedre enn å bare sette inn en random løp, liksom, som ligger der, plutselig gjør det dårlig.
Ja, det kan godt være noe å gjøre bra. Han har gjort det bra, så han ligger til
Og det er tenkt.
Kommer til nuke deck. Oi, Smash Felix bruker ultimate, men har ikke masse til å følge opp,
Still, the cull for Blue, the cull for Jesla. I'm telling you, we're going to be in for a slower pace here. I feel like everybody's going to want their ultimates, and I'm very intrigued to see how they start these fights. You know, we've already talked about the flanking opportunities, but I mean, that takes time. You know, you have to set up, you have to maybe get some flashes down. It's going to be quite challenging.
Setup. It also comes down to the players and how they see the map, or how they interpret, how they want to use their teleports, how they want to use their pathing. So far, Astralis has been the superior team to do that. They thrive in the darkness of the jungle, and they thrive in the chaos, because they will always find this clutch moment for themselves that we have absolutely no clue how it happens.
Jeskla har fått en eneste plate.
Nei, men Kalista er nødvendig en champion, men så har jeg heller for seg ikke det.
Jo, sant det.
Again, all eyes, in my opinion, on Jezu on this game. How do you
Du
lead
må
the
roe ned
pressure
litt.
onto the map?
Eller kanskje ikke nå.
Find out, because Lilip be able to make his way to level 6 momentarily. He's going to be able to impact.
De trenger for level 6 hvis de skal ha en sjanse på å ikke bli divet.
The ability to really just again take control. Just need to find the opportunities. Now let's not discount the fact here. Talked a lot about the comp. On Astralis' side, if Zanzara is able to get a kill on really anybody from SK with that ultimate, the ability to become.
Oh, it's going to be Reset City.
Huge.
Så Orianna har ikke blitt, mens Lysene har blitt.
AoE damage to open up target selection for
Zanzara.
If we're also talking, let's wait and go late game. Oh boy, you've got an Aphelios. He's gonna empty you full 200 years of bullets that he has in his gun, right? You've got the Orianna, one of the most hard scaling AP champions in the mid lane. You've got Viego, who ultra scales as well, and a cannon that does so much damage in the lane. So all of their champions scale so massively.
Holy damage.
The only thing that the
Hun sa ikke Aphelios, hun sa
forskjellig sted.
Felios.
Oriana skal ikke bytte ultimate, men sure. Ikke med alle ting. Ok, hvis Oriana ikke bytte ultimate på Lysen, så ville det vært kunne han passe på at de ikke kunne gjort noe.
Now they can use it to not only take tower platings in the mid lane, but to also take control of the bot side of the jungle from SK. Because in 1 minute that dragon's coming up, setting all these
Skal gjøre det senere da.
allow you to play a little more aggressive on
Så
the
kunne
bot
han få Dragon kontroll på.
Bare bak han.
For han visste ikke for noe, tror jeg.
Maybe hoping Jezu would step further forward. He's still got that flash and the cleanse available, which will be very impactful. If SK can make this spot, taking a look at ultimate cooldowns, it'll be relatively close. If Astralis decide to start that one, they're only missing the shockwave, and White Knight's got his teleport up as well.
And I was just about to say, if you look on your screens right now, oh, Lily, very clever. That ward right there could mean absolute death for SK, because when this dragon comes, you can actually potentially play and engage, and White Knight TPs in with a Maelstrom, and everyone just dies. So that was really clever from Lily right there to try and clean the lane before that dragon.
Ja, han gjør det igjen.
And if you can make the minimap zoom for me, Georgia.
That's another one.
Take a look if you do the minimap zoom at the wards that Astralis placed on that last mid lane. There's 2 teleports available to them. They've got the opportunity, and now SK, they have to figure out how to either get control of the bottom lane or clear this vision out. Maybe they don't even know because the dragon has just spawned.
They have to know though, because the Rift Herald pushed mid and the entirety of the Astralis lineup walked into Treat's jungle. So they need to know that there are wards lurking behind them.
Really nice vision toggle from our observers, highlighting what Astralis could see. Reminder, White Knight has TP, Genix currently does not. Dragon has been started, and this will get finished. SK either late to the party or not willing to. I think maybe not willing to. Blue kind of stepped into the river. And the call was, we got the first dragon. Feel like they've got a lead. They do have a gold lead for the time being. And they don't commit to a fight that may have been suboptimal.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think the vision played a huge part in why SK did not want to move in there. There were being, actually there was like CCTV all over the bot side of the jungle, so Treats moved very cautiously. I don't think it's fine letting the stacking go, but you don't want to necessarily give too many kills for free. Again, when it comes to the scaling game, Astralis have got the upper hand on the scaling game in this particular game. But again, they're all squishy. This is why I said we're going to play ping pong later, because it's going to be both teams trying to find a squishy target to pick on first. But from my point of view, it's much easier for Astralis because they have a few more tools in their hands.
Oh, the thing is, how do you execute, right? That's what we're going to judge. I've just got an update from our stats team. The latest first blood of the summer season was 13 minutes and 22 seconds. It was Misfits versus Schalke back in week 3. We've just broken the record. The first kill in this game will be the latest first blood of summer. No way
apropos.
Right now, will Genex be taken out? The answer will be a resounding
Mid-Realmen. Ja, Mid-Realmen,
The realm of death has been used, and pop!
Det var veldig vanskelig skjønt.
By about 12 seconds. Immediately after the stats team set it up. Thank you so much. Astralis get the first kill.
That was also 13:37. Do you know what that
Men det var fortsatt en record.
And of course, for Astralis, the important thing is
Han fikk det på 13:37, ja. Det var planlagt.
They were marginally behind SK,
Det var
but it is Zara
13:27.
showing up in the top lane.
Rekorden.
Hva den sirkelen ved siden av høyrearma til Jeskla?
Det viser hvor sterke armer. Hele chatten går til å være sånn her.
One of these players in the team that will make
Den blir like
getting
troll.
that cannon ahead. He's got his pronto belt already. He could get into the deep depths of the backline of SK and absolutely demolish them.
Yeah, he can. And you know, White Knight has done that across the entire season.
Ja, Astralis har 69 stats. Og så fikk de first blood på 13:37. Faen, Astralis memers, ass.
6-9 for XL. And then SK sitting at 5 and 10. If SK lose this, they are eliminated. And we're going to keep our eyes on Astralis for the time being, is there is some wave pressure. Astralis, the reason they are so favored.
Høy, de spiller det.
SK, then XL, then Vitality. And can
Kjenner
win
her
out
Men de har trash.
ruin the chances of everybody else.
Det er jo for trash.
Potential engage there, but
Han
it
mistet jo
easy
halve
lands
livet
it
sitt.
from Promiscue.
Ja, jeg kunne fått kill for det. Hvis ikke spørs hvordan den bomma han stønnen. Her skjer det mye nå. Ja, bra ut. Det er sykt ikke. Skulle ventet litt mer før den hoppet. Oi, her kommer en Ken-teppe. Nei, jo, den Ken. Nei, Ken, ikke ta. What the fuck?
And SK find themselves a kill. Now Zanzara is on the hunt.
Magic Felix ble
13 minutes and
kicka.
37 seconds of relatively calm laning. We get ourselves 3 quick kills in a matter of minutes.
That was actually mistake after mistake. The Lilip Jeju situation. Jeju never got into the Devour to try and get onto Jeskla. He wasn't there to put down the damage. Lilip has to burn his flash right there because she's all alone. Then Felix is like, it's okay, I got you guys re-engaged, but he's TPing really close to Blue, and Blue actually ends up killing him. Whoa.
Huge.
Okay, let's see this again, because Jeju does not hop into the Devour to take that channel. Oh, Lilip didn't channel it long enough for him to get in, which means that not enough damage can be done to Jeskla, and by the time they jump over, Promiscue is over the wall as well, and then Felix is like, it's okay guys, I'm coming, and Blue is like, no, you're not going anywhere but the fountain.
So much damage.
Ja, kan du ikke hoppe under den?
A 27 CS advantage, got a kill to his name, and really has been trying to bully and
Ja, for det er ikke sånn med W-en at du kan bli med.
Nei, det går dit og skal komme.
Ah,
Jeg kan det, jeg vet da faen. Det har aldri skjedd det.
Det var det hun sa.
Jeg vet da faen, jeg må spise den først, så må han hoppe.
SK have got vision. They're inside the river earlier.
Hun sa he didn't channel long enough.
They're lurking right there. They also have the Rift Trail. They can pop it down mid and force SK out of there.
Oh, I really like that little sentinel. The death sentence connects onto Love. He's got no flash, remember?
Han død.
Hey, Magic Felix får på killet.
Now all of a sudden, SK are routed and they are back away. I mean, Astralis
Need rake, Infernal rake.
Using the vision, well,
that was brilliantly done. They knew SK was going to walk in. They knew SK wanted to get the
den,
vision. They just bumped themselves up in a bush, and then Lilip ends up walking into Fog of War. Obviously, Promiscue lands a really beautiful Q, and that's history.
It is indeed. It is the second dragon secured.
That is something SK cannot afford to lose. You need to be the one stepping up the dragons. You need to be the one going for soul, because Astralis will do more damage in the late game. They outscale you. So that's really scary for SK at this point, and Astralis can actually chill.
And especially when you consider how much of a sort of advantage
Jeg glemmer at White Knight ikke har et hvitt skin. Han har det hvite skinnet til Lia, hvite
Han heter White.
Han
bomma! Åh, bomma! Promiscue!
Han misser
Ok, nå kommer det veldig mange. Vær sånn drepen, takk.
Nei, White Knight skulle få det.
Nei.
Yeah, they're bringing everyone to the party to punish again Jesu and Lilip. This Kalista cannot snowball, and now Jeskla is allowed to get back a lot of experience.
Så langt forbi snowball-effekten.
Only 6 CS away from Jesu, but he's the one scaling more towards the lake, and he's the one that's going to be the hyper carry, and Jesu needs to be the one bleeding the map for Astralis right now, and he's not doing that. Astralis are punishing that bot lane that needed.
Jeskla kan jo ikke være the hyper carry, fordi altså, det er jo derfor dere satser på topp, fordi AD-carryen dere er så mye dårligere enn topplaneren deres.
Du var slem,
you know, dealing with this Mordekaiser. Then
Ja, det er ikke vill, jeg vil ikke se på.
Treats on this Gwen has been
Det var det pop-off som faen, for at han er ganske likt med en Kalista som teknisk skal være jævlig mye mer foran. Og han kjøpte en Magic Resist, ja. Han skal gå vitsen.
Treats doesn't have any agency in the map. Treats hasn't tried to make any gank work in the map.
Ja, sant, han var Mordekaiser. Han kom på en Mordekaiser til Aphelios. Så har han kjempefelt.
The Mundo was open up and available. You've got AP in the top lane with the Mordekaiser. It's one of his favorite picks as well. There will be so many more influential picks. The Hecarim, the Volibear, so many. And they just to go with a champion that hasn't really done anything so far.
Later.
No, absolutely not. And of course now, they're farming and now level 11.
Thanks.
It is still a small gold lead, 1,800 at 20 minutes. But the lead feels significantly larger because first of all, SK have made some individual and some team mistakes around the map. Astralis punished. And also, as Astralis have created or initiated plays, they found the objectives, and just like this at the moment, they are applying all of the pressure to SK.
I'm gonna give this back to what Google said on the desk. He's like, they're tiltable. They've got Magic Felix. He refuses to lose because he will try to the very end. And the whole Astralis is playing with the same sentiment. They don't want to lose. They refuse to lose. Playing from a deficit is their comfort zone.
Så det var havremiddag.
That's why I'm worried that they're ahead here, Trevor.
I hate that that is actually true. We looked at some of the numbers last weekend.
Aldri fettes surrender, uansett hvor tapt game
Yeah, in their lanes as well. It's crazy.
It is a team that is right. I think untiltable. You're 100% correct on that one.
Games hvor jeg legit har hatt bare lyst til å live med han fordi brikkene surrender.
They're not going to need it, right? Because you've already talked about the composition and the scaling. You've talked about
Skal jeg ikke surrender?
Ja, men altså,
vi har tapt.
They've got a dragon lead, they've got a gold lead,
Nei.
and they are the ones that seem to be dictating what happens in the course of the game.
Also, what we haven't mentioned so far is how everyone from SK is short range. If you look at Lucian and Kalista, very short range AD carries. If you look at Treats, melee. You look at Mordekaiser, melee. White Knight is going to keep everyone away. You step into the thunder, you're going to get stunned. And everyone has a very short range, so they have to. In order to reach Jeskla, in order to reach Magic Felix, you're going to have to walk into that. It's just, for me, this composition is just so hard to execute from SK unless Gen X gets some miracle and decimates Jeskla, decimates White Knight before he can use his ultimate. I'm sorry, but it looks quite grim.
It really does. It really does. Now, it'll be up to Astralis to actually execute, right? Because they've also got a relatively unique composition to play, but they have been able to make it work thus far. I'm going to just go back to this Mordekaiser pick for a moment. All time in the LEC, it's 15 wins and 15 losses. And it's one of the champions that I'm always intrigued to see how it plays, but I rarely feel that it is hugely impactful. Zanzara is going to be able to sidestep the pullback, and Janus chucks out that obliterate. It is 3 seconds to Dragon. SK this time around have a few members nearby. Teleport is being channeled here from blue, right in the mid lane, but Astralis is set up. If SK step into the darkness, will be caught out. Here comes White Knight as well.
Yeah, Jennifer will play frontline right here, but I don't know if he's tanky enough. And seeing White Knight coming in from the flank, I'll be very scared. Look where the SK members are. They're all together.
Well, that's Astralis. They've pushed forward. SK will be able to secure the dragon, but at what cost? Treats is caught inside the pit. Shockwave won't really find a target just by dashing over the wall. Treats goes down. Astralis get the first kill. Zanzara continues the chase forward. The Tom comes out. Not going to be enough just yet. Blue is stuck inside the Maelstrom. 1, 2, 3 members of SK Gaming are taken out for the cost of the dragon.
Nice.
No vision, no
Her
reason being into the bot side. You do get the dragon, but you lose the Baron because Astralis kills 3 members, including your jungle that has the smite. So it's fine. Again, Astralis, hashtag we scale. We don't care about losing the dragon. We need to open the map. And how do you open the map? You get Baroned up minions, you spread them into 3 lanes, you start taking towers, you bleed your vision into the enemy jungle.
They played the map so well for the last 10 minutes. Still 100% kill participation for Zanzara. And I think if the replay does come up, I'd love to take a look at how Astralis stayed. They were waiting for SK to step forward. And as soon as SK did, Astralis were set up ready and waiting.
I think at this point, it doesn't really matter if you have vision, because White Knight is threatening to come in anyway. So the entirety of SK need to back off. They can't do any damage. Streets isolated into the Dragon Pit and no one can help. And once you start running away, you split, and Astralis are picking you up one by one.
Jeg skulle bare gi det på Gwen, og så skulle jeg stykke av sånn. Så vil de ikke vise Baron.
I mean, in before they get
for en Dragon er helt
bare dealer masse damage.
Så morder først, dealer masse damage først.
Astralis close this out, and you have to feel
går det bra med, synes jeg.
Baron empowered minions, a teleport
Det litt vanskelig å skrive nå.
they get the 4th tower of the game.
I think that fight
Virker som han fyller litt for mye. White Knight på, da.
Den bra flash.
See Will, Fate's call just for safety. That's one of the tools
now
not available for the re-engage. Astralis looking for Tower 5, are looking for Tower 6. They are daring SK to step forward.
They're bleeding 2 lanes. They're doing this right. They're splitting their Baron buff. They're putting their strongest members together. And look at White Knight and Zanzara. Anyone steps forward to defend that tier 2 mid lane tower is going to be instantly punished.
Will be the case. That will be the 5th tower secured. Astralis 6-9 in the standings.
6-9.
We'll play Excel tomorrow. We'll play Vitality. Those games going to be so intriguing to see who takes that final spot.
Irriterende på hvem som er med.
Goodbye to SK in postseason. If they don't turn this around, and I don't think that
Baron power play by Red Bull 25 minutter etter at Baron betaler.
But getting into the inhibitor while Blue and Treats have a flank opportunity, it's not going to work out just yet.
Yeah, this will be the point where you're like, what does SK have to do to come back into this game? Honestly, I'm throwing my hands up in the air. I don't think there's an easy way, unless Astralis really badly mess up, unless Elder is up and they lose a fight, then yes, I can see SK probably winning.
What an NG2 reference.
Astralis have scale.
Yeah.
All the important items have been bought. 2 items on the Jeskla. Guess what? He doesn't care about the Mordekaiser. He also has the QSS. 3 items onto Magifelix.
Det når man mister Elder Dragon og bare taper gamet.
Hysj. Det minner meg på at jeg må bare skifte T-skjorte snart.
Exactly, and he's got just so far ahead of Treats. 2 level advantage already. There was a level advantage very briefly there from Magifelix.
The only thing that has gone well for SK is Blue getting a kill on somebody who wasn't even fighting.
Yeah, that's the case, and unfortunately didn't pan out. So SK Gaming now down to their last legs. Zanzara chucks out the best. He is out. Damage for now. No further follow-up. Miller did not decide to chase big chunk from Mordekaiser.
Men still, hva det han styrer med?
So much more support. Of course, Astralis have got big advantage. Baron is timed out. It's 40 seconds until the next dragon. It feels to me like Astralis are just stepping forward. They're looking for a target to jump onto here, Trouble.
And that will be Genax.
In the case, Realm of Death Rider has been shut down. The box in the background. Treats tried something and it simply did not work. Astralis melted him before he could get anything
sniped.
Genax is the next to fall.
Okay, you and me.
Litt mer kills på White Knight nå. Litt mer kills på White Knight, kom igjen. Sånn 5 kills til.
Jeg merker liksom 5 kills til.
White Knight? Nei.
Jo, det er bra. Rolig fer.
Jeskla, ingen bryr seg om han. Ja, min carry er bedre enn din da.
Jeg har begge to.
Sant det.
Vent. G2! G2 makeup.
Obviously for SK Gaming, but props to Astralis. They pulled off this draft. They knew it was hard to execute. They knew that scale was better. It was still hard to execute. The only kill they let go through was when Magifelix was not even fighting.
Vent, var det bare
Trying to teleport to support the team.
Yeah.
So Astralis, one step closer to playoffs. SK are now.
Men vi var en finne. Nei, jeg vil ha noen
Just before saying a word about SK, everybody at home, you can vote for
Du kan lese ham, ser
det on Twitter. White Knight, Zanzara, and Promiscu.
Hvorfor så ikke Jesus? Det var ikke Jesus, hva?
Nei.
When you think about
Lille.
when you think about the changes in the mid-season, when you see the impact.
Yes is. Ja, så. Alle som i chat med den yes is.
Jo, lol, Magifelix fikk ikke lov til å være med på Player of the Game.
We'll get back to you in a moment, and we'll learn more about this game after the break, as Astralis took a huge step towards the summer playoffs.
Spørsmålet er, kommer Rogue til å tenke, nei, nå har vi gått videre, så da bryr vi oss ikke om Jason.
Det er det som er spørsmålet.
Vi skal til Mad Lion, sier du? Men Rogue tror jeg ikke har gjort det som veldig mye, men jeg tror de drafter veldig rart når de...
Det kan være at G2 gjør det samme.
Det kommer sånn Draven, Gwen, Viego draft inn. Sånn super round.
by using millions of recycled plastic bottles in our new generation of durable washer and washer-dryer tubs. We reduce plastic waste from leaking into nature's veins.
Vi har brukt søppel på vårt nye produkt, så du kan smake søppel når du slikker på den.
On a healthy planet.
Live like a pro.
Ja, det liksom... Det er mottoet deres.
Just glad!
Akkurat det intervjuet jeg hadde lyst til å se. Se hvor jævla dumme midtskillet hans. Faen, jeg blir kvalm.
Det er sykt flash. Hittet han sønnen? Ja, han bare charger han så litt. Oi, da kommer teleporten inn. Later. Stakkars Jesus. Han død.
Coachen som ikke er coachen.
Oh my god. Jeg hadde faktisk en bommer.
En coach som ikke er en coach. Ja, det var faktisk jævlig sånn... Ja, dude.
Her. Du får Draken, bare slikk av. Det er legit grunnen til at de tatt. Her, bare gi opp han. Please dø, bare gi han opp. Da blir det bare sånn, å faen, jeg kom for nærme, men vi er ikke så kan hoppe over veggen. Jeg glemte hva kjæpen gjør. Åja, han helt på å komme seg ut faktisk, Tamkjørs. Nå var stønnet akkurat han skal opp. Statsen fra Vitality Schalke-teamet kommer her.
LOL?
Ja, det var litt cringe. You and me.
Welcome back to the LEC. Astralis stay in the playoff race, and that's the end of the road for SK Gaming today as they were defeated by Astralis. And just thank you so much for joining me. SK knew that they had to win against you today to stay in the playoff race, although I'm kind of intrigued by the draft they choose today against you. But what did you think about this, especially the Mordekaiser blind and the overall maybe lack of engage against you guys?
Well, I think it's a very hard draft to execute. It's they have to play like super well early game. They kind of have to snowball both really hard, and then they just play weak side with Mordekaiser, and we can't really do much to him. But since
Swedish,
they weren't really proactive,
I think he is Swedish.
A bit of CS lead.
Shop.astralis.gg.
They actually need to kill us on repeat, and so after both.
Jeg vil ha med Astralis-skjorte.
So it's just very hard for them to actually play, while our champs are way easier to actually play.
Yeah, I can imagine that you were not too worried about this game and the draft and how it developed. During the past few weeks, I thought that Jesu was actually one of the good points for SK Gaming. What did you think about the matchup against him today?
Det Jesper. Han ser ut som Jesper.
I mean, honestly, it wasn't much of laning. Still, I'm a bit confused about Tomkin still, honestly. So, it wasn't much laning, but I think he's for sure like one of the stronger points for SK. But just wasn't much laning.
I was a bit confused by Tom Kench.
You mentioned the champion.
I haven't seen that champ before.
Top lane, also support. When you say you're confused about Tom Kench, do you think about this game specifically or Tom Kench as a support now that it's been reworked?
I think just Tom Kench in general. Like,
I have not seen him
I don't
before.
necessarily know the range and everything, and I think it's actually really strong. Just depending, have to be the right game.
It has to be the right player. If you're a bad player, you can't play him.
Versus on stage, I think, because if you misstep one time, if he's out of vision, and you misstep, then you actually die, and then it can be a very hard game to actually play.
All right, well, we'll see how teams use the picks in the games to come. But talking about you and Astralis and the race for playoffs, everything's still open for you. So how do you see the next game for Astralis and you?
Mod Vitality game day.
I'm very confident. I think my team is very confident actually that we will make playoffs for sure. I think this win today is pretty huge for us, and I think if we win tomorrow, which we should, I think everyone is very confident. Then I think we almost locked in a way.
Yeah.
But I think we go 3-0 this weekend. I'm very confident. I'm very looking forward to the games.
All right, 3-0. It is good to see how it goes for you guys, but I like the confidence.
Det var 3-0, så ikke begynne der, altså.
Good luck on the rest of Super Week.
Thank you so much.
And for more on that game, back to you, Sharks.
Thank you so much, Laure. Wonderful to hear from Jeskla, and honestly, also awesome to hear the confidence coming out of him and Astralis, because this should be a done deal almost when you look at the schedule and how effective Astralis has been against the teams around them in the standings. This does mean that SK are now eliminated from playoff contention. Ender, we heard it there from Jeskla as well. He said, I was a bit confused about some of the choices coming out of the draft for SK Gaming. What was your read on it?
I mean, I had the same opinion. SK Gaming went for this composition, like you just heard, that was like so focused on like crushing their lanes, like the bot lane and mid lane in particular. Like, yeah, you're going to get a big CS lead, but you're running double marksman. You don't really have that many great forms of engage. The Gwen sort of looked for a dive at one point in the bot lane, but it's really hard to play super proactively with a composition like that. That's one where you gather a CS lead very casually, like you're not really killing your opponents and gaining large advantages. And on top of that, it was just like no first blood for 13 minutes. We stayed in our lanes for like 20 minutes. Like that was crazy. They weren't really doing much proactivity on the map because they're like, okay, if we stay in our lanes, we gain a small advantage. But it just didn't really feel like there was a good way for them to win the game. And I actually saw like right after the game ended on Twitter, Jez's came out and said that it was a terrible draft, and he was not upset with the way that panned out. They're going to try their best to have a good performance in the last two games. But that is a really sour way to lose your playoff hopes.
Yeah, definitely is. I didn't know about that tweet, but that does make me think that Goldberg, you kind of know because everyone can see what the blueprint is coming out of Astralis, and they did well in banning out some of the picks and making sure that Zanzara wouldn't be on Estrundle or whatnot, but it's not like you can't replicate that with other drafts as we saw here by Astralis. It does make me wonder, this is your elimination game. It's not good enough for me to say just afterwards, oh, well, I don't know. I just feel a certain kind of way about it, but maybe I'm reading too much into it.
Obviously, you can argue from both sides,
Han
but
sier at
with the point that
de er sånn bad som oh, we just had a bad draft. De skulle ha ta på en ordentlig draft. De skulle forstått det tidlig.
But they had Thresh. They let Thresh go through. You didn't first pick it yourself. Right, great. Then Promiscu is just going to land on just
Thresh var åpen. Det er helt sykt. Med mindre de hadde en bra svar til Thresh som antatt han kanskje skulle være.
Altså, med tanke på hvordan SK har gjort det, den splitten her, da hadde vel ingen tenkt at de skulle komme til playoffs.
De vant jo mot Fnatic da, og Mad Lions.
Ja. De lagene taper jo ingen, aldri hvor noen av dem skal tape med, ikke skal tape med.
Så vant de mot Excel. Og så vant de mot Schalke.
It was Astralis recognizing that and absolutely tearing them apart within it.
Yeah, and I think it's always important also to look at what, the enemy team then did right. If your draft wasn't good, but Astralis still has to win the game. Ender, talk me through this next replay that we have in the bot side where Astralis are able to turn it around.
Well, this is sort of what I was talking about earlier, where it just felt like it felt like SK was just very content to sort of walk back in, you know, not do much proactive. They didn't really know where they wanted to go on the map. So like, okay, I guess Lucian stay mid. We're going to walk back into our bottom lane, but they have no control over this bottom side of the map. They're walking over Vision. They know they're on top of Vision, but look at that. Astralis have found a way to play proactively. So not only is SK not finding a way to, you know, step on the gas and play on the offense, no, it's Astralis that are managing to do that, that are managing to group up. And as soon as Astralis start to group up and start to hit their item breakpoints, there is no stopping that train. You know, you kind of have to look like, how can SK try to play through a side lane? But even then, like after the Tom Kench changes, he can't go that far to help out a Mordekaiser and stuff like that. So it's really tough.
Even on a side lane, it's not like Mordekaiser's great as win conditions as well. And, you know, you look at this, from Astralis' point of view, you know exactly what your game plan is. It's really just a no-brainer coming into this one. You have the Orianna, you have Aphelios Thresh. It should be illegal to lose a team fight if once you get to that mid game. And you see it here, like they work at a goal deficit in the beginning. We talked about it as well. That's Astralis' comfort spot. Yes, also that team composition is also just designed to fall behind early. And once you hit that mid game power spike, you just clearly see nothing cringe blitzcrank. It doesn't matter how well you play. You can only play with the tools you have drafted for yourself.
No, reckless
Hvis jeg tror Tom Kench er bra mot det, så fair enough, men veldig rar ting å tro.
Every decision together, and it shows in the games because they adhere to their game plan that they've set out for themselves in every single game versus these teams below them in the standings. Let's take a look with that in mind at this Astralis fight. You said it would be illegal to lose a game, and they don't. They know what they have to do here. Yes, the dragon does get smited away, but it doesn't really matter.
It genuinely does. It's also just the fact that it comes as close as it possibly can. But Astralis, they're feeling super confident to just walk in on towards these objectives. And yes, you have this safety net of the Tam Kench, but there's also so much CC that can disrupt the little whatever that is you call when he goes underground, right? So it's just incredibly hard to play these games. And yes, there's the safety of the Tam Kench, but it's nowhere near as safely as it was in the past.
No, once again, and the key player of the game was Zanzaro with 52% of the votes. I think other people were like, he's not on Trundle and he can win a game. Let's give this man player of the game.
This man's got a champion Ocean. He's got like 90% Trundle and then Viego on top. He's got some other stuff. It's all memes. But honestly, like Zanzaro was able to find a lot of really good attacks in the top lane early on. The laning phase lasted for so long. He's like, yeah, I guess I can just gank top lane at 15 minutes. It's still a normal game, and you know, breaking the hopes of SK fans everywhere, even more than my door is broken.
Oh no, I didn't even notice it. See, sometimes you don't have to draw attention to the negatives, then other people won't.
Everyone
either.
already knows. Everyone knows.
Okay. There we go. In any case, though, I'm an optimist. The glass is always half full, and the glass is definitely half full for Astralis because they are in that race for playoffs in pole position, and the pressure is now on XL Esports, who face off against Rogue in our next game. Don't miss it.
Man, I hope it's full of coffee.
Se varm. Jeg har hatt det med. Oi, Larsen har kalma håret sitt. Ikke mye. Bare bitte litt. Vent. Kan vi høre på Ed Sheeran?
Spør meg.
Det er Rogue her på taket. Rogue GG. Ed Sheeran. Gå random. Nu blir det med normisar. Vad är min? I love Ed Sheeran. Jeg hater den nye oppdateringen, tror jeg. Det er det verste i verden.
Hva her?
Det er den nyeste faenskapen her. Den verste fuckings oppdateringen har vært i mitt liv. You. Hvorfor kommer ikke pointsen på noen gameplay? I guess it's just that kind of day. Det må komme en ny video.
I never thought that I would play League of Legends professionally. I was treating it as a fun way of spending time because I thought it's like unreachable for a normal person. I really wanted to get better at the game, so I watched a lot of pro players. At some point I started believing that maybe I can become as good as them one day. I didn't really focus much on the stuff that they have to go through. There's a lot of pressure on you because there's a lot of fans watching, a lot of stuff that you're working with, your teammates, everyone wants you to perform. The lose like the one in the final mostly gives you a lot of motivation because you know you are good enough to get there. You just need to be good enough to win it all. I think the feeling of winning is just the most satisfying thing about competing with others. When you win against someone and there are thousands cheering for your victory, it just gives me more motivation. So one day I would like to face the best players in the world on the biggest stage, and winning it all is my biggest dream. Discover what inspires you.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Was the injection of Advian and Markoon that helped shift XL's approach to the game.
Den eneste personen som har troa på XL, okay, kanskje to. De to eneste som har troa på XL-lineupen Markoon og Nyktek, og jeg tror Markoon blir litt out-diffa på matchplay.
One of the best early game teams in Europe.
I mean, they're literally the polar opposite. You've got Excel on one side where it's bloody, man. Every time they walk into the rift, now with Markoon in the addition of the team, it's bloody. He fights, he wants to get his team ahead, he wants to get his lanes ahead, and he will try for it. Rogue don't care about being flashy. They can be flashy, don't get me wrong. But they don't necessarily care about it. They don't have to care about it because they choke their opponent slowly and painfully. Rogue is sort of like poison on the rift for their opponents.
I like that, and I think it's a beautiful analogy, because when you do see Rogue get advantages in the early game, it comes from very, very smart utilization of their lanes.
Okay, I'm going insane. Twice Lucian has been picked, I get it, but Viego has been 1v9 the entire time.
Well, maybe something has changed, obviously. As
Inspired Viego,
15, Akshan is disabled. Let's run through some of the other, potential.
Men Diana også åpen, og da skal vi lage Diana, men jeg tror den blir sånn.
Thresh was banned away, by the way, so both Advian and Trimby have lost access to those.
Viego, let's go.
And Viego will be locked in here, expecting that to go to Inspired.
And you can also lock in anything like LeBlanc, the Varus, the Mundo is still up and available.
LeBlanc faktisk venner.
Right now, there's so many overpowered picks that are still up and available.
Hvorfor står LeBlanc først?
AP Shyvana, but I know that the Viego is not playable in lane anymore, so my dream dies. My prediction stays for the Varus, but my dream dies.
Very nicely done. While we've been preparing and looking at 11-15, one of the ideas that Trouble was floating was how Shyvana could New jungler.
I mean, if anyone, I think Inspired would be the one to pull a wacky pick out.
Well, it could be. This time around, maybe not going to be, as the Diana and the Jace are now locked in. So, got that poke, got the ability to impact the lanes. The bottom lane for Patrick and Advien is what to play for. We're expecting that Viego to go in the jungle, so we're looking for top as well as support here for Rogue.
I would potentially ban the Rakan. If Trimby is not planning to play it, I would keep something maybe like the Nautilus for Trimby, because Rogue is the one picking first after this set of bans. And I would ban out something that Advin is really strong on. We've seen the Rel. Honestly, so many times I've seen a Rel somewhere. I call it Advin, I don't call it Rel, because I have these two intertwined so much with each other from seeing him play so much Rel in the NLC. So anything that can engage, that Advin can get his hands on, the Alistar, the Rel, potentially the Rakan as well, should probably get eliminated now.
I mean, you've also got those Xayah buffs that have come in, but that would be a whole lot from AD and not much frontline. Draven was taken out of the pool. I love that Rogue and Hans Summer banded against Patrick and XL. So the players love to run those.
They both played these two champions.
Correct.
But you know what? Hans Summer has picked his, so...
Yeah, he has indeed. That Varus was secured. Now we need to find out what sort of support will complement it. TK is still available. Malphite was removed from XL towards Rogue, and I
wonder if this is going to be an Aphelios Tam Kench lane for the side of XL. Banning Malphite, they banned the Kench as well. Banning Malphite to me screams immobile carries in our backline. That's why I immediately thought of the Aphelios. But if they want to get rid of the Kench themselves, a little bit questionable with Nautilus still in the pool.
Larsen's on long range.
Well, what do you think will complement the respective teams? I think when you look at Rogue, long range,
Syndra, det liker jeg også.
I'd go for Nautilus if I was Rogue here.
Oh, I love this remote one, Nate. One of the longest standing Kennen plays
Kennen til Odoan bare
so excited once the PBE notes were shared. And he managed to lock this
Samira.
Tell them, Quickshot. Tell them about
Igjen til Kennen ser så ekstrem animert.
Pointsene har ennå ikke kommet for det første med.
Jim. Ok, det var litt.
I have Kennen in my highlights for the patch notes. I've written Odoamne's name right next to it. No other reason, no other player, just Odoamne.
What does it do for this composition? Is we got 4 out of the 5 pieces and it's only the support missing.
It literally stops the all-in, but the only one I'm seeing going all-in is Marcoon on the Diana. He's the only one that's going to be diving melee, but there's 4 extremely squishy champions on the side of XL.
Yeah, the medium power of the center.
So, does the Maelstrom slip
Men heller ikke på masse felling.
This is going to be huge trouble for XL. Rogue have drafted themselves. Such a stellar composition again.
Trimby
We've been talking over and over again how, you know,
kan faktisk såpass bra refleks at det kan stønne ellers på deny han og gjøre komboen. Det skjedde mye før.
Nå har vi ikke det samme spillerne i det hele tatt. Jeg gambler på Larsen og Trimby, og du er inspired av han sammen.
Now, of course, what's going to try and stand in their way is this XL composition that does
Hvor du så gira at du fikk litt vondt i ryggen.
Ja. Det var en veldig rar fin kamp for XL. De kommer helst, så blir det fort vanskelig.
Finalizes those kills. I do feel that XL can press the advantage. The thing that I'm scared of is if it's even as this game goes longer and longer and longer.
Føler XL sett bort ifra Alistar, det er veldig squishy team.
Why are you shaking your head?
I'm looking at the XL composition, I'm like, it's absolutely doomed. Because even the 2v2
Men de har en pole composition i seg selv. Så det er problemet egentlig, og de kommer seg inn, ikke? Men det... Rogue er også en pole composition egentlig, men de har mye bedre skill champs. Så lenge Rogue bare holder seg ok, så skal de ikke. Det er litt rart, for deres skin passer veldig dårlig inn, føler jeg.
Ja.
Men de vet kanskje å ha 2 stykker som best for Brittland bakom, bare skit i seg. Nocturne er sånn hvor det er helt sykt på teamet her. Men Nocturne lane funker ikke mer.
Ja, det gjør ikke. Det har blitt nerfet.
Ja. Ganske det er derfor ikke sett det helt opp. etter at det ble sett hele tiden. Nei, han tror for en cringe gå sammen.
Youngberg. Hi everyone, before we jump onto the rift, there's something I would like to ask Youngberg, because I get that Rogue may not be the easiest opponent to go up against when you're fighting for playoffs, but I mean, I was watching the drafts with your crew.
Må du intervjue folk I gamet?
So tell me why you're happy with the draft you made and how it's going to be helpful against Rogue.
Well, we've recently performed very well with Diana and Lucian, so we actually thought that we were never going to get that combination of champions, but they gave us our bread and butter, so we're just really happy playing in our comfort zone.
Do you feel confident about
Ja, men resten teamet dere 20.
How do they feel?
I do feel
Og
confident.
hun veldig
We still
god
have other rookies on
med
stage, and we play a
Diana only,
team,
nice.
so I think 50-50.
Ja, han gjorde det ganske godt med Diana.
Well, I hope things will go okay for you. Thank you very much, Youngberg, for the interview, and back to you guys on the rift.
Thank you so much, Lord. It's great to have you back in the studio with our players, and it's great to hear from Youngbuck. I think, personally, a little optimistic there on the
Very
50-50.
optimistic because Syndra does pretty okay into Lucian. She's one of these mages that does
Ja,
quite okay.
han bare, we got the bread and butter, we are good.
I'm gutted!
What does XL have to do to make this
Jeg synes Nukdøk har spilt bedre
literally need to take this game and
bedre med Major, egentlig.
Ja, men Makun vil ha Diana, da må han ha det med.
Jo, det er jo true. Men det er bare at akkurat hvordan det hvordan jeg føler det midlane og den passer ikke så godt sammen da, fordi Nukdøk er bedre med Major. Hans bread and butter er jo Seed.
Take a look at the early damage and trades for now. Using that fourth shot from Jin, will be able to chunk down and Hunt Summer and should be stepping forward, threatening and pushing back Patrick and Advienne.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you do because Jin and Alistar don't necessarily have the best of clears, and Hunt Summer onto the Devourers, he has a low.
Oh my god, Larsen bare wrecker lyset.
Larsen bare, du, jeg gidder ikke at du skal sitte her og...
But Lucian is technically picked to get a lot of priority in the mid lane so you can move around the map. And again, Syndra does pretty alright against the Lucian, especially when he uses...
Larsen bare, jeg har ordnet håret mitt I dag, så du skal mobbes.
Can destroy that entire thing.
Yeah, Larsen's been able to bully Nukeduck away from the lane. Got a small advantage, and Nukeduck sitting with that TP will. That can come to fight once again. Hunt Summer and Trimby pushing all the way forward. I do want to just talk about how much of a difficult task this is for XL. Because when Rogue play against the bottom 5 teams, they are currently 7-0.
Og da med Cannon. Det er Kidden til Odane og Yamato.
At 20 minutes and spend 73% of game time in a major lead. So, with Rogue being one of the best early game teams, being
Skimler så jævlig mange skjerper under hennes pool. Det er helt sykt. Han
Andre, du banna 7 champions for meg. Ja, men da får jeg spille der I stedet for.
I feel like there's two things that you need to keep in mind, especially when you're playing against a team like Rogue, who's 7-0, hasn't lost to any of the bottom of the table teams, right? You need ease of execution and comfort. And Youngbuck mentioned the comfort on the Lucian, the comfort on the Diana, fair enough. These are
Diana,
they don't have
cringe
tools in the front line to sustain a front to back to make it an easy to execute composition, right? And you see how Odamne is so confident playing onto the cannon, moving a little bit deeper. And as you can see, I just want to highlight what happened on the map while we're talking. These both red dots, they belong to Inspired. Because Nukeduck lost the priority in the mid lane.
Oh my god!
Inspired was able to run from top.
Hva som skjer I midten?
Huge advantage right there.
Men
He's getting the experience.
Larsen ikke kan bryte opp teleporten sin. Han fortsatt teleporten sin.
Ja vel. He really is. And of course, just before you talked about the scuttles from Inspired, Odawamne on his cannon. This year, 6 games played, 83% win ratio. And across his career, 24 professional games.
Ja, det sånn jeg forventet. Det skulle vel gå når et Inspired skal spille mot en teknisk sett god jungler, men som flere tears på. What the fuck?
So close.
Det her er ikke som matchup jeg skal gå. Det er ikke som matchup jeg skal gå helt opp.
Det er bare litt for bra. Det er Larsen.
Larsen is already doing so well. 42 CS to 20, and reminder, this was a first pick Lucian, and is currently not pulling ahead the way that XL needed to.
Yeah, the bread and butter is not working right now, so you need to see...
we have the bread and butter, so... Larsen bare, nei.
Maybe try to make the
Har
side
du
lane
ikke?
work, try to punish
Han
again on the top
ganske...
side, look for a bot lane dive with the Alistar as well. Like, Marco needs to make something
Får
happen
han
with his
vision
level
når
6,
han
when he
gjør
has the
dere
full
greia
game,
si?
the sombrero for himself.
Nei.
I think all eyes on him to try and break the game up.
Så
because if they
hvorfor
don't,
bruker man det da hele tiden? Hvorfor? Du
Han
spoiler
får
bare
så
igjen.
han får mye med speed. Han sitter og slår på en bar, så han misser... Han kan ikke se en uansett.
Ja, ok, jo.
Han får mye med speed, så han får ett speed, og så kan bli synlig hvis han går vekk. Og så kan han springe på den stedet.
For opportunities.
Markun cannot do nothing. He's lost mid lane priority, which is one of the most important in the game. If you don't have that, you cannot contest.
Ja, bra
with the
dere
River,
pikka
because Spire is bringing a
Lucian
threat
for
over.
mid lane priority,
The mid
ja.
lane wave is shoved in by
Det
Larsen,
mistet han.
and they keep bleeding that mid lane
Fikk Lucian
pressure.
ikke ille seg selv, men han ikke får prøvd med han, er litt sykt, altså.
Ja.
Inspire to pull further ahead. Getting closer
Og han
and closer.
spiller til og med en champion som skiller med bedre enn Lucian i tillegg. Hadde mer.
Moving on for the time being. We have a
I
look
don't
at
know
this for a little
hva
while.
purposen til Lucian blir på dette point her.
I think it's a handshake down there.
Ingenting.
I think that's fair enough here. At the end, of course, be able to find the knockup for now.
Han svarer bomma.
Waiting for that ult. Defensive flash from Hansama. Chase
Ja.
forward. Patrick
Oi.
gets first blood. The handshake is ended.
Det er ikke ofte man ser.
All of a sudden, Patrick pulls ahead here for XL.
En ting er at Patrick får det, men en annen ting er at Hansama blir først da.
Den blir bomma og stopper English.
Needs to happen on the rift for XL that does not have to do with mid lane because Nuktak is slowly bleeding
En liten
out.
uff.
And Advian and Patrick make it work. We've talked over and over and over again how Advian is a different breed of support. He will play for the aggression in lane. He will play for the 2v2.
Different
He proves
breed
it
of
once
support,
again,
var det veldig
making
da?
his ADC very happy.
Og
Did indeed.
veldig...
Flashes traded between the
veldig mye.
ADs. Some of the heal is on cooldown for Hansama.
Du er så
as
glad
well.
i
So,
sånn
Spider-Man could
metaforer,
potentially
da, mer.
target both of whom now have their ultimates. Marcoon still continues just to farm up his jungle. He's lost control of the scuttles, but really not a huge amount of influence from the junglers as of yet. And all of a sudden, after Trimby and Hansama were first back to lane, they're going to start moving up through the river, setting up some vision behind the Dragon Pit. Maybe that is a signal of things to come for the Rogues.
I think it's technically like a back and forth, trying to find where Marcoon is. You see that Inspire takes Larsen with him everywhere he can, just so he can put pressure onto Marcoon's Diana, which he has been able to keep up surprisingly really well. He is ahead in CS right now. He has his entirety of the top side to clear as well.
Han er bare jævlig god.
So top side of the map is doing okay for XL. Bottom of the map is doing really well if you account the 2v2 kill that they also had together. So I think when Marcoon is done with this clear, they should probably try to look to make a play bot lane, especially now that Hansama has none
Larsen
of the summons
har
available.
20 diff i far, man.
The teleport's not
Ja,
available
det
here.
er voldsomt.
Or Larsen,
Rolig
the only
broken.
one with it up for now.
Mot en
Made
Lucian.
as much time in lane as possible, still down 20 CS. And here you see how XL or where XL look for these advantages. We definitely feel like there's maybe a time limit on this.
Ooh. You've got the time right here. If Nuktak backs right now, he can TP back with full mana, and they can potentially take this fight in the river. But Larsen has already backed. He's got his blasting wand right there. Yeah, they want to do it. Marcoon and Nuktak against the world.
Gonna commit
He
for this
can
one.
come.
Larsen's behind the Herald Pit. Odo can join the fray. He's first into the river. He's cutting off Cries. The engage from Inspired into the Moonfall. Marcoon's now running from his life. Larsen's looking for damage follow-up, and that means Inspired's been pushed away. XL bully their way into the river and take the Herald.
Marcoon and Nuktak against the world. It happens again. They bully Inspired away from that Rift Herald, and Larsen right there never pressed R, surprisingly.
No, didn't find the target. Was pushed back maybe. Not quite sure why. Now Ed
Jeg har fjernet tasten fra tastaturet sitt.
game just available. Nuktak's got flash. He's going to hold on to it for now.
Han kom til å
The flash and heal
få
wasn't used, and
sykt,
that
altså.
means that was able to escape. Trimby's able to escape with his life.
Oh, Advian holding his trigger right there onto the ignite. Trimby would have died. I'm gonna be honest with you, Trevor. I'm gonna have a really bad time distinguishing that it's Trimby on the rail and not Advian, because coming from a game where Advian would only play rail, now he's on the Alistar, it's kind of like they're all swapped.
But it's so great to see them here, you know, at the level. You were talking about the fact that BTXL,
they died for this.
They died for this, and it was Advian as well as Markoon that added some excitement to the game. But I think, I appreciate and I respect that XL not only pulled the trigger on the Heralds, did it at roughly the right time, were able to secure it, and that Rift Herald, plus some plates for Nukeduck, if possible, could bring him right back up to parity with Larssen.
So, Markoon said that he's entered so many engages that now knows how to make it right. You try and you keep trying and you keep trying, and this is why we keep praising them, right? Because Markoon is ballsy enough to make the crazy plays work. Sometimes they won't, but when they do, it's a wow moment. And right there, they pulled the trigger together with Nukeduck.
Altså, Markoon flink, jeg skal ikke si noe på det, men jeg synes han hadde noe sånn wow-moments når han kom, og så begynte folk å bli vant til han, og da var det liksom ikke så spes lenger. Han hadde wow-faktoren.
Team-fight kills and team-fight deaths. Overall, KD went up, meaning that Advian Markoon helped find more kills, but still conceding a lot of deaths.
See, I would call this the Intin didn't stop, but now you can type in the chat worth.
Yes, exactly. Rogic can try and do the same. Flash again from Markoon, re-engage. Ripple comes up, pull back the curtains. Second kill secured for XL. The fourth and final shot held onto, goes wide, doesn't find a target. All of a sudden, that's a flash for Motorwame. Gets the stun down onto Kryze. He's not going to be taken out just yet. Finally taken down by Larssen. And XL trying to chase for more. They managed to come out ahead in that fight.
Rogue Boom er litt viktigere
som gjør after the Dragon was done. So again, you see how XL is eager to just take kills, try to create advantages. They grab 2 more kills in that, one on Markoon, on Markoon's Diana, and one on Nukeduck Solution, which he needs it a lot because he's fallen around 30 CS behind in the mid lane, 30 plus CS behind. So.
Well, is there potential? The root comes up from Patrick from the flourish. Nukeduck, no flash to follow, but with no flash on Larssen, that could be a target. I don't know if we can swap over to the gold just to see how much of an advantage there is. 900, call it 1,000 gold now for Larssen in the mid lane.
Whoa, and if you look, most of that gold is in the pockets of Markoon. Both his cattle crops were stolen. He's been able to keep it up. He's been able to create opportunities for himself, and I have to give major props to the bot lane because Patrick and Advian are all over the map. Roots keep popping out of nowhere. It forces Larssen's flash, which means that now this is going to have an impact on Inspired, because a single without flash, you cannot pressure Nukeduck underneath his tower like you could before.
No, you cannot. Kryze, thundering blow to the skies, hits one more. Odo's going to get the teleport here from Larssen. Kryze now needs to run for his life. No ultimate available just
Kanskje det bommer meg da. Ikke det har så mye viktig da.
Okay, but at what loss, right? Because he forces Odo Amne behind, then the Rift Herald is going to be popped in the bot lane for Patrick. Nukeduck is going to get a lot of plates in the mid lane. So whilst, yes, Kryze died, he pulled a teleport from Larssen, resources from the top side, and his team is winning in other sides of the map. Nukeduck might have to run right about now.
No ultimate available just yet. Flashes over the wall. Nukeduck continues to sidestep. Scats of the weak. If that stun connects, not going to just yet. It may not even be needed. So much damage from Rogue. They're now in the lead with kills. They've got the first dragon. Markoon wants to try get a should be not caught up by the flourish.
De første pointsene enda ikke kommer, hva faen?
Are being fired down the line. And it was be Advian that closes it out. It is still an even game at 14 minutes.
XL are making Rogue be bloodthirsty. XL are forcing Rogue to play their own game. They're playing for the kills. You see Rogue going to the mid lane, punishing Nukeduck. They're not trying to go for a side lane advantage. And if this continues, XL are playing in their own stadium, basically.
They are, but then of course the pressure is on them to maintain the proactive plays. They need to ensure they don't concede any control or vision, because if Rogue manage to find and engage with that Magnet Storm or a slicing Maelstrom.
They've got Chains of Corruption. They've got so many ways to make a pick. This is why I feel like Markoon is going to have to be instrumental in this game for XL to win, because he's going to have to pull something out of a miracle to make that engage work.
Well, so far, he's found influence.
Prize.
3 out of his team's 4 kills. Prize once again finds a target, jumps onto Hans Sama, caught by the chain of corruption.
Vent! What the fuck?
The last hit, and is taken out. Now all of a sudden, Markoon jumps into the
Holy fuck!
Unnskyld, can I get a replay of that?
Wait! Wait!
All of a sudden, I'm not quite sure why he couldn't get that final hit down.
Oh, that was a little bit too optimistic, and now the rest of Excel are
Det där var clean, da. What the fuck?
Hans cleana. Clean Sama.
Det var ingen grunn for han tapp der. Vent. Nå får jeg ikke riktig da. Fuck, 25 poeng.
The dragons will start stacking, the baron will come up, the elder will come up. One of these objectives is going to force Excel to want to 5v5, to have to 5v5, and this is where Rogue will have the upper hand. All this time, Odoamne has been going completely invisible on the map, and for no other reason rather than he's going to farm, he's going to get his 2 items, the rocket barrel and the sword,
han kommer til å være den toppelenderen som jeg skulle gått for. Holy fuck, han blir så stek. Hvordan vinner han ikke der?
Han bare master kiter.
I think he had just swapped to then go in for melee.
I wish we could have like the cooldown or that, because to me it felt like he could have very easily swapped, but I might be wrong on the cooldowns, 100%.
I'm not sure he didn't step forward or whether
or not. Go for dragons.
Someone just stepped out of the range of that Mercurial Hammer. Regardless of that fact, it's Kryz's 3rd death of the game. Patrick is the one that has received all of the support.
Virker som det type game jeg skulle lage dragon-greier I stedet for skriftradens. Helt bad. Den går ned livet.
Det ikke sånn man kan vite da.
Nei.
That Trouble was talking about. The thing is, they cannot lose control of the rift, and it's feeling like Rogue are pushing on multiple lanes.
Exactly. When you get a tower on the rift, usually the entire map around that tower goes dark, which means the opponent team will be able to put down some vision, and of course Rogue want to take control of the bot side of the map due to them stacking the dragons. They already have 2. At 3, Excel is going to have to try and pull the trigger and try to come up with a team fight for themselves, and again, this is where Rogue do excel in general. Their team fights and their composition really favors them.
Yeah, I mean, Rogue are just really, really strong at the moment. If they win this game, it will guarantee a top 4 regular season in summer. It's just going to help them out for
Gjenvenn Kaiser mot Mickey X.
Det en viktig gjenvenn.
How they set up around this dragon. It's still 3.5 minutes away.
Vinneren får bli med i G2.
Larsen, du kan kanskje sjekke den busken der før vi står der som en AP.
Maybe then they'll feel more bold.
It's just really hard to walk through a choke point when the spheres are there from Larsen, when you've got chains of corruption and a lot of ball coming in from Hans Sama. Now there's so Markoon entering the jungle. You're going to have to exit. It's up to you.
All right, dashes onto Odo and is instantly blown up. No
flash.
Really easy pick, punishing
Jeg ser ut som det Dardian glad for at det var Larsen.
Larsen gjør det skikkelig bra. Larsen på sånne control mages og Syndra og Victor og sånne ting, det faktisk helt sykt. Sånn Oriana, det sånn ting det, han helt syk på det. Ja, alt mulig sånne ting.
Ja, det jeg liker han på sånn control mage.
And then scatter the wig, and there's going to be like 3 or 4 spheres. You cannot walk through. You do walk through, Kennen is there. You do walk through, Rayleigh's there. They just have so many tools. Excel are pulling the trigger again.
They are indeed lost, and this time round
han tapper jævlig sent da. Oh my god, for et combo! Ok, han shutdown. Yep. Jeg skal tappe litt tidlig. Han kunne sydelig da.
Was secured as well, so Nukta crucial getting that shutdown goal.
This is so beautiful seeing Rogue play. I think Rogue's LCK meets LEC. They're somewhere in the middle. Their macro is insane. The way they play is insane. They don't go for more than they need. Markoon might look for a pick on Hans Sama.
The flash got the ultimate. The trap will slow down Trimby, but as
Inspired
arrives, that means Patrick as well as
Markoon
can't find the kill. So 3 towers to 2, 7 kills to 5, 2 dragons up, and we've got 2 minutes until the next Drake. It's starting to feel like
Ja, det här kunde... Hvis att det...
That was a really good trigger right there. They pull... Oh, Larsen!
Oh, now he's going to be the target once more.
Man,
Markun is going to buy some time going golden. Here comes Nuke, the culling available in just a moment or two. Markun will lose his life. Hansam's got flash, dashes away from the culling. Now all of a sudden, there's a stun to Advia, no ultimate.
Det här är ganska
He'll buy time for the rest of the team to escape. Yes, it's a kill for Nuke, but you lose 2 members and the team.
Hvis at Rogue vinner, så tror jeg det er bedre for pointsene enn hvis at Larsen får masse poeng. Nei, for masse kills, så ikke for vinner.
Excel just want to fight under this particular tower.
Of course, I think because of the pressure they're under. Look at the standings here.
De kunne egentlig gått for Baron, tror jeg, men det kan være at de ikke kunne. Jeg er ikke usikker på, for de har kanskje vel en...
Of course, they will have themselves the ability to play them tomorrow. You see how the rest of this game concludes.
Again, I have to commend Rogue right here because that's again a really clever pick. They're trying to pull on to Larsen. They've seen him TP, and if they kill him instantly, they can move down and start setting up their vision. But Patrick cannot follow up on his Jhin. Nuktak is on the side, but he gets chunked down, and then Advin is somewhere in between a tier 1 and a tier 2 tower, and Rogue had just back. They were all there, ready to re-engage. Again, I have to commend Rogue over and over again. I know it gets so boring because their games are slow and steady and methodical and textbook, but man, this team, that's why they look good. That's why they're winning, because they're not bloodthirsty.
Vet du hva, jeg synes det er boring, hører på deg snakke.
And that's what they do, and then they bleed their pressure onto side lanes, taking the towers. So suddenly you have no vision and you wonder why.
Yeah, of course, Rogue, they absolutely can play for the kills. They have the ability to do so. They're just very, very well-rounded. It's 10 seconds till the next dragon. Observers are showing how little...
Ja, kom til Dragon så på hvis de får Dragon her, og da blir det jævlig for... Kan være at de gir den opp for Midtower.
It does look like Rogue will be able to secure the dragon.
I think at this point you just take the mid lane tower. That Riven
De vinner ikke fights at this point.
You've missed way too many kills.
De kan bare gå på picks. Exo kan ikke vinne fights som helst. De må bare få gå som picks up, så derfor har de gått på picks. De vinner ikke noen fights. De har det syke teamfight-teamet nå som de ikke får poka ut. De har en Viego, en Kennen, Syndra.
Looking for the opportunity. At VN now under a little bit of threat. Does Trimby look for the engage, holding on to it for now?
Jeg ikke bygget for mye for en frikens elser.
Will be able to make it out. Excel, they don't want to wait those 4 minutes for the next dragon. They were trying to create a scenario, but the amount of vision from Rogue denies it.
This is like one of the teams that has vision literally both around the dragon and around the Baron at the same time. It's insane. You just cannot flank Rogue.
No, you can't. And even though the game on gold
Highest vision score, skal vi se.
It has not felt like
Advien kjører hardt på vision scoren da.
Ja, men det er fordi de blander veldig mye. Men Trimby gir bort veldig mye av kvart sånne ting. Det som gjør dem bra support.
Ja, ok, så det er liksom sånn ikke...
Men sånn her, hvis at Adriana har mer farm, så vil jeg ikke si at det er en bedre support. Han gir bort gold til en adspillelse. Og det er en stor sånn viktighet i det å være en god support. For alt goldet kan gi til din AD carry er beneficial som oftest.
Ja.
Så det er ikke sånn ekstremt mye akkurat nå, men en lille edre.
Problemet mitt med det er at jeg har Visionary på Trymbæren.
Ja, nei, det kan være at han tar den igjen, bare for det faktum at han kommer til å... De kommer til å få så mye kontroll over Ring etter hvert, for at de har jo hatt så mye kontroll på starten av XL. Så ellers har jeg kunnet bare gått hvor de ville. Men nå har jo dem. Så nå kommer de til å ta... Og de har også en Jhin, som jeg tror kanskje for Vision skal ta den ene, han er litt usikker. Jeg vet om de får Vision Score av å legge ut ene siden.
may be trying to push this a little deeper. XL look like they want to contest.
Again, if you see at the bot side of the map, they're trying to catch Hansama in the mid lane.
A
lot of damage. He does get taken out by the culling. Ended up needing 2
ultimates.
Paying the tax for his support for his ADC.
5 versus 4.
Skal de ta Baron? Skal de ikke vinne?
Actually flip this at the Baron. Toward inside the pit. Larsen's in the bottom lane. He can join. Odoamne's making his way.
They have vision.
Top. Teleport is now being channeled. Piercing arrow comes out from Hansama and XL back out. They've got 1 TP already. That is a win at the moment.
Guys, that is a win for Rogue because Advian has to stay out to possibly push Inspired away so he can't smite it. And we've mentioned how squishy the entirety of the XL lineup is, which means the second Markun tries to tank the Baron, he gets so chunked out that if Larsen throws a sphere in there, he's pretty much really close to dead.
That will be Rogue now
Det er også synd å deale kanskje mer damage på komboen sin enn Smite nå. Siden Smite. Jeg tror faktisk det er en større sjanse på å stile Baron. Enn for en jungler for å ha sagt det. Jhin også for ultimaten sin. På 4. shotet, men da må man faktisk skyte 3 shots for å.
Ja, det er ganske vanskelig.
Det er veldig lett å skal time for å ikke bli fucka opp her. Bare ikke angripe hvis de begynner, og hvis den er på 4. shoten, så styrer den.
They don't necessarily care about taking the soul right now if they can take the Baron and then open up the map much more for themselves. So I think XL here have to make a choice. You either fight for the dragon or you fight for the Baron, but you can't concede your vision.
Ja, sant det da, med Drew på solpen. Ja, Jace kan ha deal ikke så ekstreme.
They managed to push the wave far enough that XL's attempt
Det er han å prøve å være på en sneaky posisjon.
maybe a setup is thwarted. 8
Sneaky.
seconds until the ocean spawns.
Den finner ikke, selv så lenge de ikke vet hva det er, så skumler den.
All of the AoE. Inspired gets tagged for 2 as well as the shock blast. He makes his way out.
Hva er den stridssangen der?
But doesn't yet pull the trigger. Finally does so. Markun goes golden.
Det er pianoet.
Rogue are split. Odo have lost his ultimate and manages to lightning rush away to safety. Shock blast
Oi.
takes 2. Cry's doing so much damage. Trumpy goes in with the Magna Storm, but everybody from XL splits. They get themselves a kill numbers advantage to XL, and they continue to step forward. Rogue have not yet backed away. Odoamne's got the teleport, nicks some damage.
Oh.
He flashes away. Scatter the Weak will not stun him. 4 versus 5, and Rogue are still holding on to
Man
the
bryter opp veldig med summoners for å komme vekk fra Kimber. Det skal være ok. Men kommer litt an på.
Ja, ganske bra poke.
They have indeed. Nukeduck has got himself the culling. I think Cries is landing so many shock blasts. Dragon down to 3,000. Advian is very, very low. Still got the flash available to culling. Pushes Larsen out of the pit. Manages to pick up the dragon. XL by themselves. 5 more minutes. Odoamne teleported as well. So that is
Det
now
er faktisk overraskende close. XL spiller bra.
Stay alive.
That was Markun start to finish. I'm so happy we're getting this replay again, because as you can see, Odoamne wants to come from this
Det er så jævlig hype girl her.
Ja, hvis han gått for dem i stedet for Nukeduck, så vil jeg kanskje det.
Takes Slicing Maelstrom all to himself in a Zonias, which means that Odoamne is going to have no impact in the backline of this fight. And then Inspired flashes through the wall. Everyone flashes away from Trimby's ultimate, and suddenly Metal Horse Lady is all alone between 5 XL members. Markun played this so well to stop the flank, to take one of the biggest ultimates to stop Rogue from
Jeg skjønner selvfølgelig hva vi mener, men
because they didn't have to deal
det er
with
sånn, ja vel.
multiple AoE threats at the same time. They were ready for that Trimby engage, and it allowed XL to pick up their first dragon. They are still trailing in gold. They are still trailing in dragons and towers. They have shown a tenacity that is surprising.
That's what they need. They need that spark. They need that second engage where you make the decision to go for that flip play, like Markun did there, onto Odoamne, to stop your team from getting decimated by one spell, the Slicing Maelstrom. Can they replicate?
I think we're going to give some credit here again to Cries. I know I
Det
mentioned
Larsen snart teleport opp, ja.
a number of shock blasts.
Og da skal jeg nettopp bruke
Reminder
den.
here, XL playing Rogue right now. They play Astralis tomorrow.
That's rough.
Play G2 on Sunday. It's going to be very, very important to win every single one of those
Rart å
games.
høre si on
Not get taken
Sunday.
out by the culling, find himself the stun onto Nukeduck, but Curtain Call and culling, there's no major objectives unless someone starts Baron. So that's not the end of the world. But again, there's a sense of, I don't want to say desperation, but a sense of like really trying to force certain things to.
Men Excel vet også at de på klokke nå, så at jo mer tid de bruker, jo mer cringe blir det frem og prøver.
Jo, for at de blir utscalet.
De er avscalet, og de er på 3 Drakes.
Jo, det blir jo jævlig farlig.
No, they don't. Buy more time. 2.5 minutes until Ocean Soul. Marcoon, no flash. The moonfall is there.
Nuktak lavere level enn han sammen.
Odo can come over the wall. Level 16.
Han har lavere level på hat.
An advantage over everybody on XL. By the way, Larsen level 16 as well. Nuktak level 14. Down 70 CS. That laning phase and the extension of the
Lucian ned 70 CS, liksom. Hva?
Control advantage. Obviously, those scatter the weeks could be game-changing against a very squishy lineup. So I think we set time.
Larsen, bare jeg har ordnet håret mitt I dag, så du får ikke lov til å gjøre sånn.
I don't think we have seen yet Larsen press R.
Det Skandinavia-diff.
Hvorfor har ikke Larsen ikke brukt så mye ultimate? Han ikke veldig lav.
Han ikke glad I å trykke på R. Som altså, han fjernet R-tasten sin. Jeg har hørt om det på bloggen hans.
Ja. Hva greier med at de bare sitter og skiser I gamet?
Det ingen der, liksom.
Det kommer til å komme noen men
Oh, but now you can't pick the wrong side, right? At 32 minutes with Baron, with Soul. I want to call viewers' attention to how many stopwatches and hourglasses there are on the side.
Ja, Larsen bare venter på at den kommer inn.
Two stopwatches are 4 of them. Just remember all of the burst damage, how much XL needs to eliminate a target. Larsen, that's the flash engage. Adrian almost hesitated, I wonder. Larsen was able to escape. Now there's a counter teleport into the mid lane.
Patrick has no mana.
A bit of trouble. Patrick will flash. Will use the heal. Holds on to the flash. Now Rogue are in the mid lane. 45 seconds to Dragon. And yeah, that was a little strange, but no flash on Larsen.
Virker bare sinnssykt treg. Jeg vet at det enda tregere enn den virker hesten sin, men ser liksom på animasjonen hennes.
XL have been roaming around the map, not setting down vision on the most important objective right now, which is that dragon. Because if Ocean Soul goes to Rogue,
ja, Rogue har de gjorde alt det player top lane for å ha Dragon. Og de får ikke Dragon.
Making their way to the top of the river. Infinity Edge was picked up by Patrick. He's level 16 as well.
Rogue is coming.
Sensed this one and sniffed it out.
Har Rell høyere movespeed enn det en vanlig champion har når du på hesten?
Ok, de har fått den, men jeg tror han bare dreper den. Ja, så får de Waterbrick. Hvor mange som dør? Det 2 igjen.
I honestly think that the
head of Larsen
might be reaching the ceiling right now.
How
in the world did he know that Advian was in this bush, instantly destroying
Noen måtte vært I misgrein. Noen må være på feil.
Oh, sorry, they didn't take the Baron. Okay, it wasn't stolen, but they'll take the entirety of the XL roster. They'll push down mid to open the map.
Det andre eller tredje gangen hun har feilet. Oh, sorry, they didn't take the Baron.
One of the most precious possessions, which is the Ocean Soul.
The Ocean Soul, indeed. I wonder if on Advian's route up, there was a ward in the tri-bush.
Wait, he doesn't touch him. He knows he doesn't touch him in the scut of the weeks. Towards the right, that was so... 10 head, not even 5 head. That was insane by Larsen. That's your whole engage. And what keeps Inspired out of the pit? Dead. And even though, yes, you secure the Baron, everyone almost dies.
Yeah, they lose 3 of those buffs. Rogue complete the Ocean Soul.
Okay.
And what can Nukeduck and
Patrick do with this?
It's some damage.
Det som mima litt.
Simply not enough.
Han twitcha frem og tilbake.
Lead for Rogue. The Ocean Soul, the invisible advantage plus deep vision. When we were in that replay, Trouble, I saw there was a rogue ward in the tri-bush. I wonder if they saw him go over it, speaking about Advian.
But still, how did he know where to target the scat of the week?
100% agree. Very intelligent play, understanding where some of the risks could come from.
Ja.
Intelligence.
Var det så Gea, ganske kult.
Men, altså, det dårlig, men hva skjer med statsa til Spilledag game her? 0-1-6 Trumby stats.
Han er snowball-skjerm, så jeg ikke var kult på det.
Trumby bare, stå på en ward, gutta!
Tror det, han skal kanskje mye bedre. Han var litt redd det.
Once again, the respect Rogue are showing means they've got out of almost every one of these long-range engages.
Yeah, the good thing is that they have still the Baron on Patrick and Nukeduck, and Nukeduck is very slippery, so he can't stay around.
Larsen har 324 farm.
Be necessarily too threatened as Patrick would, but the
Ok, det 300 farm på botlane, det nesten 40 minst langt igjen. Men liksom, hva faen? Se på 324 versus 262.
4 minutes from now. Elder is going to be one of
Det farm,
the most heavily contested objective on the map, and you'll see that Rogue will push all of their waves, they'll set down their vision, and they'll go chill on their
Bare
side.
satt I basen, han bare sånn, I'm AFK.
The thing that you've got to remember now is, this late into the game, with 3 and 4 items being completed, working towards 5.
Everyone is almost level 18 as well.
Even in gold,
Ja, alle.
at least. XL can.
Nukeduck.
They can find a shocking pick. They can potentially punish Rogue. So even though it feels and has felt for a long time like Rogue are in control,
Hva hadde vi en level 12?
this stage in the game, and we've seen it several times this summer already, XL are not yet out of it. Still fishing for opportunities.
Prøv så fall for en cringe pick-upsen deres.
Jeg liker at du driver og maser om level 12, nei, level 18. Det faktisk bare Larsen som level 18.
Jeg sa det for snart level 18.
XL are so aware of where Odomne is, and this is what is really surprising about this team. Even though they're so bloodthirsty, they know exactly what their win condition is in a fight. They will take the ballsy call over the safe call every single time. And that's a thin line between a hero and an Inter. We've said it a lot of times.
Yes, indeed.
Jeg må gå på Larsen.
Quick update, of course.
Men Larsen, Rogue er veldig god på å vite når ting skjer. For han bare sånn her, ok, det er ingen som skjer på mappen nå. Jeg er litt foran. Ok, det er noen som prøver seg på en cringe-dikt her nå.
Live champ points.
Hva skjer det?
På venstre siden av skjermen.
Pointsen deres.
Get as high seeding as possible.
Mad 120 points.
Ja, da var han siste split.
I'm going to take us away from the championship points back into this game because the Baron is coming up in 1 minute 20.
Jeg vet ikke hva det heter, live championship.
Nei, det var...
Det er så championship eller noe sånt.
Rogue is
Det heter live.
If Odomne wants to have a flank, wards are already down available, waiting for
Det er pointsen de har fra wins, og så det som avgjør om det kommer til Worldsen.
Hvem som fær til Worlds?
Jeg tror det.
Takk for forklaringen. Det var bare ikke så veldig lett å forstå det utifra hva det...
De har forklart det tidligere, vi kan bare vise det nå.
Ok. Den har jeg ikke sett tidligere, så da må jeg forklare igjen.
But he has to if XL want to win the fight.
Especially
Rogue
want to win their fight. Cries will be the target. Flash over the wall from Trim.
Oi, de gjør noe cringe press. For like dere det? Det er for Timble nå.
Yay!
Oi. Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Ok, nå bør dere si, nå har dere cringe så mye, nå skal dere bli døde.
Vi gidder ikke å tulle rundt.
I don't think they care about the Dragon. I don't think they care about the Baron. It's all about finishing that game.
5 versus 3 and not the greatest wave clear on the side of XL. Marcoon has got the Moonfall and Flash available to him. Inspired dashes forward, doesn't find Patrick. Uses the Hourglass, the Slicing Maelstrom this time round. Splits up 2 members of XL. That's already a dead Marcoon and Advian trying to disrupt Rogue. I don't know if he can do it just yet. Odoamne uses Hourglass to buy some time and Patrick running for his life in the bottom lane. He's pulled 4 members
Jeg fikk
off
ett
Rogue.
kill. Kom igjen, Larsen! Shit!
Second for Cries. Patrick will continue to bring
Larsen flash!
The 4 items available to him. The crash down, the pull back, and Hans Sommer left alone on the next.
Yay, Larsen!
Shoot away from taking out Dodo as well. Cries simply does not have the ability to stop it. Finally, the Nexus will go down and Rogue.
De som hadde Odomane ble skikkelig skuffet.
Og det andre var 0-1, og han var død på slutten, for at han sa meg ikke
sense of showmanship in that last hit.
Handsama just intet og da
Ja, jeg gjorde det vilje. Det var veldig tidlig. Jeg kunne nøyaktig ta det og slå ut stoppet.
In Rogue's control for so long.
I think it was completely into their control. They didn't have to team fight. Up to the point where they were at the nexus.
Not even question it. Oh, Rogue-jenta.
A tower would go down. Vision would go down. A dragon would go down. They stacked their dragons up so early. They always had that win condition. They always knew that if they wanted to fight XL in their terms, they could pull them down the bot side of the river.
And then you have to think about the decision making. XL opted into the Baron, knowing or expecting, I believe, that that soul would go the way of Rogue. Rogue were able to win the team fight at Baron despite losing the buff. Get themselves the soul. They guarantee themselves a top 4 seed in the regular season. The members of Rogue will finally take to the stage. Everybody at home, you can vote for your Kia player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Odo, Larson, and Hans. And I have to once again commend Larson. He picked the Syndra into the first pick Lucian and simply controlled the entire time.
I'm sorry.
Trymbi jo mye høyere enn han ser ut da.
Lol, Trymbi var ikke key-player king.
Men altså, Trymbi så mye høyere enn jeg trodde.
Ja, men...
Det var bare jævlig gøy du gikk glipp av det. Liksom, Inspired og Dane og Trymbi bare sto og liksom... For at de må bukke, vet du. De må stå og bare vente på Larsen og han Sama. Jeg tar faen hva de drev med, men de bare sto og bare... Ja.
I mean, that's exactly what happened. Rogue ended up taking the victory. They guarantee top 4 for XL.
Vi klarer å vinne et game, men vi klarer ikke å bukke etter gamer, liksom.
Remember that XL took down G2 already. So for XL's shot and hopes at playoffs, next 2 games are going to be crucial. We're going to find out what Larson has to say. Excellent Syndra performance. Over to you.
I am Ginger.
Excellent Syndra performance and excellent performance overall. Although I want to say it's like typical Rogue game. Really good early game, and then slowed it down a bit, the pace of the game. Why so? What do you think that's not good?
The interview has started? Oh.
Yeah, the interview has started.
I mean, I want to say typical out of games we were also
the interview has started.
Which people don't appreciate. They focus on the games where we don't end the game fast. Usually we we win the games, but it's against Mad. For the games that we actually have big leads. Right, I forgot the question. What was it?
Why did the pace of the game
Larsen, Ron.
Oh, I mean, it kind of slowed down because
jeg føler Larsen sånn litt for intelligent, så han blir liksom, han litt autist.
So that made the game very slow because that was kind of our game plan to like get the soul at that point. We also died a bit here and there. I lost my shutdown, so it's kind of my bad. I slowed down the game. If I play cleaner, I think we get all the outer tier 2s and we'll be way ahead in gold, maybe even get Nash. Yeah, just some small mistakes here and there.
I mean, it's
Når det kritisk at dere vant. Find? Hva chatten til med Find?
Actually, with the games you had, maybe trying out some stuff before being ready for playoffs. I don't know. How was that? What was the plan?
I mean, for me and for us, I think it's definitely about getting the first place. We can choose who we play in the first round. To win the next 2 games, we will get first place for sure. So that's on the thing on our mind, and just play 2 good games. Hopefully stomp enemies in the 2 next games. That would be nice.
Yeah.
I think we are on a good path to clean out the games fast and have very good snowballs. So yeah, just working towards that.
I have a last question about the game because I was talking to Jan Weg before the game and he told me he was happy with the draft because you guys let them go away with some picks they've been successful on lately. So I think about Lucian, Diana, picks like that. Why did you think they would be okay with this pick and you would win regardless?
I mean, it's kind of their comfort, so they were happy with it, right? But we had good answer to it. I mean, Lucian was not in final lane, that's for sure. So even though it's a comfort, I didn't mind because I knew I
Du måtte jo bare spille Syndra, og så var ferdig snakket, liksom.
Yeah, I mean, I guess both teams were happy with the drafts, and the draft is not that important. It's usually about the gameplay anyway.
Men så særlig da, kan vi i det minste få pointsa på første gamet. Er det lov å begynne liksom med det?
Scouting, yeah,
organisert
with the queue and they're scattered the week.
Ja, det er sånn det 3 timer siden det startet nå, liksom.
I mean, it's a very slow game, and I think flankers tend to get bored. Like flanking champs, they tend to get bored in slow games. They're like always look for flanks because nothing is going on, so they'll be like, okay, I will go for
10
flank.
head.
So it's kind of obvious, like they'll be on the flank, especially when they start Nash. So yeah, I was just scouting and seeing if I was on the flank, and this push felt like a bush Alistar would stand in.
Honestly, like smart plays like that is, I feel, the reason why you got Kia Player of the Game today. Quickshot was saying it got an insane performance on Syndra, and I feel like you had a really good split overall, Larsen. So what do you think about your development?
Kia Player of the Game.
I mean, I have a good second half of the split. First half was not that good, but it was good because I improved a lot from not having that good of first half of the split. Like I changed a lot of things, and I have very good habits now, and I'm very, very confident in myself now. So like I usually didn't struggle in my past in a regular split. So at the first half split, I kind of struggled a bit, and that was a very good thing for me, I think, because I changed some things, and I'm super confident now, and it was just for the greater good.
And you were talking about how Rogue is looking to get first place
han
here.
har
Top 4,
klatra,
which means
liksom.
you're going to play in the upper brackets anyway. How confident are you about locking top 1 in the games you have left?
Yeah, we should definitely
Han har
lock
gjort
the
det
rank
veldig
spot.
bra.
Hopefully with some clean games, fast games. But I mean, just focus on next game tomorrow. I think it's against Vitality, so that's the next focus, and just take it game by game and play by play. I'm not gonna think too much ahead. I'm just gonna take it step by step, and yeah.
Might be a bloody game knowing how Vitality is, but we'll all see about that tomorrow, Larsen. Thank you so much for the interview, and for us, we're gonna take a short break, and we'll be back in a couple minutes with Mad Lions facing off against G2. Stay tuned.
Oi, oi, oi.
Peak American, what the fuck.
Insanely skilled, so I think you can never count them
Kan du se, han har ikke klippet med Steve Rogers, mid lane.
That's gigantic, but there's not enough follow-up. There's not enough damage. The dragon is secured by Mad Lions. They get the soul.
With Mad winning, it could bring more hope to other teams that they can potentially win as well, because G2 isn't winning anymore, but we're here to crush their hopes.
Fordi at førsteplass-teamet vant, så ringer opp den andre.
Det er mye mer hype for det gamet her enn jeg for neste, liksom. Det kan egentlig gå begge veier hvis Fnatic skjerper seg, eller hvis de ikke skjerper seg. Official League of Legends gaming chair.
For Hei, hei, hei.
Men altså, i stedet så visste de jo Mad vs G2, og da visste de Kaiser og Mickey X, men nå bare dreit de med Mickey, og bare viser Kaiser i stedet for.
Ja, Mickey var kastet ut.
Av G2? Det er Kaiser som er den nye supporten til G2?
Ja, han har begge teamsen.
Spiller en Lost Vikings?
Ja. Lost Vikings funker begge teams.
Ja, ok. Ja, for det er jo det er jo ikke hot, så det gir mening. Hvilken side er det som har 2 vikinger? Eller er det en som bytter?
Den ene vikingen er bare int. Hvis jeg spiller med Vitality. Ja, vil ikke se han sammen intra Adam.
Welcome back,
Let's
everyone,
go,
to the
Armut.
final week of LEC Summer. Yes, it's already the final week. I know time flies when you're having fun, and we're about to have a lot more fun as we'll soon see the reigning champions Mad Lions take on G2 Esports, which is a preview of a matchup we were very likely to see in the playoffs. Now, going into this game, we wanted to take a closer look at the 2 supports who have really helped define the playstyle from both teams over the last couple of years, haven't they?
I genuinely think they have. You go back to the prime of G2 as well. Mickey always been a vocal point. Was even if Caps was the AD carry, if Pert was the AD carry, now when Reckless is the AD carry, this support is always shining. And you can see on the other side of the map, you get Kaiser from Mad Lions. And I think ever since we had the Mad Lions enter the LEC with Kaiser coming through as well, this guy has just always been a talking point for this team. He's genuinely good in any meta we've had. He had only 1 point or 2 points where he genuinely slumped, but then every time we get near playoffs, right, he starts ramping up again. He starts coming in with the flanks, the highlights plays. I think his Alistar is usually what we think about when we think Kaiser as well, or Rakan. Both these supports right now are pivotal points in getting victories for their teams.
And as you say, they bring something to the table no matter what meta or no matter what situation the team is in. So we specifically wanted to look at Mickey X and his Rakan from last week. What are you going to show us?
Yeah, so this time with Mickey, I'm gonna basically just take a look at everything he does perfectly on this Rakan going into this team fight, because he really utilizes the kit very well. But before we get into that, I want to take a look at some of the setups before we reach that pivotal team fight against Misfits that they had. So going into this one, it's a situation where there's 1 minute until the Infernal Drake is respawning, so they're setting up for the objective. But the problem is right now, as you can see now, that Misfits, they're here a bit beforehand. Even if you take a look down on the minimap, there's always hear it down in the bottom. So with this in mind, G2, they're just going to continue and straight down to the mid lane turret, where they're going to be taking it, where they know it's going to be uncontested, because of the fact that Misfits invested so many resources to try and catch them off guard while they were looking for vision around the objective, because that's what they're looking for. So G2 right now, what they're trying to do is stall. Just because you have Wonder that needs to join the fight, Hero is also coming, so we need them to back up beforehand. So as soon as they feel confident to join this fight, have a look at Mickey, because what he's going to be doing here is going to be pivotal. He's got the Orianna ball on him. He's got the quickness already. He flashes forward, gets the charm on towards the Renekton, continues down. Remember, he does still have the ball onto him, which is going to be pivotal when we continue the clip here. Gets on towards the members here, gets the shockwave down. He already used the E one. He gets the W, and he gets the second E out again. Every kit you had in Rakan there is utilized to perfection. The engage to get forward, the engage with the grand entrance of the quickness, and then again the E to get out of it. Everything you wanted from Rakan's kit there was utilized.
Beautiful by Mickey, and I think it also goes to show that, you know, sometimes when G2 is on the same page, I say sometimes because it's not always been like that this season, but definitely has been in the last games, in the last few weeks. But it's not just Mickey doing his job. He does it expertly, and the team follows up immediately. Let's take a look at the drafts then, because Kaiser has said no slouch either. What is your expectation as to what we may see out of these two on the Rift?
I think it's going to depend on a lot of what the comms has already built. Where in a recent interview with Mickey as well, he was talking about how he feels like the support champions right now is not only just to counter the lane, it's to counter what what the enemies are doing. So for example, you see his puppy here. Diana is a huge champion in the meta right now, so he's going for something like that. Sometimes you need a greater engage or more map pressure on the side of Kai'Sa. There's a Galio as well. So it's all these things and the flexibilities we see from the different supports here, how they're unique, but it's also how we see them pair up together nicely with some of the meta champions like the Leona, like the Rakan, or the disengage you get from the Braum.
I've never been this excited for a support matchup. Thank you so much for that, Mikkel. Of course, Kaiser versus Mickey, and two of the best teams in the second round robin so far. Gonna be an amazing matchup. And Matt, they have already secured a top 4 seed in the playoffs, but for G2, every win counts. Will return in a few minutes as the current and former EU champions face off.
Ja, så hvis både Vitality og Astralis vinner I morgen, så det de to det handler om. Og så dems match.
Welcome to the caster desk for the final 2 games of the day. We're in a super week Vedi, and there's no one I would rather have beside me apart from any of the other color casters who currently work on the LEC. I'm Medi, he's Vedi. We're here for the final 2 games of the day.
It's going to be a series of excitement, entertaining, and what I would call excellent games. Because we have G2 also ran out the day with Fnatic.
Deilig cast tilbake til pornocasting. Jeg trodde du var her, så jeg drev og snakket til men så hvis både Vitality og Astralis vinner I morgen, så det down to game mellom dem det gjelder, altså. Det sykt.
Nei, Astralis får det.
Jo, ok, så Astralis får tap.
see out of Fnatic, Misfits, and G2, who joins them up in that top side.
Hvis Astralis vinner, så det over, da.
Let's get on into the draft. 11:15.
For de spiller mot hverandre også. De ligger et game over. Hvis de taper, så kommer vi helt an på hvem som vinner gamet mot hverandre.
Så det har vært litt kult om Astralis taper. Bare for vi liksom...
Så det blir faktisk sånn.
Yeah, I think that we're still seeing Lucian being a very high priority combined with the Diana nerfs.
Jeg synes det fortsatt jævlig teit at han der heter Mac. Han burde hett Mad. Så har det vært Mads Lions. Skjønner du? Nei. G2sports.com/shop, der har jeg vært.
Jeg har stått at Crabs blir byttet navn til G2. Så det har vært G2 sine e-sports.
Thresh, still a classic. There were the nerfs this patch, I believe, to Thresh.
Det er jo allerede G2 sin e-sports.
Det får også Mad sin Lion.
I personally think it's a pretty big, but...
Nei, dem er det Mad Lions, men hvis han har hett Mad, så har det vært Mad Lions. Mad Lions. Det kan det være det.
Camille away from Wonder, the Xin Zhao away from Jankos, and Tristana very targeted towards Reckless. So let's see what their priority is. Given that the meta has shifted and we don't expect them to win.
Varus.
Er det sånn at de bare har annethvert lag på stage? Eller har de med Cam som spiller?
Jeg har med Cam. Jeg har ikke peiling.
Equally as effective, depending on the opposition team.
A
few more options. Once again, Reckless is going to bring out the Kalista here.
Man bør bare spille Kalista.
Men Reckless Kalista? Ja, det her er faktisk blir fort inn til oss.
Ja, faen, det er jo early game aggressiv, det. Det er ikke akkurat Reckless.
Ja, den synder jo det.
Mad Lions sitt liksom fått ser ut som en sånn fotballgarderobe. Sånn innrømmet trøyer og sånne ting.
And she scales pretty well, given that her ability to burst a single target down is always going to be relevant as the game progresses.
Great! What the fuck?
On a limb and say this is the first Graves of the LEC that we have seen so far, and it is going to be in the hands of Elyoya.
Det her er sykt, da.
Elyoya, hello.
I don't know if it was this patch or if it was last patch. I want to say that he got like +2 AD or something. I'm trying to recall exactly what the Graves buffs
I will say,
were.
this patch, Sentinel Graves was released. It wasn't buffed or nerfed on this specific patch. I'll have a look back in a second. Graves we have seen this summer as well, Vedians.
Okay, so Syndra Graves has quite a lot of power in terms of the mid-jungle versus 2. I will say that it's a little bit
stronger. For de som er sterkeste
common.
Der? Fordi Legion dealer jævlig med damage og hans stønne.
Syndra has a lot of easy setup against you, but Caps clearly feels confident in the matchup, and you know that you have so much more roaming power. Syndra, while she can often gain prior in the lane, she's not the fastest when it comes to moving.
Og Graves treffer også jævlig bra. Men Syndra har det
Graves og Varno er liksom bursty.
Ja, det er pick-off for det.
Men ja, det er jo bra at jeg har Rekkos når han bare jeg skal prøve ut nye ting.
Nei, det faen, kanskje han er god med pauser. Men da har jeg ikke slått på. Det ble et game, og det var jo bra på, men det var heller ikke mest imponerende. Jeg fikk en spilt noen amazing, var det?
He's actually stronger than he was at the start of Season 11.
Oh, well, there you go. But yeah, I knew that he recently had some small changes. Cool to see that Elyoya is picking the champion up. We'll see how that one works. I haven't seen a Graves for a while now. But the support bans continue to come through. G2 is looking at a Nautilus
so many support bans
right now to be paired up with the Kalista. What will Mad Lions choose to remove? Because you expect G2 to grab
support bans at the moment.
Whichever one gets banned. imagine G2 will go there if Mad Lions
G2 har 4 av sine 5 bands supports. Hva faen, liksom?
Right now it's looking like that
Leona.
Leona, strong, powerful CC, very good setup.
Det supporten til Kaiser
all
bygger
in
det
against low mobility champions in the form of the Syndra and the Varus
Men
as
nå
well.
er det
And when you pair that up with the Kalista,
Hvis
you
han
have
har
a very
kommet i
powerful
det
2
meg
versus
igjen.
2 lane in the bot.
Gives your opponents a little bit less reaction time as
Eller?
well, the
Bare syk jo det å gå Morgana.
come down, then a Nautilus engage. The hook can take a little bit of time to connect, giving Mad Lions the opportunity to dodge away from it. Also, Leona naturally slight bit tankier than the Nautilus.
Ikke noe.
And considering she's really the only tank
Men
so
kan
far
de
this tournament,
Er det
it
Grace
might be
topplane?
a bit tricky
Altså Trundle, mener
Nei, en Trundle topplane? Her kan man bare være
support, I think.
Trundle support? Jeg vil Trundle support nå, det er jo jævlig sitt. Det kan være alt! Fuck!
Just because of his ultimate, you literally just talked about how Leona
Det er Trundle support.
he can literally steal
Trundle support er så syk. Jeg så det på LPL, og det er derfor pikka det. Eller pikka med praven. Jeg pikka med
Jeg visste
praven.
ikke at det var en greie.
Pillar, is it
Det var en
strong
grei
into
deng.
Kalista?
I'm trying. Okay, so it's strong into Kalista because it has an attack speed slow on it. Or movement speed slow, so that's an attack speed.
Trollspamming, ja.
It's strong into Kalista.
Okay.
I'm trying to work out how it works with Zenith Blade, whether if the Zenith
Ja,
Blade
men
you pillar between you
Trundle support er drittsykt. Jeg så det en gang på LPL, og de bare molesta.
Hvorfor du bare locker down, liksom? Hva
Du bygger piller.
liksom? Ja.
Du bygger piller, du springer deg ned, du gjør ultimaten som tar vekk statsen fra Tekning. Det er ikke at de har det sånn veldig mye av det på deres side. De har spilt Kalista mot Vitality. Eller?
Back to comfort on this Graves. I looked it up, Betty. His most played 24 games, 63% win rate on the champ.
Han legger ut pilleren, så at Kalista kan ikke bevege seg. Eller TF, han kan PF pick ut av det. Han har Q-en sin som bare kan springe ned folk, eller kan ta var til folk.
Bot-side focused for G2, so I expect a lot of
Ja, det er
roaming.
auto-reset, ja.
Men mer sånn han kommer bare springe inn i folk og lage peller for å fucke opp med fights.
Det er litt sånn springnedlag med der, ass.
I think that the gangplank ultimate in the late game fights is going to be very difficult for the Varus and the Syndra to be able to play around. When you look at Mad Lions poke, they do have a lot at their disposal, a very long range composition. We'll see if G2 have enough engage tools.
Det er basically til GP. Det er den som ser det. Kan du løye seg bak spillet? Det var bare en tunn med sånn samurai-sverd og sånn sikre liv. Og jeg må røre nå.
Faen, Caps hadde mørk skjerm, ass.
Han liker vel litt mørkt. Han er en mørk personlighet. Trundle supporten er faktisk... Jeg elsker Trundle supporten. Nå har jeg lyst til at... Nå har jeg lyst til at jeg skal vinne bare for at jeg har sånn syk kraft. Jo, se på draft numbers. Det var syk kraft.
Ja, men nei.
Fy faen. Mikke, jeg har det, men du kommer til å ta.
Unnskyld, kan vi få points? Nei, ikke points, nei. Nei,
Nei, det var ikke vel også.
Last year, even.
Well, yeah, but it's a couple of years since last. Like, if you count it as seasons, they met all of 2020.
Eloya går dash.
I'm just saying that, like,
Sure.
Hesitancy wasn't needed there, but
Å, gjør man ikke det på Graves?
Nei, det må da.
Ja, men går man i Ignite i stedet for? Bare for bursten?
Det er enten det dash eller... Ja, det er egentlig den. Hva faen skinner her? Er det den nye skinner? Faen, men helt syk, da.
På Graves? Ja. Ja, og derfor han pikket han?
Ja. Det er sånn spiller jeg fikk.
Spam G2!
Oi. Capster!
Nei, jeg tror ikke akkurat det, Det var litt sånn equal trade.
Equal opportunity. Men!
There's the Guardian on Kaiser. Mickey's Ignite is ticking away.
Ja, jeg tror Trundle er sterkere level 1 enn Lunas.
Vision from Kazi on Mickey.
Oi.
First kill goes over to Reckless. Mickey trying to dodge around. There's some Alcove Gaming, but it's just going to be a short break here. Mickey, you have to think, has the stun back up. Kazi
Jævlig bra!
and exchanges it.
Hvor Leona?
Jævlig dumt. Out from Cap, so a bit of trading in the mid lane already, a lot of action, but it ends up being Reckless that draws first blood as Kazi's able to burn. Every summoner spell was burned in the bot lane. And overall, you can see the G2 with a bit of an early gold advantage. But
Leona?
Leona no. Really... Oh, we won't have time. Let's look back at the replay and see exactly what happened. So you can see that because the late invade came through from Kaiser and Kazi, they were obviously late to the lane. G2's bot lane shoved it in early, but the power of Trundle's early dueling is very potent.
Hvis
det ikke har vært en Trundle...
Det løy det. Han fikk av flashen vekk,
hvis det ikke har vært en Trundle, så har det der vært easy double first blood, liksom.
Inch by inch between these two teams every single time across the course of
Ja, for Trundle early dueling power.
Han har ganske bra...
Jankos!
The second one follow Aljoya
smoke screen!
Nei! That's why smoking kills.
That's why smoking. Men du sug.
Nei, ikke sug. Åh, du så dårlig. Nei. Dårlig.
The gold is even, but mad lead in kills, and we've had action all across the board. We had some really cool stuff prepared, and both these teams have just said, no, we're not going to allow you to talk about it. So let's take stock of what has just happened. Jankos, he did a full clear topside into mid lane gank. He was only level 3. They hard committed onto trying to shut Humanoid down. By getting Caps even slightly ahead, it makes it easier for him to roam around the map, and by removing Humanoid's flash, it gives him a little bit more of an opportunity to set Caps up for success. Of course, Jankos had to commit his flash in order to get that kill. And that means that Aljoya was able to come in and clean up that answer. Meanwhile, Armored in the top lane was able to find himself a solo kill, and that was just...
Ja, fordi Wonder er dårlig.
You'd hit that level 4 mark. The Wave was in a bit of an awkward position for Wonder, so there was very little...
Ja, altså hvorfor var han så langt frem da? Jankos bomma!
Gets a very nice straight back onto Caps, and now Aljoya, as we talked about, finally making his way up towards the top side. No flash on Wonder, and the Wave is not a good position for him.
Jeg bryr meg egentlig ikke hvordan det går med han der.
Det går ikke bra nå. Aljoya blir huge, det kan gjerne falle for alle sammen. Graves kan envenige, den envenige champ som faen.
Ja, jeg lagt meg ikke det. Oi!
Gjør en rogue. En rogue speciality.
En rogue speciale.
Det er veldig spennende om ikke du er helt
det som på Trundle hver gang.
Ikke Leona, ikke Trundle.
Ja, men det er Trundle han fokuserer hver gang for at han må.
Ja, han blir runnet hvis han ikke gjør det, så han har ikke så mye av det. Trundle er mer farlig enn Fekken Savaris tidspunkt. Akkurat nå hvis han dobber opp.
Oi.
Gikk litt tidlig, eller ikke sent. Smoke screen er faktisk stygg, for han kan egentlig bare vinne deg, men han kan ikke se noe som bare, hva skjer?
Men ikke se på Caps da!
Han skal teleportere.
Er han 6 allerede? Fy faen, det skjer så mye! Vi har hatt et game som gikk liksom 13 minutter for first blood.
Vi har to games som gikk så slå. Til et game her som bare er helt kaotisk. Og så kommer Fnatic, vet du, som også kommer til å være en dritt mye kaos overalt.
Se, level 3! Og det er for så vidt mye ekstra.
Det her er interessant.
Ja, det skjer veldig mye.
Ja, det var det Spilledag ganske hardt nå, siden vi kunne placen til det. Jeg visste ikke han hadde 2-0.
Han var dem 2-0 begge to, ja.
Ja, men han har også 3 placings, 2 placings.
Ja. Det er det ser ut. Caps til 0-0-3, det liker vi.
Jeg liker ham så... Oi.
Nice. Jeg liker han liksom det Reckles, 2000 kills, og så har du Mickey X, 2000 deaths. Support we like, hey, and support.
Rar.
What happens
every
time these two teams met. So you saw that the wins
It's happy birthday.
Don't bring the graphic up because it's going to ruin everything. Basically, what happens is they're very even because every time they meet in the regular season, they go 1-1. G2 wins the first game, Mad always wins the second game throughout their history. Now G2 on the offensive again.
Humanoid stand underneath the tower, the chases on. Mickey with a shield of Daybreak will be enough. Reckless pings over to 6 on that dive.
Now G2 is doing everything in their power to break that curse. They have tied the kills up, the gold is
Ja, jeg har ikke faktisk Sharp Blade på han. Jeg har litt sånn andre ting på han.
Possible. The thing is, Mad are not going down without a fight. They're getting things elsewhere on the map. Kazi's continuing farm. Kick.
Jankos kicks him back, and that is a very dead Elyoya. Shut down going over to Caps as well is huge for G2.
Very smooth play there from Jankos. Glides his way in behind Elyoya.
Sitter i sånn farmbot og...
Jo, han kommer bli... Det er ikke sånn at ikke dealer med hans farming.
Jeg må deale med han.
Jeg vil ikke 1v1. 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 Shut down på Mickey. Jeg liker det.
Denne gamet her er så sykehus.
Ja, det var så sykehus at den døde.
Over Jankos and Arma, this could be an opportunity for him to grab a plate himself. So while
Nå har
G2
han
is
kommet
making
seg
a
tilbake
lot
igjen,
of
da.
plays, Mad is still picking up a lot of gold everywhere on the map. We continue to have a very close game.
Det må forstå vidt i
Is only going to continue to fall.
Han har større bounty, altså man prøver ikke dø.
Men det kan fort få en turret i botten, og han har kanskje trettende turret-eye og sånne ting.
Jeg synes ikke det virker å spille så dårlig som Kalista. Jeg tror han er ganske decent.
Han har sikkert spilt den.
They only got 50 points, and they need to be placing close
LOL,
to
G2 under.
or ahead of them to make sure they get the top 4
Jeg har hørt at de har innta mot Vitality og tatt mot Excel og sånne greier.
Tror det er mellom.
Nei, G2 tatt mot Excel, Emma.
Nei, da. Nå er jo mellom.
Det er jo mellom, så. Jeg har bare ett win mer, altså.
Mindre int.
G2 hadde vel sånn 4 losing streak, tror jeg.
Se på pillene, se på irriterende de pillene her. Se på caps sammen. Hat i livet. Men det er bare mye mer bedre draft i leken.
Det er sånn pilene ser ut nå.
Hæ?
Det er sånn pilene ser ut nå.
Pilene?
Hva faen er det så pile? Pila? Å, pillar!
Ja. Det er en piller. Se på devastating den pillen her. Når han ikke er en champion som kan dashe fra den, så kan han faktisk ikke noe.
Hva er du driver med?
I think that was more of a warning flare. Yeah.
I think he was just doing everything that he could to keep Kazi away from Reckless. I think also in his mind, if he gets Kazi's cleanse, that's also a big advantage as well, because the ult's definitely going to come up before the cleanse does, and it gives G2 control.
Bra med hjernen, Mickey.
Hvordan er Reckless tatt igjen, og så er jeg over i farmen nå?
Fordi at du ser jo at du så at Mickey helt på ulta den under turreten og sånn. Det er på back fra farmen. Det er stor miniwave som han mistet.
Wunder er så kåt.
Wunder har mye bedre champion enn Jace, jeg vet ikke, men han kommer ikke til å vinne ødelegge med.
Men var det veldig da?
has equal plates on the bottom side of the
Det
map.
var veldig, da.
Around, even on CS as well overall. So
Han var jævlig kåt, da. Det trøyten der bort.
Kanskje var mer kåt enn Wonder, til og med. Missa Siegersen! Dårlig!
Play towards the side of the map that has kind of been stronger in the early game. G2, I think that when you look at their comp, we very much expected them to play towards the bot side of the map. And while we did see some plays there, they've actually just been moving this bot lane around a lot. Been playing around top, been playing around mid, pretty much playing everywhere that they can. And Mad has just been trying to answer every play that G2 has made. And huge props to Mad kind of regulating the pressure throwing out at them in the early game. Because over the last 2 weeks, Mad haven't had the strongest early game. When you compare it to their first 2 weeks of the split, you can see they were super bloody. They had high kills, high deaths, high combined kills per minute. But in the second half, they actually slowed the game down a lot. They found themselves in a couple early game deficits. They were quite close to the late game. And it wasn't until the late game fights where they were really coming out on top. Kind of how they won the split last season, relying very much on their 5v5 prowess. But in this game, they've really shaken things up, and they've been going toe-to-toe with G2 in the early game.
And a lot of it comes down to delayed invade that we saw from Mad Lions early on, because you said it at the time, this will split the map.
Oi, Baron der kommer jeg skummel!
Hvis G2 vinner, så ligger de jo equal.
And then Mickey and Jankos started making plays on the rest of the map. Jankos especially.
Det lite å si til begge to videre.
Ikke at jeg har noe å si, nei, men still.
When he was not put, well, his game plan was put a little bit out of whack, and once again we see G2 moving away from the bottom lane.
Jeg kommer litt med den intne teamet her.
Minute left before plates fall off. Where are we on total plates picked up? Well, 5 plus 2.
Jeg vil ha mer plates. Jeg skal ha mer plates.
And they're looking for more, as Reckless will be the beneficiary of more gold on that top side.
Well, G2 did invest around 4 to 5 members on the top side of the map, which means that Mad have control over the bot wave and the mid lane. They're going to get themselves another plate, may very well be a second one. As Wonder now Mad use this time to invade in the enemy jungle. They have their eyes set on Mickey and Reckless. With the positioning of Mickey, I think that the bot lane should be fine. Mad though, playing the map very well. I like that they've been doing in the early game. They have been trading well across the board, funneling as much gold wherever they can to try and make sure that even though G2's going for plates and kills, they're actually just trading very evenly. Now they have pressure in mid. They're rolling towards the top side of the map. They have the numbers advantage.
Safety of the fates call there from Reckless. Just
Det en piller for en ultimate for Reckless.
Det det som sjukt med pillerne.
Den faktisk giga safe.
Det var da veldig, da. Det liksom definisjonen på det gamet her. Var da veldig.
Wave is cleared out. Man Lions able to hold on
to
the
tower.
Wonder puts a little bit of chip damage down, and there's the stun. They know where
Men sånn, hvor ble det av middellederen min? Å faen, nå dør jeg. Er jeg tyrkisk? Å, det sykt!
Se på den, da!
De gikk jo vekk. Det er ingen som var redd for.
Det var bronze.
Han ville til Lisen hennes.
Jo, men det der var faktisk bronze.
G2 would disengage from this dive because when the Syndra is there, it becomes a little too risky.
Armut, no legs.
Very squishy, and you can see how much damage he took from the tower. Armut plays the initial exchange very well. But you can see Caps drops the stun card, throws out the Everfrost, just buying time, creating
sånn, jeg går og farmer. Han mener sånn, jeg går og dør.
Og gøy om Caps har feilet med yellow card der.
Hvor ble det av min midliner?
Det er så... jeg gleder meg til å se det igjen. Jeg kaster kort. Jeg bare, ok, jeg skal gå inn i den.
Så dårlig. Han visste jo ikke det, men...
Og jeg ville jo egentlig at Caps skulle bom, at Armut ikke skulle være bronze, sånn at Jankos kunne få et kill, men...
In terms of items,
Armut.
Relatively equivalent here. Importantly, Humanoid does have a
Armpits. Armpits.
His earlier, and looks like Mad Lions want to take this fight.
Okay.
A Mountain Drake, the soul will be on Infernal or Cloud for the moment though. Caps hiding out.
Ja.
Human er det 0-3, ass.
Stepping forward.
Han har en tendens til å gjøre det veldig bra, eller ikke så bra. Pillar! Pillar.
Dere var kanskje Dragon, men vi fikk Skettlekrabben! Jokes on you! Jankas feiler fuckings innsiktinga.
Jo, men så ikke ut som det hadde så jævlig mye å si.
But now G2 with 2 kills are looking for more. They get 3. It's a triple for Reckless. Another end could make it 4. Immortal shield bow on Elioya. Reckless will not get his 4th kill of the fight.
Caps bare hei, jeg vil ha kille.
Great combination of the
range from
Reckless from Jankos's Q to help them secure the Drake. Then
Reckless kommer til å nette meg så mye point. Hver gang noen spiller Kalista og gjør det bra, det er Kalista folk får masse point med. Det var det.
Snowbasheren.
Upsets ikke... Jo, ja, det.
Fy faen, det er bombekriger ultiden her.
Det er andre verdenskrig.
Just a very well executed fight from pretty much everyone on
the side. Team double kill.
And this is where if you're
Så er det Mickey X sadly.
I think that this is the kind of team fighting that we've been looking for a very long time. They've definitely been returning to form in the second half, but what a well-played team fight from them. And this is going to give them firm control with 2 Drakes now.
Hvordan fikk Caps den? Heiv han kort, eller hva?
Han var bak den. Han var over da. Han bytte ultimate.
Armet da.
Oi, Armet stiler den!
Seriøst? Nei, han skulle ha den.
Det kan bare bommen.
Det er ikke veldig sånn professionelt å drive og mime jungleren din med buffen.
Men Cars gjorde det med midlenderen.
Hva skal jeg si at Armored har kanskje ikke noe legs, men han dealer veldig mye i teamfights.
Ja, han er Jace på det igjen.
It feels like this type of comp just works
very
well for G2, and huge props for Mad, because in the early game they were going toe-to-toe, they were playing the map very well, they were keeping the gold even, but when it comes to that fight, they needed to leverage their poke, they weren't quite able to pull it off.
Whippo versus Ransor.
A pretty significant deficit that they now need to claw their way out of.
Whippo bare, jeg skal spille Rengar igjen, jeg skal vise dere hvor god jeg er med Rengar.
Rengar player in the world.
A high finish to get it and a win here
Pillar.
will give them that 2 over versus Mad Lions, which would mean they win the tiebreakers, but also stick them up alongside Fnatic and Misfits in terms of total score.
And I do want to bring up that I think that humanoids being attacked was a very big thing. We talked about how G2 didn't play around bot lane as much, but he was focused a lot this game. We saw the level 3 gank mid, where multiple flashes were committed. We saw roams from Reckless and Mickey multiple times. We saw the collapse happen down towards the bot side of the map. Like, he hasn't really been able to play this game, and I think that he's been one of the star performers
Jeg håper Reckless får 15 wards det gamet her. Det ser ikke sånn ut med tanke på hans Wisdom score, men Karsi har enda lavere Wisdom score.
Kanskje vi ikke var glad for det?
Det angår ikke meg, jeg vil bare Reckless.
Ja, men han fikk, men kanskje vi ikke en mål. Humanoid Truck var det. Humanoid Truck var det. Er ikke bra?
Kjempe.
Der fikk Armored Q fikk vårt, og der fikk Carson vårt.
Jeg lå
jo, så var det
Kazi, who a lot of the gold was funneled into in the early game, has got his Manamune sacking up, and that Eclipse complete, but the Poke Varus can only do so much, especially since we've seen just how effective G2 are at engaging on him and making sure that he cannot contribute to these fights. Right now, G2 pushing in mid, pushing in bot, pushing in top.
Veldig mye kontroll på G2.
Resigned to have to sit in their own jungle and not really
det er litt sånn sad times, men 0-4 i midlene.
I mean, look at all of Mad actually. Kazi sitting underneath this tower, Human sitting underneath this tower. They know that with the double globals of Twisted Fate and Gangplank, all it requires is one other person to show up, two ultimates to drop, and you're dead. So Mad have to respect this. And look, here's the ultimate.
Ting, ping, ping. The dinner bell is ringing. And Caps is looking to get a little bit more fed.
Det Armet hadde tenkt at han skulle... Nice. Reckles. Den bør
Exactly
smate
what we were
den.
talking about. Humanoid respected it, Kazi respected it, Armut did not. He ends up being the target that gets
Jo,
flanked.
sant, han trenger litt hjelp litt tidlig, bare så at den kommer seg I gang, og så... Ja, når den har RF-en, etter Everfrosten, så han vel fett da.
Han kan få sin Overglass eller en Ishbane.
Men han så å si sett, liksom.
As well, 9 and 8 in favor of G2 across the course of their careers. That second tower goes down, gives G2 a little bit more gold. 5,000 stacks in their back pocket. Oh, 5,000 individuals.
Men Janko Solo Drake, det masse elemental destruction. Ja da.
You can't really have a stack of a single node.
Who uses cash these days, man? It's all by cards.
Hvor Loyan da?
Just going up to Boris, being
Missing?
like, yeah, chip and pin, please, mate.
Vi kan bare gå I den der reinen.
You know what I mean? It's just so much faster than just getting a bag of coins out, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but a bag of coins is more, you know,
Summoner's Rift, you need to get up with the times, you know what I mean? You need to be faster. Well, in any case, the Baron is being set up for right now. G2 have the mid control. You can see the gangplank pushing in through top.
Kaiser set.
Reckless is just that bodyguard for Mickey right now.
Han kommer seg ut. Se på deg!
He gets deeper vision. He's just doing what they can to scrounge whatever vision is available to them.
Det blir flyttet på å slåa kraftig.
Wonder doesn't have the cannon barrage. Cap's actually running all the way down here. No destiny for him. Armut, I believe, saw him.
Nei, Warden til Reckless. Å, du gikk bare forbi Warden.
Jeg suger, du skjønner jo hva som skjer. Du vet jo en TF. Hva gjør TF? Armut sier det. Hva gjør TF? Han stønner. Nå må jeg se chatten flamen.
Armut I dag, altså, han ikke helt på.
Armpit.
Given that it kind of screwed up Rogue's setup for objectives, and to be fair to
Turkish
from his perspective, he's like G2 setting up around Baron right now. Why would they collapse on me? Because there's the risk of his starting Baron. But
G2's like,
no, there isn't a risk. There's no risk here because you still have the Gangplank ultimate. You still have the Just Invade ultimate because they walked to bot lane, and while they did invest the TP from Wonder,
Hvordan sprekker han flagga for å skrive game ut?
Bit of a misjudgment there from Armut. He ends up getting picked off once again.
Han skrev en masse.
Gold lead to 6k.
Ja.
It didn't even give Mad really any time to gain vision control over the top side. With 3 minutes left on the Cloud Soul. G2, they may just want to wait that one out. 3 items on Reckless. Caps has his schoolbook.
Armut, ass. Han underholdende, det
continues to stack up. It's an interesting combination of items, you know. So I've got my frosty gun, like my frozen
ja, men det samme driten som forrige gang.
Mickey ut.
Han bruker halve livet sitt på å komme seg ut, så kommer han seg ut. Det akkurat samme stedet, samme greia som sist gang.
His get out of jail free card available to him, so he ends up almost losing his life.
Ikke dø igjen da.
Feels bad, man, for Kaiser. Is a level up over Mickey, but yeah, it feels like that from start to finish. G2 have kind of been the more prime.
Mad Lions spiller ikke så veldig bra I dag.
It was that one big fight
Bad Lions.
where G2 really swung the game open.
Mickey XD.
What excites me is that Mad have progressively, I feel, been getting back into form after their struggles following MSI. They've kind of been slowly ramping up as we get closer to
playoffs. Jo, de har klart seg bedre.
I think it also showcases the strength of G2 as we get closer and closer.
Ja, G2 rett og slett bare bedre når de bare ikke bare jeg skal spille Jinx! Durr!
Ja, nå må du roe deg. Deres Jinx masterpiece.
Det var det startet med. Faen, det legger. Armut, best Turk. Armut memes, ass.
As they have only looked better and better each week. Both teams now setting up for
adding a Turkish TP.
Turkish TP.
Turku
TP.
Det var litt for syk games, vi får ikke lov til å se noe mer.
Nei, det var... De skal ha betalt nå, hva jeg skal se på.
Vi ferdige nå.
Ja, det var jo voldsomt da. Jeg ser at du...
Hva det ikke?
Den svarer ikke. Du, han hører.
Skal jeg gjøre det, eller?
Det skal gå ganske kjapt. Men også så tror jeg altså at det kan bli cringe. Oi, 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 oi.
Ja, jeg gjør sånn da. Så du får sett det.
Dragon's Rage kick was used there. Kaiser now on the retreat. Armor low as well. Doesn't have the TP to rejoin the fight in the cannon barrage. Death's daughter.
Skjer jo masse, selvfølgelig.
Shutdown's gonna hit there for Humanoid as Wonder will fall as well. But with 5 seconds left.
Armut er død.
G2 are in a much better position to
varm.
fight it. Of course, no unleash power available for Humanoid.
Ja, men Armut døde først. Oi, oi. Mere Kalista. Dere er på vei til feil base. Men herregud da. Ro nå.
And wanted to use that prio to move into the river, but the second that Humanoid did, he got stunned up by Caps. He's really been utilizing this rapid fire cannon to get so many great picks, but now Mad are forcing a decision out from G2. The TP comes in from Caps, and now Armut is responding in kind.
Yanko's there, has the smite. Mad Lions, you're going to disengage this. Guys, it's going to eat some honey fruit. Try and make this okay. Mad Lions continue on it. TP in by Wonder to the mid lane. That dragon is low, taken by Elioya.
Kan Rekkles slutt å solo-kille Drake? Det gjør at Jankos mister de 20 pointsene som jeg skal ha på.
Ok, det her kan... Vent, 5, nei? Synder ikke.
De har fått Soul.
He doesn't get it. In any case, Mad got a Baron, which is pretty significant considering their position in the game. I'm very surprised that G2 just gave that one up, but Wonder was still in the respawn timer. He wasn't able to TP in time. They said, hey, Reckless, you can go do Drake. And I think that Mad's sitting there like, okay, so you have bonus movement speed, sure. Twisted Fate, Gangplank, I can see why that's super useful, especially on Callista as well. But it's not something like an Infernal Soul, it's on Ocean Soul. It can be managed.
A website exists!
Gives you more time to ramp up in the game.
Gives you more opportunity.
Your poke is only going to get
Slå av Twitchen, eller kom den bra.
Looks like it's going to be completed very soon.
Bare stopp watching.
He needs a little bit of gold left to be able to complete
that mens vi ser på meg.
Gives them more opportunities to come back. Ultimate onto Reckless.
Almost goes down. Does still have the GA.
Ja.
Angel popped and now G2.
Ikke shut den down.
The cannon barrage themselves. Reckless able to escape, overstepped a little bit there in the mid lane.
Good poke there from Mad Lions.
Subjugate going down. It's going to be a very squishy Leona.
Har dere slutt å mobbe Leona?
Shotgun shots and now Mad Lions pushing in with the Baron, 5 members strong.
Kommer Mad Lions faktisk vinner da?
Nei,
jeg tror ikke de gjør det, men...
Nei, ikke si det da.
De har faktisk tør det skikkelig run da.
Ja.
Jeg sitter på...
Turkish TP.
I'm amazed at how quickly Mad have almost reclaimed control over the game.
Jeg måste.
De skal oste.
Nei, Wonder, din dårlige jævel.
Vi kan Karsi.
Caps driver å splitte, ja.
Jo, men... Ok, nå ble det fight.
For at Armut bør bare... på andre steder av livet.
Ja.
Reckless ble en venn av Eloya!
Er det Douglas?
Ja, mot Eloya, en venn.
Det er jævlig for Eloya, folk. Hva for veldig feil nå?
Han fikk 1000 kroner.
Ja, den Grayson her kan bli farlig. Han fikk Jankos. Kanskje fikk Jankos i tillegg.
Ja.
Så det er 2 stykker som hadde lyst på veldig mye gå, fikk veldig mye nå.
Men Caps døde ikke. Det var noe.
Har det ikke?
Jeg liker han... Nei, jeg tenker på gåda han gir, jeg.
Ja.
For en gang så tenker jeg på gamet.
Jeg tror jeg tenker på gamet her, vi vinner blir close da.
Jeg digger hvordan Caps bare rolig bare... Så stikker jo Caps,
Oh my god! What the fuck?
Se på han, liksom.
Hvordan i helvete døde de der? Ja, Graves Graves en evig champion. Fuck.
The gold deficit now, only 4.5k. We were singing the praises of G2, and then they made I would say a bit of a mistake around the Baron. They made the choice. They said, hey, you know what, we can contest 3. I mean, I think it was even 3 versus 3 around the Baron, and then Mad was still able to secure it, but now they're looking for a pick onto Humanoid.
Great scatter of the week there from Humanoid. Count smashes forward into the cannon
barrage. Humanoid
flash of his own to die to the cannons.
Oh, they
left to die.
So well early on, but you can see the power of it. The GP, like, you don't even need the GP to be there.
Cooldown now.
Unlucky timing there from Humanoid. Wasn't even able to
capture Deathcap framfor Hourglass for at den såpass ahead. Humanoid 1-7. Om de vinner for å få han minuspoeng. Om de ikke vinner, så vet jeg faen hva han får. Ja, ikke tap etter Elder da, igjen. Ha på meg T-skjorta, vær så snill.
Hasn't even decided to upgrade his boots. He's just like, no, I need
to
and all the damage I can get. One item ahead of him with that Edge of Night complete. Also, Humanoid almost has himself a Rabadon as a 4th item here. I wonder how long that is away. Can we just switch over to Humanoid's gold, please, observers, and see how close he is to that Rabadon's?
No.
Can Vetty do it for me? Oh, he's a long way. Around 1,000 gold still away from that, so he's not going to have it in time for this Elder. However, Caps is 1 page short of a full novel. He is George R.R. Martin'd the hell out of this game with 24 stats on his Medjais. And if he can manage to get a single stun card down, you have to think G2 will win the fight.
So very quickly going to bring up the minimap. Look at all this vision that's sitting behind as well. The potential for a TP flank is real, but the flash engage.
Flash, stun, Humanoid locked up with the solo. Humanoid does not get a chance to react. Mickey dived in first and immediately dive bombed.
Det var 1 for 0, ja.
And now G2
Lol.
fight this 4v5.
I like this, so Caps go back to base, TP back in. Alroya
loses Wonder!
He
Nei. Det var potensielt, da.
Nå ble det litt farlig. Jeg vil liksom ha den mest kult av. Caps bakom, så det kan være. Pilleren er så stor! Se på pilleren der!
Elder! Ja!
Neutered, Jankos hits armored, Reckless goes in the 2v2, and that is it. G2 win the fight.
A huge secure for G2, Reckless and Jankos together are able to secure the Elder.
4-2! Det her er hvorfor jeg valgte de her to, for de er fuckings MVPs på laget. Caps gjorde mye av nå. Og så kommer Humanoid og bare hei, jeg er med I gamet her.
Man, Humanoid has been a punching bag for G2 this game. So well ready. So often the reason the Mad Lions win this time, G2 have struck him down at every single opportunity. G2 with a, I was going to say convincing.
Det kom poengene fra gamle gansene.
Jeg kommer til å få så mye poeng på Reckless. Mickey har litt lyst til å dø.
G2 fighting man on the fountain will take the win and go to 10-6.
11-1. Hvis den ikke har dødd mot Loja, det har vært enda mer.
Lars fikk 43 poeng,
Lars fikk 43 poeng? Dank. Der kom alle på ett sekund. 32 poeng på White Knight, det var greit. Og du, jeg har det anerkjent. Du, ok. Du må høre på det her. Jeg tok og bytta. Ja faen, du ser jo skjermen min. Jeg tok og bytta når jeg fant ut at de skulle spille mot Mad Lions. Fordi jungle diff versus AD carry diff. Åh, jeg er så glad for at jeg bytta. Hadde de 8000 gold over når de vant? De må ha hatt det. De lå sånn 6000. Trimby fikk ikke Vision, men han fikk 35 poeng, Det er greit nok. Det er greit nok. Det er ikke... Burde ha egentlig funnet Larsen I stedet for, men ja.
I just don't think behind every good captain Reckless is a great Mickey.
I don't think he's gonna get it, man. I think Reckless is just gonna get it because he flashed in on a Kalista. I mean, he had a great game. He had a great game. They all had a great game.
Behind every great Reckless, there's always a Mickey. Hva skjer med memesa da?
Anyway, coming up next, the analyst desk will break down G2's win as they
Veldig god play.
Jeg har ikke noe chat, da. Caps.
Det var veldig lite Reckless, faktisk. Det var faktisk
ja,
ingen Reckless.
Jeg har sett et par. Men det her blir caps. Janko, småcheck. Humanoid.
Faker. True. Wunder. Here comes the storm.
Jeg bare tenker på Inspire da, når jeg hører det.
Ja, der det kom fra.
Ja, det er bare, men det her brain av meg, det har gått så langt inn I hjernen min at det er bare... Nuktak!
Nukdukker.
Movements is the heart of the most creative plays. I'm back again with Kia to give you the chance to show millions of viewers around the world your ability to move like no one else. We're inviting you to show your biggest and most inspirational plays. And if you've truly got
your most inspirational plays
by me during the LEC finals, just like a pro.
Just like a meme.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Oh. Oh. Oh nei. Tikia.
Nodders, hva skjer?
Han nådde til sangen.
Ja.
Du har ikke på... Du har ikke alle emotsen som kan vises. Du må ha en extension rep. Det sånn her peppered frog selv på deg en ting I hodet sitt. Det er ikke noe intervju etterpå. Eller meg.
I guess.
La oss se på armet. Jeg kan ikke dodge! Fnatic mot Misfits.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC, where G2 continued their win streak in the LEC as they took down the reigning champions in, honestly, one of the best games maybe we've seen here in summer. Let's just take a minute at the beginning of this
Var det den beste gamen jeg sommer?
since you were in our Slack channel just going like, this is such a great game, this is so fun to watch. What was so exciting for you, or the most exciting about this match?
Honestly, it was just
Oi, dæven.
Faen, Gain. Gain på midten, da. Alle bare intervju.
Push their individual picks. It was also a great showing of how playing the priority. I think Mad Lions did a great job of that early on. It just felt like one of those great regular season games at G2 and Fnatic in like 2019. I feel like where it was all about these just fast-paced skirmishes, bloodbath across the board, and at the end of the day, there's kind of an arms race in draft in a lot of those matchups where it's like, if you can grab globals, if you can grab a TF, like if you remember G2 Fnatic in the past, like whichever team gets TF is going to have a really good shot, and I felt like that was kind of the deal breaker for G2 in this draft.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I also love the fact that with the way we're
Like
in a sense that G2 realized with the Kalista pick, with the tools that they had in their champions, it was all about getting that productivity going from the early game, and going for a game like we had earlier with Rogue that was a bit more slow and fundamental. This time around, it was just like we were 10 minutes into the game, we had 10 kills, the skirmishes all around. First blood already.
Mest sannsynlig solgt nettopp det gamle setupet mitt.
From what they set up in draft and how they executed on them.
Definitely so. I want to take a look at this first.
Det var derfor jeg var litt stille, for at det var en som sendte meg melding på det. Worst case så ville han ikke ha med rammen fordi han trente ikke, men han sa at han skulle vurdere det. Men altså, hei, ram for å ha solgt, så sånn, jeg vil bare ha det bort. Fantastisk! G2 win records gir meg masse poeng, og så selger jeg det gamle setupet mitt. For en bra dag! Det eneste som kunne gjort den dagen her bedre, om jeg sjekker Euro-jackpoten, og jeg har vunnet, men jeg har ikke fått noen melding.
On a mechanical level, I am completely in agreement there with Goldberg. Caps played a phenomenal game, and I think Wonder also showed a lot of really good stuff. After the tanking tower shots and losing the 1v1 to Armut, like that was a huge blunder, but after that, it was very clean all around the board. I felt like everyone kind of champions at such a high level individually.
Definitely so, and I think if you're hearing us talk about, you might say, well, Mad was also playing well in the fight. Yes, they definitely were. Mad was actually playing very well in the early stages of that game, but it did feel to me, Ender, that as we got a bit further into the game, and as you said, the arms race then translating into game into
Selfmade fikk 67 poeng. Crownshit fikk 52 poeng.
Yeah, no, they
Leader.
I think a large part of this is when you're
playing against
double composition, especially when
Han gjør vel mye damage, så fikk Mikkel. Det feil. Ja, han
Sad-fired.
Han fikk jo ikke kills, som det viktigste.
Bra valg med White Knight, ja, oversåget. Felix.
Ja, han fikk ikke mest magic damage. Det var sikkert
Jeg mer fornøyd med at jeg valgte alt Larsen. Get rekt.
The major turning point because up until this point, Mad Lions were going
Ja,
below
det litt tidlig.
up against G2.
Det
But
litt
once
tidlig.
this fight happens, G2 get a big gold lead. All of a sudden, those outer turrets start to fall, and it's once those outer turrets fall that you start to see those globals absolutely look monstrous. And it's important to show that it's not just Caps using his ultimate to gank a side lane, get a kill, and pick off. No, it's also using that ultimate within team fights to reposition, get to the backline, and just cause so much chaos. TF is a champion that
1 minus 10, 18,
his damage profile just isn't
2
as high.
minus 1, minus 12.
But it's his ability to get into the backline with stun cards, layering that CC from a very far away that you can just stop them from dealing damage and set up your team for kills.
Yeah, it just looked like he had more damage than the TFs that we usually see. Now, in this next moment, and I do want to preface this by saying that Mad Lions, even when they were falling down a little bit in the game, they found clutch moments like we've seen them finding clutches in the past. But this was a trade in terms of Drake versus Baron, and Ender, I'd love you to talk me through tactically if this was the right decision or not on either team.
Yeah, so this was a tough one, right? Because G2 are going to get the pick onto Humanoid initially, and it all looks good. Mad Lions are able to dodge away, and watch this. Caps' gold card times out, so he's not able to get the stun down onto Elyoya. If that happens, completely different situation. Very easy one there where they can probably just go on to Baron immediately, and they can let one player go over towards the Drake. But here's the problem, is you're sending Reckless, who I think at this point is 7-0 and something. Like, he's an absolute machine, and they're turning it into a 50-50 around the Baron pit. So you say, okay, you get the Dragon, and at 50-50, that seems pretty decent, but not with the lead that G2 had. I feel like if they just played it a little slower, didn't commit anyone into the Dragon pit, they can wait for the respawns to come up. It's going to be all right, but I think they're worried that, well, Humanoid is going to be coming up relatively shortly. So Mad
Need to interview, please.
On that situation and take away
Folk mad for at de ikke...
For de ikke vil gjøre med intervjuet.
Ja.
Skrik på G2.
One of the times where G2 either made an error in thinking that, taking this 50-50 is all right, or just made the decision, well,
I guess.
The Drake on top of it, we're going to be fine anyway. So at the end of the day, it's fine for them, but it did give Mad Lions a window to find some advantage when they had been using the last 10 minutes pretty much nonstop.
And I think that sets up our last replay, as we can just hold off before we get into it, because Mikkel, you and me before, we're talking about the supports and how Mickey and Kaiser respectively were going to make an impact in this game. Yeah, well, Kaiser was on Trundle, so the potential for extreme outplay there, it's there, but it's like not high. But can you set up this next replay for us?
What? Really?
I mean, to me, Mickey in this replay, it's honestly mind-blowing how much of an X factor that really comes through. Is absolutely crazy. In the moment when you watch him walk forward, you think to yourself, he's inting. He's gonna send it blade, he's gonna get stunned by the scatter of the wing, and there's nothing for him to do. But the pixel perfect flash comes through, and this is the X factor we often talk about in support.
Jeg wundrer bare, jeg skal ta eller ja.
It's from a flank, or it's if it's...
De kan faktisk miste det, ja, faktisk. Hele gamet var på her. Kalista kan ta objektet veldig lett. Jeg tror faktisk du har en veldig stor sjanse på å ikke få elementet sosialt på Janko, for at Reckless gjør så mye damage på med ensom på...
Det er nervøs for at det skjer, for at hver gang får han den, og hver gang jeg velger det, da får han den. Det verste er at hvis Jankos igjen får den der nå, for det gjør han vanligvis ikke, men det er bare...
Nei, men i det gamet her, sånn, så Kalista deler så mye damage på Bøkter, så jeg tror kanskje bare han får.
Jo.
Med mindre han... Nei, men han tok en solo Drake selv også, så jeg tar på han.
Han stoler en Drake selv også, det gjorde for så vidt Jankos, men han stoler en Drake selv, og det gjorde han jo sist game han fikk da.
Men jeg tror også han gjør sånn 1000 damage på Eldraken der på slutten, i tillegg til all damage han gjorde før. Han gjør dritt med på Eldra her. Og han fikk ingen Barons, så ikke? Det var Mellon som fikk.
Han fikk ingen Barons. De fikk 9 turrets, gjorde de ikke? Ja, de drev og pushet inn botlane.
Tror jeg.
Kan jeg få pointsene mine, vær så snill?
Det står at de ikke, Rogue ikke fikk Herald. Det er for at de ble pushet ut, og han fikk en så lys og ultimate. Han var en som var ute nå.
Han Inspired fikk mye rart da, Beastet, Being Flight.
Han får alltid alt mye.
Conquering Staff.
Han får alltid sånn drittmye ting.
Discharge. Inspired er jo sånn at du vet ikke helt hva du skal sette på han, for at han bare...
Han får alltid Beastmaster, han får alltid Elemental... Han har ikke fått mest healer, han har aldri ikke fått Elemental Show. Han har fått det hver gang.
Jeg gleder meg til å se hvor mye points jeg får på han gutten her. Må vi høre på den her igjen?
Find the Lex Songs of the Week. Song of the Week.
To sanger han var faktisk interessert i.
Få se. Skal vi sitte og se på spillelista deres?
Jeg skal bare høre på siden. Høre om det er noe nice. Ikke den sangen her.
Det er Ed Sheeran. Den er fyren som synger sanger. Hvem er det fikk mest magic damage? Det er Kennen. På australisk game? What the fuck?
På australisk game?
Ja.
Arcane Adrenaline, det var Kennen.
Ja.
Faen meg rippe Magic Felix da. Prøvd å deale mest Magic damage. Kennen bare... White Knight bare er bedre enn det.
Hadde Magic damage på han Magic Felix.
Han fikk jævla mye. Ikke helt inspired da, men...
Han jungler ganske hardt.
Sacred Help. White Knight fikk en del da. Seriously Dagger, Undertaker, Over the Darkness.
Jeg var veldig nøye på bølgen der. For 20 points for hver victory-greia, og da vil jeg fått maksimum på det.
Det er så på hvor kul Yamato-cannen ser ut i forhold til det fyren der.
Weaven her.
Hvem er coachen deres, har jeg sett? Candy Flush, ja.
Han flusher litt Candy.
Han heter det etter etternavn? Nei!
Candy Flush?
Han kan jo ikke hete det etternavn.
Han byttet navnet til det.
Why? For multiple reasons, honestly, because when he arrived in the LEC, all eyes were on him. I mean, he had an amazing showing at the EU Masters. He was replacing Rico on the top lane, as you said, and I feel like he didn't
Turkish TP. Skal vi se noen Armored memes da? He's French.
A lot of his weaknesses and proved that he had everything to be a good match and a good top laner.
Så det folk som er på Q og fikk sjokkspenning.
Hva, hæ?
Shocks.
About how they were carries for their team and how dominant they were in the regional league. So you expect them to be able to play carry matchups. But what I like the most about Adam is the fact that he adapted his champion pool.
She's French, Adam and Hugo.
Brought in his key picks and the picks we knew him from in the LFL, but he also adapted because
Shocks
he had to
belgisk.
play a different style than the one he was playing at with Gaycorp, because we often talked about this with Bwipo. They left him on his islands because when you look at the strength
Fikk
of
lov til det, nei.
mid
Ok.
to bot side, and I feel like Adam adapted in his champion pool because
Jeg ble bannet for å bruke det der.
carry tops. He also played
Bruker
the
hva?
Munder lately, and
Hvorfor
he
får du
was
lov?
able to play
Hvorfor får du lov?
which is why I mean,
Ble du så slemmere?
in the sense that he became a more complete player than when he arrived.
Var det Smork som banna meg, siden Salt ikke ille? Jeg tok jo PJ Salt Smork.
Kanskje Smork banna.
Hvorfor
Er det mer Smork?
Hvorfor Smork banna?
Kanskje en Smorkers.
Lare. Se oks.
How would you summarize the journey that he's made so far? At the end of the day, why does he deserve the rookie for you over other players that have made an impact on the other teams?
Well, I mean, Fnatic went from being a shaky playoff team in spring to actual maybe contenders for title in summer, and I feel like it's due to Adam's work because he adapted to the team and he the needs Fnatic needed for him. And I mean, he came up as a very aggressive player, maybe playing a bit shaky in lane sometimes, but he learned, helped by Bwipo, and right now I feel like he's one of, maybe not one of the best, but he proved that he could compete against the best top laners in the league within 3 months.
And shortly then this matchup versus the Misfits that we're about to get
Kan jeg spille I morgen da? Vitality Rogue. Ja, da kommer jeg jo G2 versus Schalke. Fnatic versus Mad Lions.
And play the Fnatic playstyle we're used to seeing them, which is playing from mid to bot. And yeah, what you want to do right now is have like a strong mid-jungle duo that can cover the weak side, but also impact the strong side of the map.
I think the game plan is clear, but they have to see what curveballs get thrown at them in the picks and bans, of course. Thank you so much, Laura.
Thank you.
We will be looking at Adam and how
Laura
he in that race for Rookie of the Season, but not yet, because Adam and Fnatic are looking to bounce back after an 0-2 week.
Adam
so let's see if they can take down Misfits in our final game.
Welcome back, everyone.
Yes, me. That's me.
Yay! I'm happy to see me too, Sharks. Thank you very much. We are, of course,
yes, me kåte jævla
for the final game of day 1 of our Super Week.
2 women talk interesting.
We're going to be rounding out the regular season very, very soon, and day 1 is going to be rounded out with a banger in Fnatic versus Misfits. We heard a lot about Adam. We heard a lot about the young player in the top lane, and we'll see as the pressure begins to mount for Fnatic if he can come up clutch today. Very important games throughout the weekend. A top 4 spot on the line. Let's see.
Eller jeg vet faen. Kanskje det
the draft, and I think this is going to be exciting.
Forresten.
And before we get on into the draft, I do just want to talk about a very simple thing between these two teams, Vedians. With every other team we're talking about championship points, how it's hidden behind this veil of mystery, whether or not teams will get into the top 4. It's pretty easy for these two teams. Whichever of Misfits and Fnatic places higher at the end of the season will be guaranteed a spot in the top 4 in playoffs. The other team might get it depending on how the rest of the results happen, but whichever team of these two is higher on win-loss or in tiebreaker scenarios will get a spot in the upper bracket.
That's
the upper bracket da.
Because Misfits they have no championship points, whereas Fnatic is only sitting on 20 because they finished 5th last split. So finishing as high as possible is really important for both these teams because so many of the other teams they're competing against in Mad, Rogue, and G2 all have a lot of points from last split. So enough about that. We'll talk more about it later on throughout the weekend. Let's dive into the draft. Kalista and Thresh being removed from the bot lane of Fnatic. No real surprises there. Twisted Fate also being taken out of Niski's hands. Meanwhile, Varus, very strong bot laner for Kobe, going to be removed. The Lee Sin from Razork, and of course, Diego going to be removed from as well.
But it means Razork immediately gets
one
of, if not the strongest jungler in the meta, banned in every game right now. The Zinzao locked in immediately for him, and considering how good a spot he is having, Misfits want their power to lie.
De banna Vega og Shinshao stå opp. Den skulle jeg en av stå opp. Da kunne jeg fått det.
Yeah, normally I would expect something like a Tristana here, but instead they're going to go for the blind Ezreal. Perhaps Fnatic looking to play a little bit more on the weak side with their bot lane. We'll have to wait and see as the draft progresses. If they go for something like a Leona support, then perhaps my perception of that 2 versus 2 will shift for now. Let's have a look at Misfits. They've gotten themselves a very strong 2 versus 2 mid-jungle. They've gotten themselves a safe AD carry.
Tristana.
Sinjao. Wow. What a powerful way to start off your draft. And Niski's
Lore. Akali. Nå tar vi litt tid.
Let's hit an LEC rewind to the beginning of the split. The first time these two teams played against each other, it was Vitio's Akali that popped off. Right, we were like, wow, look at Vitio, he's on his way back. He's on his way to climb up, to challenge some of the top spots here in Europe. And now we're getting to see that put in Niski's hands. Of course, the Akali nerfs have come in.
Misfits drar ser mye bedre ut etter den,
earlier on in the day. But let's see how Niski does. I think that Niski's last Akali game wasn't that strong either. He didn't have the best performance on it. But regardless, perhaps he will be able to make a bounce back. We're moving into the second phase of bans. The Jace is going to be removed from Misfits, a champion that Hirit often goes towards. Let's see what other direction Fnatic continue to remove those topside champs, as Misfits actually looking to remove some from the jungle pool, both Volleybet. They could also consider something like the Karthus if they are worried about it. Of course, that Mundo can still be flexed into the jungle role, and I imagine that Fnatic is going to hold on to that top lane pick until the very end.
Yeah, I do like this Lulu ban coming out from Fnatic as well, just denying some of that facilitation for the Xin Zhao. Maybe a Karma or something for Misfits here could be an okay support pick. Pike taken away from Hinasang, one of his signature picks, although not something we see him on too often. And there's the Renekton in the top lane for Fnatic. I wonder, it's a little bit odd to save your support for last. It's not something we see too often. Perhaps Fnatic are just looking for a support that works well into the enemy team, you know, CC or a good 2v2 lane, but there's always the possibility that they'll flex something. Mundo, I have heard rumors of him going support, not something we see too often. Just putting it out there, because if it's correct, then I sound like a
cheater.
I'm just going to make rumors up, and hopefully if they pan out, it's great. If they don't, who cares? It's a rumor.
Ready? Mundo goes where he pleases.
True.
So
that is true.
Be understandable.
Morgana.
Be the Morgana in the bottom lane here for Hinasang. Denies some of the engage potential out of the Alistar with that black shield. And alongside that, we'll see Camille in the top lane for Misfits.
Okay.
This is quite interesting. So, typically, Misfits don't play around their bot side of the map, and that's probably a good thing in this matchup because they're not going to get a lot of priority early on. The Alistar is going to struggle to play into that Morgana lane. I think that instead they're going to try and leverage their very strong mid-jungle duo to actually invest in Hirit, something that they've been very successful at this split. And when you have a Camille who's going to be very strong as the game progresses in the side lane, it's definitely a smart investment towards the later part of the game. Fnatic, they have pretty decent range, pretty good access onto the back line. I wonder how easy this game is going to be for the Akali.
Veldig bra engage fra Misfits
like
da.
the Alistar, the Xin Zhao, the Tristana ultimate, and the Syndra potential burst. I think that this could be a very difficult game for Niski to play, but we'll have to wait and see. I think that Fnatic have gotten themselves a composition which is a little bit all over the place. I don't think they have the strongest bot lane with the Ezreal. I think that it definitely has potential. We know they're going to have Prio in the 2v2. We also know that Upset is a very good Ezreal player. It's one of his most notable throughout his career. Adam is on a big comfort pick towards the top side, so they have a lane that they can look to play around early. They have Prio top, they have Prio bots. So I think that this early game is going to be an explosive one. We often see that when we get Fnatic in a game. Let's find out. We're jumping onto the
Kan du bare si fra nå at jeg blir mest sannsynlig ikke å få tida til å sette i morgen. Jeg ble invitert på grillen til Darius.
Ja. Weight loss.
We're going to get on to Summoner's Rift. Razork and Vitio just teaming up in the pixel push there. Looks like Fnatic just sending a little scouting ward into that bottom lane tri-bush. Razork will step in, ward the red, and we're not going to see any of that early action that we saw in the last game. But let me hit you with some facts, Vedi. Fnatic and Misfits both tied at 10 and 5 in the LEC right now. 3 games to go for both of them, and of course getting the higher spots so important as we mentioned before.
Uansett hva som skjer, leder fortsatt Rogue.
Ja. Men en av dem kommer ikke til på de helt andre plass. Så er det tur egentlig.
A slightly easier road than Fnatic, you could say, because Fnatic, of course, play Misfits today, then play, well, I was going to say slightly easier. They have Schalke at the end, so the question is, do you want Mad Lions first or second? That's where the real battle comes.
Det er så lett det der. Det er akkurat samme bare med Schalke versus SK.
Det her var jo litt sånn smekk på salke da.
whenever the conversation comes up about
Det eneste grunnen til det er vanskelig for Misfits fordi at de måtte møte Fnatic.
I think a lot of teams do not have a huge amount of faith in them. We're seeing the blue buff actually being
Lemau, get fucked.
Bwipo actually starting on his blue side.
Hver gang Vander spiller Alistar, så bruker han det skin her, og hater det.
So he's doing a pretty standard clear from red in towards the top side.
He's not going to
expect these to go. The thing is,
hver gang Vander spiller Alistar, så bruker han det skin her. Jeg liker det ikke.
He does show on that ward.
Well,
obviously, Razork is going to gain a lot of information, but now he's on the top side of the map, and that ward is sitting on the blue buff as well, so that means that it's going to be way too late for him to get that, and remember that they don't have prio in the bot lane either, so...
I mean, Razork doesn't know at all, because the ward expired. As Bwipo went round to the red buff, he didn't even see it, so Razork was going to walk around here and be like, excuse me, there was a toad here, there was a grump, and there was a blue buff.
He's annoyed.
And this is so big because Razork
det jævlig annoying å spille jungle og bare miste allting her. For at Lene er sug.
Leader of the charge in the early game for Misfits, and now he's trying to step into Bwipo's jungle, but Bwipo's already cleared his top side. There's only Krugs, and I'm sorry, but you can get some blood from a stone.
Miracer kommer til å ha vanskelig.
Yeah, Razork already being put very far behind in the early game. Smart pathing there from Bwipo. I like the fact that they put a ward on the blue buff to see if Razork would go for the cross map, or the split map rather, and now for Adam on the weak side, as Law was talking about, is going to take a not so favorable trade here. Is at risk of...
Det var så true. Åh, det var en bra dodge. No way! Razork er så tilta overalt når det skjer tidlig.
Oh my god. Game over.
Men han stopper jo ikke, han. Han stopper jo. Ah, ikke.
Adam hadde ikke lyst. Fy søren.
He's level 3, he has all of his abilities. He uses his Q here, doesn't use his stun, and I don't think that he knows that Razork is there, but he flashes away from the W from Hirit. Then he sidesteps Razork's W, and then he has the W for when Razork dives underneath. The red buff isn't quite enough damage, and then the triumph is that I don't think the red buff was going to be able to kill him anyway, because I think he actually got the health pot, I think.
Han fikk det fra Razork, finner jeg ikke?
Har Razork 2 det? Nei. Han hadde den før han drepte.
I mean, props to him. That was so good for Fnatic. Now they find themselves with 1 kick gold. They remember that their bot lane.
Okay.
They're 26.
Tror jeg. Jeg er litt forvirret.
We haven't been focusing on it, but that is a huge lead.
Yeah, this is the problem. I mean, you know this, right? If you've played Alistar into Morgana multiple times, right? And like, you just don't get to do anything.
Det er helt jævlig verdt.
Det her er hard for Hirit, ass.
Nei, så Alistar versus Morgana.
Does Hirit just walk
yeah.
away from this?
I mean, he has to. What are they going to do? They don't win the 2v2 either because Razork is so weak.
But this is so well done from Fnatic.
Proxy out.
Blue invade into Razork not knowing his camps was gone, into Adam mechanically outplaying Hirit and Razork, into now Bwipo coming top to force Hirit off the tower.
I mean, I would say that it's one of those things where this is now a result of Adam making, as you rightly said, a mechanical. I don't think the outplay was part of the plan. It's kind of the point. I don't think
it's Fnatic. It probably was.
You know, like in the meeting, Yamato's like, okay, so we're gonna steal this camp, and then he's gonna clear his top side. Oh, and then Adam, I'm gonna need you to outplay the 2 versus 1. And then Adam's like, we,
sure.
You know,
we.
And so I'm out of French. I've extended all I've got. I've got Saba bien.
Je sais pas venir.
Yeah, great stuff from Adam, and now Bwipo doing a great job of playing through him and taking advantage of it. While
jeg står still. Alistar mot Morgana.
You would expect in this matchup, VTO very comfortable on the Syndra, one of his go-to picks throughout the year, and the Black Shield really showcasing why this is so much harder for the Alistar. And I was thinking a little bit more about the comps as we like get later into the game, and I think that one of the big things is how much access do you have onto the Ezreal. Remember that whenever you talk about Ezreal, his scaling is often determined by how much backline access you have onto him, because so much of his damage comes from his consistent poke and DPS. And you think that when you have a Xin Zhao and a Camille, you have a lot of backline threat, but because of the Black Shield and because of his E, I think he's going to have a lot more safety. And then what you dive onto him, Morgana ults, then the Morgana exhaust comes down. That backline threat onto the Ez is actually very weak. So I think the later this game goes, he's really going to be set up for success. And I think a lot of the early game depended on Misfits getting their solo lane.
Kan alle stå drev med.
Far behind.
Ja, veldig
So
med.
we'll see how the game goes.
Jo.
Because here it definitely does have some late game
Men det
opportunity.
som
Of course, they just
baker
started
eller
no
sånt.
slaps in the late game either, so it's not like
Det
Misfits
recall
don't
hans.
have
Vet du
options,
faen
but
hva.
they need to step
Han baker Alster. Han hjelperen til Pantheon.
And Fnatic is going to use
I
that
guess.
opportunity to get these early objectives. It's going to be a Drake first and likely going to be a Herald shortly after.
Yeah, both teams really do like getting these early
Okay,
objectives.
steal.
Bubba should be able to secure this one. Just gets it before Razzle can get it. Now can dive forward. Bubba's going to try and get away with the maximum dosage. Or has already hit that level 6.
Hvorfor
Coming in from the
snudde den?
side as well, and we see what Akali's can do
Den
when
er
they
low.
get these early kills. There's
Eller
one
ikke?
for Niski,
Synes jeg også.
and that lane
Den er
disadvantage
litt
is
da.
now turned into an
Jeg
advantage.
synes jeg også, hvorfor han snudde. Han ville jo tatt Bippo, ville han ikke?
Han blir på ulta. Nå var det screenshot han prøver å gå vekk også. Alt var cringe.
Razzle har litt sånn Dan-vibes i dag.
Ja, han var litt dårlig.
The moment he committed to that play, it was way too difficult for the rest of his team to assist.
Han altså synes jeg også er jo den som skal være ekkel i early game. Han sliter jo.
Han kunne stile han hvis han har bare kastet han bare med en hopp.
Ja.
Det er han så ultien. Og ultien er litt mye for han faktisk der. Mulig han ultien selv. Oi, jeg ble inntatt jungleren. Ha det!
And now, with him losing that flash, the moment Niski gets ultimate again, he's going to have kill threat in the mid lane too. So, everything going right for Fnatic right now. 1.5k is the gold lead, nearly a 30 CS advantage top lane, 20 CS advantage bot lane. While it is a deficit in the mid, Niski securing himself a kill means that the gold is likely going to be dead even. So all across the board, Fnatic find themselves in a very good position.
And it's why when you asked me earlier about the top 4 teams in the LEC, I
We're
didn't list Misfits in that number.
Your thing.
Over the last few weeks, they have struggled, buddies. They went from 7
Hvor er
and
du
2
på igjen?
halfway mark of the split to now 10 and 5, only going 3 and 3 in the last 6 games.
Reckless fikk 60 poeng.
60 poeng base? Oh my god, det vil si at jeg venter mitt gammel 60 poeng.
100 gold lead for Fnatic, but Misfits have struggled.
Å, han fikk 20. Han fikk 20. Det var bare det at han fikk sikkert også den der. De fikk ikke 9 turrets. Nei.
Du fikk 1 mer poeng enn dine coachene.
Det vil si at jeg fikk 60 blank, hva er det?
Jeg får se på gamet. Din ape.
Da fikk jeg 440 poeng, det er ganske greit.
Fordi
Jævlig innenfor.
Her er 5 packs.
Yeah, but I think Vito is a really interesting character because I think a lot of people want to see him become the next superstar mid laner here in Europe. And while I'm not going to count him out just yet, of course, he's still a very young player, only started last split after all.
Never played in front of a crowd.
Yeah, exactly. And like, only recently getting his opportunity to play on stage as well. I think he does definitely have a bright future, but I think we're still yet to see from him that superstar performance that we do get to see glimpses of every now and again. And often, a lot of the early game success does come from Razok. We talk about him pretty much every week because of how impactful he is in the early game. And while he does invest into VTO, VTO can have an impact, but right now he is struggling to do so. Of course, not really his fault this game. His side laners aren't really working out the way that they intended to, and his jungler has definitely been shut down in the early game. Props to Razork for staying even in the levels, but that farm is slowly starting to creep into Bwipo's favor, and Fnatic are just continuing to dominate the laning phase. 2k gold is the lead that they now sit on. The next Drake spawning in about a minute and a half. You imagine that Fnatic is going to look to try and set that one up. Still the Herald in their back pocket, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Bwipo actually drop that one top, put Hera even further behind, deny that potential late game avenue that Misfits do have. We can see Razok right now covering for it. Perhaps he expects this play coming out from Bwipo. Perhaps they believe they can win 2v2, but I don't think that they will.
I mean, the big question is really if you can keep Adam under wraps. Sheen finish for him, it means that precision protocol, that Q will do a little bit more damage, but it might not even be a 2v2 because Niski's on his way up. VTO does almost have the TP back off cooldown, but it won't be up for this fight. Fnatic land a cleaver, back away, step back forward, land a cleaver, back away. He's a businessman doing business, and you are taking his calls. Hear it. Oh, he's able to stand under the tower for now.
I think they want to drop the Herald. That's why they're kind of awkwardly sitting around here. Is the TP going to come through?
Ultimatum is available. They dive in. They're looking for Adam. Adam with the dominance will be popping it. Niski going in. Razor's able to kill off Adam now.
Okay.
TP comes out. VTO walking his way up. Razor looking for the knockup but can't quite get it. And the chase is on here for Niski. Has the flash, has the perfect execution. Instead dives back to the Shroud, and there goes the Herald. Niski wanted to get close enough so that he would be given some of this gold.
Now, Fnatic did stay there in a sort of awkward amount of time. They didn't decide to drop the Herald on the wave that they pushed it underneath the tower, so they stayed for another wave, and Misfits was like, you know what, we can just force the fight here. Oh, another engage down the bot lane, counter TP.
Yeah, Hivit has TP, VTO has TP, counter TP has been used, VTO is the first one to join, Hivit is back up, has the TP, but with the Rift Tower pushing in, won't be able to join this fight too easily. Black Shield stops the scatter of the weak, and it's TP for TP trade in the bottom lane.
But I think that Fnatic aren't too upset about that one.
Det kan han drive.
Bring the Renekton down for the Infernal Drake, which then makes it very easy for Bwipo to make his way down here. Just push in this wave. Threaten a dive. They have information now on where Razork is.
Han har lagat noe eller noe sånt.
Han lagde seg midt i bålet.
Chickenbank eller hva? Kanskje skinnet er kulere enn jeg trodde.
Yeah, and Fnatic, a team that's shown us just how good they are around these early objectives. Both they and Misfits really enjoy playing for these neutrals, and you can see here, Fnatic, first tower of the game, first 2 dragons of the game, also were able to pick up that Herald. They continue to perform well on those neutral objectives, and through it they've managed to pick up a 3,000 gold early lead here with only 3 kills to their name.
Yeah, and again, a lot of it started with the very clever early game pathing coming out from Bwipo, setting up for those invades, really shut down Razork in the early game and his ability to have impact. And the reason why we see so much focus on things like the Drake and the first Herald is because of how well these teams have proactive junglers, and also how they utilize their lane priority very well.
Oi, Herit med 3900, Razork med 4002.
Means that they sit with a 3k gold lead. Niski finds himself at 2-0-0 while a level down and a bit behind in CS. Definitely not behind in gold, as he has now completed the Proto Belt. You can see the Sundra being finished for upset as well, and the Gore Drinker. So with these first major items being done across the board, Misfits just going to have to chill out and scale a little bit. Wait for the late game.
Nei, jeg er mest opptatt av skinnet til Wander. Det er det jeg er mest opptatt av.
As the game progresses, you know he's going to be able to melt through things like the Renekton. Perhaps maybe not the Mundo. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But the Syndra, I think the problem with Syndra is the only targets that she can hit are the Mundo and the Renekton. And I think that they'd be quite happy to receive that immediate burst. The only other person is Akali. And that's the one pick that I was a little skeptical of in the draft. How easy of a time are you actually going to have into a comp like this when there's so much disengage, there's so many ways to actually just lock that Akali up, potentially one-shot her. But when you're fed, that matters a little bit less. And you do have so many other options too, especially with this Ezreal, I think, really being
Skal vi end that slow game?
Oi, oi, oi. Sa du slow? Hvorfor går det i turret range igjen? What the fuck?
Kan du ikke suge, Niski? Er det lov?
Flash was justified as Niski manages to escape.
They get the TP out from Garrett.
And they get a tier 2 tower.
Yeah, and they'll also get the flash out from VTO. And we talked about how that Akali will start to have kill threat once the level 6 mark comes through. But a really good slow is applied from Bwipo. And that just gave Niski the window he needed to start the execution. Well played from Fnatic. They find themselves another pick.
Lemao! Get fucked. Vent en ulta.
Measured from Fnatic as well, which I'm sure is something that they wanted to see after last week, where perhaps they were a little bit going 0-2 on the weekend here. A little bit more methodical, and because of it, a 4,000 gold lead at the 15-minute mark, Venius.
I think that many Fnatic fans also love to see this, where it's the top side of the map that's really stepping up for Fnatic as well, especially when they invested so much into their bot lane last week. It's a playstyle that has worked for them a lot, and it looks like they're going for a fight.
Going in, Adam in the midst of 3, 1 on his lonesome right now. Vander has to flash away his healed. Cobby hit with the shuriken, and that chase is coming. Niski looks for the first kill on Vander. Cobby will be next on the
Niski går bra, eller? Nå drar folk om. Sånn 20 stykker med sånn 1 HP. Nei.
Flashing forward as the sacrifice will be made. Razork dives in, and Niski will pick up that kill.
Okay, I think Niski had a what I like to call a buffet situation, where there were so many tasty things.
I want the Alistair, but I want the Tristana, KFC, McDonald's. There's too much.
Right, and he ended up not getting anything because he just couldn't decide what he actually wanted. Of course, he does end up getting the kill onto Razork at the very end there. It does cost Upset his flash, but yeah, a little disappointing there.
We've all been there.
We've all been there, yeah. His ultimate wasn't quite up at the start of this fight, and you can see that Adam was saying, we are so much stronger. Level 11, look, all of these level 9 players, level 7 players, this is free. Vanda's very low, and look at this, so the E lands onto Niski. He's like, okay, what I'll do is I'll auto ult, he levels up, that's why. So he levels up, thinking he gets the kill, then he's like, oh wait, no, but I need to go back, and then, oh wait, no, wait, I can't kill Kobe next, oh, Razork, and here it is here. And yeah, it was a little awkward. I think that he expected to get that instant execution onto Vanda. And yeah, he ends up only getting 1 kill. I think he could have gotten more. I think he knows he could have gotten more, but it's not the end of the world for Fnatic. They're still going to come out on top.
Just a bit of a glut of choice there. Too many options for Niski, but Fnatic slowly closing the options away from Misfits here. 4,000 gold ahead.
Han dør.
Tower now down.
Wonder dør. På kamera.
It's 11 seconds.
Det tisser seg.
Third dragon of the game. It's Mountain Soul. Not the most impactful in the world, but will obviously help the Mundo get taken.
Ja, han død neste gang vi ser på nå.
Allow that Fnatic front line to be that little bit stronger.
Certainly will.
And the shield against Syndra. I didn't think about that, but yeah, big buff.
I mean, I think one of the biggest things for Syndra is like, you know, we already talked about target access. If her goal is to try and one-shot this Akali, who now has the stopwatch, if you then put a Mountain Soul shield on top of that, her job only becomes so much harder. So, yeah, definitely not going to be very nice for the Syndra. VTO. I mean, I don't think he struggled in this game. I think he's actually played the lane very well. He did a great job of playing behind in the early laning phase, but everything around him is just kind of fallen apart. The Misfits 2 versus 2, not that favorable.
Oi, Adam.
Morgana pick to sort of like
Adam Heroes er ut. Ha det.
Yeah, as we mentioned,
Har vært med cringe placen her.
Early game lead, sitting at now 4.5k, and as you rightly said, a bit more measured from Fnatic. Now it's a matter of can they close it out cleanly with a gold lead like this, and with these amount of Drakes and with this amount of map control, you would expect them to be able to close out this game. It's really their game to lose. So can they now actually do it? Can they be the Fnatic that sits at 10 and 5 in our league?
Oh, but they'd sit at 11 and 5 in our league if they.
Okay, it was like a.
Currently,
it was like
they are the Fnatic.
It was like
it was
like a poetic thing, you know what I mean? Because like they're sitting there like second place, tied to so many teams. You know, they've had like really dominant splits, and like the team that made it to 10 and 5 has only been like really dominant. You know, like it was a, you know, it like.
I mean, they claim sole possession of first if they second if they win. So. Actually, no, wait, yes, sole possession of second. So they would be the 11 and 6.
Okay.
Second best team.
TP!
In our league. TP, double TPs coming out here as Fnatic look to back up Adam, who flashes away. Niski diving onto VTO, knocked back with the scat of the week. And Niski, he doesn't know that Vanda's there, which is, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he is going in as the rest of Fnatic push in the mid lane.
Det är så bra.
Det är lite question mark nu.
Ahead of Misfits would mean that Fnatic are pretty much guaranteed a top 4 spot. Not certainly.
Adam är klar.
Har du bra Adam?
Med det.
Det hilser jag med allt.
Has that maximum dosage, popped, he's healing up, look at the healing on that Mundo, he has to flash across the wall, Upset being chased out by Razork.
De taper alle fighten.
Took us to the wrong side, they're on the wrong side of the rift, Niski tries to get onto VTO, pops the stop, the binding connects.
Hilsen fikk kill! Let's go! Alle sammen død for at Hilsen fikk kill.
Han lager pizza.
Eller kare de dyrer jo kare og... Hvor går det på her? Hva er det for noe?
Adam, no ult. Niski, no ult. Adam is basically 1v3 here and is asking to be one-shot because Niski can't join the fray until he gets some range to use his E.
Jeg hopper i veggen og bommer alt. Jeg hittet en spillskilt på en Erlem igjen. Så det er klart det.
Det er en tull oppi der.
Hei, hei. Hei, hei. Oi, faen, blinker jeg.
Jeg begynner å lure på om ting er replay, eller om det er live. Jeg skjønner ikke lenger. Det skjer så mye.
Oi, han er inn.
engaged on a little bit there. Adam now coming in for the collapse through mid. Where's the Camille in base? Let's have the TP. Gonna use it.
Here comes Hirit and here come Misfits. A minute 30 on the Dragon. Not really too many neutrals being fought over here right now. Maybe that mid lane tower, Misfits key priority, but for the moment, Fnatic are able to hold them away from it. Razork still stepping forward. That extra gold injection that he got a moment ago, maybe making him a little bit braver than he was in the first 22 minutes of this game.
I will say it's a bit awkward right now because there are no TPs and these side waves kind of need to be cleared out.
He's in a good spot. Kobe's going to jump. Niski still looking for this. Cleaver hits onto Razork. Has the crescent guard. Niski going forward.
I am Mundo.
Dives forward, smites it, heals up Vander on the front line now as Niski dives in with a black shield. Here it coming in from the side as well, and Niski's down. Fnatic over Chase. We said they were measure.
Jeg så glad for at jeg ikke har noe med game her. Holy fuck. Hvordan klarer Fnatic å bare sånn, ja, vi har litt forskjellig her nå, vi skal være inte.
Jeg orker ikke, jeg har ikke noe game her, jeg vil ikke orke å se det engang. Nei, bare tull. Jeg må på do, Andrea kom igjen, jeg burde ha mer lyst til egentlig bare å henge mye.
Jeg får mer lyst til å henge selv. Ja, det her, hva er game her? Jeg vil se chatten, jeg vil se chatten. Det er mer underholdende her. Pås. Lemau, no pose. No. The pause memes are strong.
And the question is, we saw in the last game. Yeah, 100%. There's no way they get there.
But look at where Mundo is. They've already recalled and they're on their way.
There's no way Razork gets to this. There's just no way, Vedius.
I think you're right. I think it probably dies a little too quick.
Let's see.
Yeah. I was just...
Okay.
So excited. You weren't as confident.
Do we think you're Guys, will Razork get here? Will they... I'm really sorry, man. It was close. It was close.
All right, so... As I mentioned, the side waves were a bit awkward. You can see Hirit actually going to go clear one of them. Misfits arguably a little overstepped here for now. Opportunity to force a fight.
So
he sees an opportunity to engage on a Razork. He gets the black shield as well. And he's like, okay, I can just one-shot someone here. So they're committed to this fight. Adam is nowhere near. So he then dives in.
Jeg trodde pro-players skulle skjønne damagen sine.
Still on. But there, the knockup from Vander, the moment he comes out of vision, the second that black shield is gone, and then immediately burst out. And now Adam arrives. But it's too late. He's just fodder for Misfits to clean up. And watch Kobe here, he's positioning fantastic. Sidesteps the binding, flashes in to make sure that he gets the damage down onto Adam. Then uses his W, all the while not getting hit once. Fantastic positioning from Kobe, the quiet carry on the backline for Misfits helps secure them the Baron.
Jeg tror det er quiet carry for Misfits, Fnatic, altså. Når Hilsen ikke inte, så må resten av teamet i hvert fall. Det her. Niski, I give a black shield, you jump in 5 people, okay!
Det må alltid være en inter, minst en inter.
Oh, I lied! Or did I? I did not! Adam gets himself a solo kill.
Adam says he is dead.
Hva er det verdt det?
I don't know.
Det er verdt for mentaliteten. I en sikkert tiltak som kommer seg med en HP.
Misfits didn't want that to happen.
Men altså, når sånn han dør, så kan ikke Misfits gjøre ting, så de er en måned.
Jo, sant, og
så kan bare sitte og cringe.
They do the same thing pretty much every game. You know you're going to have an early game
thing,
so you know you're going to have reliable team
han kan one-shotte en person I backline.
Because of Kobe and Vander, as you highlighted.
You know that he can
to hear it, he can be a
Skal du ikke ta han?
Han tør ikke, det er skummelt.
When he's on a comfortable champion that he knows how to execute on in the team fights, you know he's going to come up close. We've seen it so many times last split. Let's not forget his Silas, where like he did some crazy things on it. Syndra is one of his favorite champions. So I think that Misfits have really been able to just punish the over-aggression that we've seen from Fnatic, and this isn't new.
Kan ikke Niski fortsette å spille Sylas? Han gjør det veldig bra som Sylas.
Han har jo 4-2 nå.
Mot Alistar, så han var 4-0.
Men han var nå en 4-2. Vart. Oi, big på angle.
So important.
Nam Vard.
They do win this game because they lost the last time the two teams faced. All the way back in week 1, they lost to Misfits, so they're 0-1 in the head-to-head. And if they lose this, they'll be 0-2, and they would lose any ties between the two teams. If it was just the two of them, meaning they would lose that spot, those extra championship points, that possibility of making it into the top 4.
Jeg har en god proposal til dere. Hei, vil dere høre på min business-idea? Jeg kom her. Kaste noen telefoner på. Eller hvorfor, eller hva faen kaste.
Jeg har ikke engang tenkt over at Fnatic har Mountain Soul. Men de klarer fortsatt å ta.
Ja, det er ganske interessant.
But what you're saying then is then if you're in Fnatic's position, what you then need Misfits to do is lose both their games, and then you have to win.
You have to get ahead of them in win-loss. You can't tie them anymore. Whereas now, at the moment, you'd be able to tie them, and because you have more wins in the second half of the season, you would actually take the tiebreaker between the two.
Men hva har stillingen å si?
We're trying to give it a little bit more context to try and highlight it, and again, we will keep you updated as the Super Week continues, but
jeg vet ikke, det er sikkert en seeding og sånne ting.
Ja, for at dere snakker om Worlds og sånne ting. Nei, dere snakker om stilling og sånne ting, og bare tiebreaker, men hva har det å si?
Om det kommer på upper bracket eller lower bracket, så jeg vet ikke helt hva det betyr, men lettere seeds. Kanskje det er losers.
If he doesn't make a couple blunders, as we've already seen. A level advantage for Kobe, or actually Upset just about to equalize that. You can see Kobe actually about to crest over to level 15, likely after this wave. And there it is, like... Misfits is in a really commanding position. The Elder is spawning in a minute, the Baron is spawning in 30 seconds. Like, Fnatic have to execute flawlessly if they want to come out on top.
And it's not just levels, it's items as well. 3 items complete on VCO with the Rabadon's Death Cap alongside the Seraph.
Nå kommer det foran. Jeg føler det kommer til å være en vi mister Elder hvis vi vinner game, altså.
Does so much work for you.
Ja, jeg føler det, ja.
We often talk about backline access, who's exactly going to dive onto this Tristani, you know, and with the amount of distance you really just have to play the front-to-back team fight, and you kind of just give that edge over towards Misfits with the comp that they have, unless team fights between these two teams is always going to be explosive.
Where are we in terms of flashes? Everyone has theirs. TP, apart from Adam. TP was just used by VTO to join Misfits in the mid lane. 10 seconds. Here it has pushed in the bottom lane, and you can see there's no priority for Fnatic. They're trying to get mid prio.
Det her
against them, so they have to clear that out. They do have a ward.
Det har blitt cringe at man skal misse.
Jump across the wall, and this could be the deciding fact. Vander stepping in and out of the bush was spotted by Brippo. Pops down the infected cleaver. There's the infected wheel, but the Elder's going to be gone. Brippo tries to steal it away, but he can't get it. And now Fnatic got to run. Power onto Niski. He pops the stop with key flashes immediately, but his weakness is scattered.
Jeg er ikke overrasket engang. Jeg er så glad for at jeg sluttet å bette på de her.
Har ikke sånn golden Fnatic-kurs?
Jo, men jeg har sluttet med det etter de tatt mot SK.
Har du bare sluttet å ha den?
Har det ikke vært for at de har vært med i playoffs, så har jeg disset det. Dab fountain.
Misfits was able to punish the
fountain.
Misfits was able to weather the storm, and they were able to come back into this game and likely
setting themselves up for moving into
playoffs.
A huge performance from Misfits as they've been able to fight back in this
game. De kan jo calle vi tar Elder Draken og vinner. Det er Misfits greie, ass.
Den Misfits spesiale. Det er sånn Fnatic bare taper games. Det er sånn når det skjer. Men kan vi få den? Kanskje ikke. Ja, men jeg er lov. Lemau.
Ut for teit game.
No pause, no win. Pause, please. Here. Mid-diff.
They were dominating the bot lane 2 versus 2. But Misfits, it felt like they were just waiting. They were just waiting for that one slip up to happen. And they were granted
Blir på blitt en hjemløs fyr nå. Jeg er bare sånn, I'm French.
Ja, men da tror jeg vi sier takk.
Takk for livet.
Takk for livet, for en ending. Vi høres.
Snakkes.